Greetings, and welcome back to Stellaris, my Commonwealth of Man playthrough. So the war will probably end this episode. Last episode we gained 40 points of exhaustion, so more than likely we're going to get these 5 exhaustion within the next few years. Now that means I'm unlikely to gain more territory. I'm going to be hard-pressed to get the territory I've already claimed. And a lot of these are going to have to be with military because it takes so long for the Palpatine to sweep planets. It's going to take me about 8 months to claim these two. And then it'll probably take me 6 months to get over here to Montfelino and claim it. And then I might get Ulyss before 2 years are up. But one of the first things I'd like to address is I'd like to do a correction. A couple episodes back I was complaining about having to pay the cost for these edicts. That was a mistake on my part. The recent patch notes mention a cost for regular edicts. These Ascension edicts have always had a cost. That's the reason that they list the value twice. You've always had to pay to activate them. But what they added in was a cost for all of these because there was an exploit. Basically, I could activate, say, crystalline sensors without paying for anything and get the benefits immediately and then shut it off before the month ended and never have to pay anything. You could do the same thing with any of these. Activate volatile land clearance just for the reduction in the cost for clearing blockers, and then deactivate it after you'd queued up all your blockers. And you could be running the military ones and drop them on like the 30th and then resume them on the 1st and never actually have to pay for them. So they added in a cost to activate any of these original edicts. But the ambitions have always had a cost. Now I've hotkeyed an army here that I renamed to Walgun Invasion Force, just to remind myself of where it was going, because it's been a day or two since I last played. But yeah, I'm going to jump, as soon as I get to Arbitraeus, I'm going to jump over here and take Walgan, because it has low garrison. And sometimes I have to rename fleets to remind myself. That's a bad idea in multiplayer, obviously, because your enemies, being players, they will know what the hell you're doing. Now, I canceled the Titans, the 4 Titans I had queued up, because I realized I'm getting advanced shield hardeners in 1 month, which means I am going to need to redesign my Titans to use the better shield hardening. That also means I'll have to redesign a lot of battleships and cruisers. So I'm not going to be doing further reinforcements for about 6 months until all of these have arrived, and then I can refit my entire fleets again. And I ended up having to move the cyborgs that were in Ithaca over to Tricked because they had caused Ithaca to shut down because of overcrowding. It was no longer growing. I couldn't select a new assembly project because of the overcrowding, and they were still unemployed. Now if we go back to Tricked, even reloading the game, they are still unemployed as rulers and will take time to demote. But with any luck, I will be able to get rid of them fairly soon, offloading them to the Latrepians somewhere.
Science Division report success. Ground objective secured.
Tronchet has been terraformed into a continental world. That is one of my 4 terraformings that was still going on. We have conquered Reblaga. Now this fleet is only a 685. Tragash has 800, so it'll be a while before I can invade there. What I can do, I believe all of the ones in Algorand are low garrison. So I can jump over here and begin invasion to flip this system, but I still need 4 months. So I might as well just get in orbit of Turgosh and wait till I can invade it. Now the Walgun Invasion Force should be able to jump to Walgun now. Advanced shield hardening. Zro particles raised to a higher energy state add fluctuations to our shields. that can deflect certain weapons that would otherwise easily penetrate the fields. Let's get focusing arrays. That's the cheapest one on here, apart from sapient combat simulations, which I do not want. That'll take about 5 years. Now, do I have a particle specialist? No, but I do have the one in the acuity, which is good for any of them. Let's do a quick move with the acuity. Just to be able to switch out. That actually added a month. Oh well. Why would that have added a month? Level 7 with 10% to everything versus level 3 with 15. So it was the 4-level difference primarily. Now my other Zarklin's Pilgrims fleet has still got 20 days before they can jump. Zolbek's Maw Station participated in a battle when the Latrepians came in to push out a cruiser that had moved through the area. Looks like they're building up a little bit in Marath.
Ground objective secured.
The wall gun invasion force has made it here. We will go ahead and begin landing. We have flipped Gablashi. It already has species to decline, so I will worry about correcting this place later. It will be a research station. I can go ahead and do that and replace... Actually, let's go ahead and delete these 2 buildings just so we get under the building limit. No, demolish, not disable. And we'll go ahead and replace this with a clone vat when we get a chance. Now that's a 1K fleet. We will head to Riblaga.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
The Doomsday has engaged an outpost here, along with Scylla.
Battle debris secured.
Zarklin's Pilgrims have made it here, and yes, they definitely do have a longer jump drive distance than my science ships, because from Walgun they were able to reach Algarib, and from here, Arbitraeus, they can reach Ezak. We'll go ahead and have them jump to Ezak to be able to merge with the other Zarklin's Pilgrims. In the Lyrum system, we got almost 2,000 alloys. There's one more here. Scylla flipped this outpost. Very little shield damage. Now Scylla and the Doomsday are splitting up. Doomsday is cutting this way to Barabo, and Scylla is cutting this way to Drisk. Looks like they're doing another push for Porava. Gorgon would be able to intercept. I'm still going to be waiting some ships, but let's check the designer real quick for our new shield hardener. All of our stations will automatically have upgraded with them. Now this will be an extra 10% hardening per one. Now let's see, power usage goes from 15 to 25, extra 10 power usage as well. So if we use those 3, that's 75% shield hardening right there. 2 of these is all we really need. So I can switch these 2 to dark matter deflectors for more shields or more ancient pulse armor. Yeah, let's see, if we do the ancient pulse armor, it boosts more armor than shields. 1 dark matter deflector and 1 ancient pulse armor keeps them about even. 2 dark matter deflectors would give me even more shields, and my shields of course are fully hardened. It doesn't really reduce the cost too awfully much other than the relics. Now another possibility since the Chimera is based upon the Elder Worm, is we can keep the shield output we have here, which gives us about 60% hardening there. Just replace 2 of these to get over 100% hardening, and put the last one as reactive armor to make our armor also have a little bit of hardening. So I guess that was the only Titan that really needed to change, so I could have kept building the others. And the Hippogriff Roost is the only one that is really going to change. It's just going to get all 3 of those upgraded, battleship-wise. So there were less modifications than I was expecting. Yeah, just the Hippogriff Roost is the only other one that needs modification at this point. Now, I'm not sure if I have any Hippogriff Roost in transit. I believe I do. Or actually, probably not. I don't think I actually was building any battleships. Yeah, I can save the current design. So let's go ahead and upgrade it. So now all of our ship designs should be upgraded. I can resume building those Titans that I was building. I was building a couple for Wyvern. They'll be being built at Wallius. And then I needed to churn out 2 new Eyes of Medusa over here in Poligar for Basilisk, because I was making Basilisk a mix of Medusa and Dragon.
Construction complete.
My other Zarklan's Pilgrim's fleet has completed its jump, so we can have these 2 merge. Sovereignty of Tuxcali has built a gateway. The Stevedore has completed the final research station I was missing, and is now returning back to where it was in the Raccaron system. We're going to go ahead and mobilize Gorgon over to Euchromia. It'll take about a month and 15 days to get over here. They're still building up over here, but this will be a little bit of a dissuading them.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
Reblaga and Wolgan 2 invasions have begun. Anywin has been purged. Antek Ram is now under our control. I can begin the colonization here.
Battle debris secured.
We've gotten another 90 alloys and Hegeroscant. That was the final debris here. We can move up to assist with the debris in Zoltar's Maw, since there is so much of it.
Battle debris secured. We have claimed a new world.
We finished another debris in the LR9 Singularity system. There are 6 more debris. Werewolf is fully repaired. We got nearly 1,000 alloys in the LR9 Singularity. Hesperides has been established, so we need to transfer over somebody to begin declining here. We'll get a Farine from Camelot. Yeah, it's going to take a month to get over here, and then 4 months to destroy it, and then a month to get back to the gateway. So yeah, 6 more months before we have this area secured and can move down here to start securing the area we have over here.
Engaging enemy station.
Scylla has engaged Adamir, and we have flipped Reblaga. That just leaves Sithgosh, which is currently being invaded, and we should win that one. And Fel Null, which is going to need to be swept. If we check over at Ulis, Schlargos will need to be swept, as will Goldruk, or seriously bombarded. We still haven't made too awfully much progress on McGrathy. I do need to check my fleet here. Yeah, it is on Indiscriminate. We can take Garibog in Arbitreus. So we will land and take Arbitreus. It's going to add another 126 pops, but Now, one other thing I could check. Now, that one is going to need some serious bombardment. As is that one. And we already have a fleet in Wolgan that is invading Wolgan too. We've gotten the devastation up high enough here that my fleets can move on to take Zipper, Cerberus, and Griffin. And then I can have one of them sweep down and get these two systems. Yeah, they are moving into Porava. So let us go ahead and move into Porava as well. Even if we chase them off, we can still thin out the Space Amoeba. Bastion Devils are fully repaired. We can likewise send them to Porava. Now, it would take them 4 months to get to Porava. Can they get somewhere else faster? Like, say, Zoltar's Maw. They'll be there in 2 months. They can start watching Zoltar's Maw, maybe push it forward to Mareth so that I have access to another gateway. I could push into Mareth and Helm just to deny them nearby gateway access over here. Or at least hold at Zolbok's Maw to keep them from pushing back into my systems. Scylla flipped the outpost here and is now on its way to Drisk. Latrepians have built a Juggernaut. Manticore Stormlords are fully repaired. We will likewise send them to Zolbax to assist with holding that direction.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has engaged T-81 Singularity. Zarklin's Pilgrims have fully merged. It's now a 200k fleet again. It's still going to take a while to bombard this system down.
Battle debris secured.
Hippogriff has been fully repaired. So all of my fleets here are fully repaired. We can push on to Buratos to have access to the gateway. And I would like all of them to push forward, thank you. We got 126 in the debris in Ezak. There are 5 more debris here, but at least we're getting something out of them instead of nothing.
Construction complete.
A couple of my governors leveled up. Jaltham Station, Uthabul Station, has completed its construction queue. It was building a stratospheric ionization element. And of course, I'm going to be able to go back and upgrade all of my defense platforms.
Battle debris secured.
We've got 4,000 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. And we still have a bunch to research there.
Fleet action underway. Ships refitted.
Cerberus has engaged the transport fleets. Now, I believe transport fleets, even though they are technically non-combatants, I believe the non-combatant ships that are destroyed are counted for ships lost. One easy way to check is to see if Zipper is reported as a space combat. These only had a few platforms to upgrade, Chatib and Ramstan, so there wasn't much on that one. The others will take longer. Juggernaut flipped XT-81 and is now on its way to Naus.
Fleet action underway.
Gorgon has joined in combat with Void Core in the Porava system. Void Core is already down a little bit from having entered the system and taking direct hull damage. We should be able to prevent them from flipping the station, I would hope, though they do have 3 Titans, and Gorgon has none, but Gorgon is frigate heavy. Latrepians intercepted the other fleet here, And with any luck, we'll come into Porava to assist Gorgon. Though that may be giving the Lutrepians too much credit.
Engaging enemy station. Ground objective secured.
Walgan 2 has been taken over. We do have some humans over here, which reminds me I did forget to check species and see if I picked up any new Furbanites or Darbalins. We did pick up new humans, so we will go ahead and apply that template. We did not pick up any new Furbanites or Darbalins. The Walgan system should flip to be mine now that we have taken that planet. We will move in orbit of Glaboshi and await bombardment here. They are building up forces in Marath, so moving my mercenaries here was a wise idea.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
Begun the invasion of Garibog.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 180 in Ezek. There's still more there.
Engaging enemy station.
Most of my orbital rings, actually that should be all of my orbital rings, should now have upgraded their defense platforms to have the improved shield generators, or shield hardening. They appear to be returning to the station. Well, it's hard to tell which way is the front of these ships. Just says that they are moving. I have no idea if they're coming into Porava or not. Right now, Gorgon is doing fairly well. We've already dropped the Glossberhenians significantly, though they are about to flip Porava. It does help that the system is doing direct hull damage to them. Yeah, they've only got 2 battleships left in the fight. Quite a few of their cruisers have fled as well, and all of their smaller ships. So they have the Titans, a few battleships, and a few cruisers still in the fight. Yeah, 3 Titans, 2 battleships, 5 cruisers. That's all that's left in this fight. Up against a lot of my corvettes have fled as well. But up against my corvettes and frigates. Scylla has engaged in Drisk, and some of their reinforcements are fighting separately. And Werewolf has made it to Buritus.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Sovereignty of Tuxcali has declared us a rival. What spaceport has declared enemy contact? Would that be? Yes. The Doomsday has engaged an outpost.
Battle debris secured.
Got 200 alloys in the Lyrum system. We will send the Wanderer into Zertak's Maw to assist.
Ships refitted.
Rakaron Station has upgraded its platforms. The journey begins. We are witnessing the inhabitants of Himtaris Prime taking their first steps toward enlightenment. They look upwards, opening themselves to the mysteries of the universe. As artistic expression develops within their culture, so does art's power to capture the spiritual striving of their society. They yearn for something beyond themselves to believe. They're in the late medieval age.
New species variant available.
We finally converted those human.
Ships refitted.
We have upgraded Sosta stations platforms.
Ships refitted.
Most of our other shipyards should be refitted. I've established sleeper cells in the Soran combined clans. I do not want to expend this asset. I'm going to need an additional asset before I can expend one. As a matter of fact, we could probably go ahead and acquire an asset here, and let us use the bureaucrat, hoping to get another subterfuge. Looks like the reinforcement fleets ended up merging with Cerberus. I did not get any notifications about fleets destroyed, and most of my other fleets have finally entered into combat. Yeah, Werewolf, Pegasus, Chimera, and Hippogriff are in Buridios, and Griffin has joined Cerberus in Zipper. Cerberus did lose a cruiser, but we decimated their transport fleets that were in orbit here and flipped Zipper Station. Vagapash and Bakangi are primed to be invaded. I still need 3 months to be able to come out of Wolgan. We'll rename this to the Zipper Invasion Force so I will know to jump out. Now that we have flipped Zipper, Cerberus needs to enter orbit of the station, and I will go ahead and reinforce, while Griffin will sweep these outposts. And after I have swept Lim, I will jump up there to start bombarding Taziat. Actually, this fleet in Ezak could jump out. We could easily flip this system while Ezak is being bombarded. So let us go ahead and jump to Algarab. We'll start on Schlarg, then get Tagbash, and finally move to Erglig.
Ships refitted.
Meshben are in a research agreement with the United Antherian State. Hippogriff, Chimera, Pegasus, and Werewolf flipped Burdios Station without a loss of a ship. We did suffer damage, however. Chimera and Hippogriff are still healthy. We'll have the others enter orbit here. Chimera will push down to Kodrasi, and then Kurgos, while Hippogriff will push up this way. Dittram Station has upgraded its defense platforms. We're still at 94%. They're down to 60. One of their Titans has fled, and all of their cruisers. Only thing that remains in combat are their two of their Titans. Everything else has fled. Now, their Titans are fairly tough. We are already working on the hull points. Scylla lost 3 destroyers, taking Drisk Station. More of their reinforcements are en route. We will have Scylla enter orbit here and hold at Drisk. The Doomsday has flipped another outpost. Now we're pushing on to Borbo. Yes, 10th Task Force is on their way to Porava. This combat will be over probably before they get here, since they are down to just 2 Titans. To actually watch this and see my ships swarm at their Titans.
Ships refitted.
United Kresk has begun a sensor array. All of my anchorages should be done with upgrading their fleets. Anchorages in my trade hub.
Battle debris secured.
Alright, another Titan has fled. They have one Titan remaining. Got another 420 out of LR9 Singularity.
Ships refitted.
Bastion Station has finished its upgrades. Apparently... Oh, yeah, right. I was finishing up the habitation module before I did that. I didn't have that much longer left on it. Which does mean Bastion has an extra district, but it's not critical for them at this time. They still had plenty of surplus space. A Kano organism made peace with the Sovereign Jazzajan Assembly with a status quo.
Our pioneers have made planetfall.
The Titan has fled as soon as the Latrepians made it in. Hippogriff flipped this outpost, no damage. Gorgon did lose a lot of frigates and a couple of corvettes. We did take out a couple of cruisers, but not really comparable to our losses. However, pushing the Titans out and the battleships out is what we suffered the losses on. I just kind of wish we could have flipped some of them. Let's go ahead and kick out the space amoeba before we return to Euchromia for repairs. Now I have no inbound ships anymore, so I can reinforce this fleet. Star Realm of Shar has completed a sentry array.
Ground objective secured.
We've taken Garabog, flipping the Arbitraeus system, so we will send this transport fleet down to Zipper to take Vagapash and Bakangi.
Fleet action underway.
Gorgon has engaged the space amoeba.
Ships refitted.
Euchromia upgraded all of the ones that it currently had, but it had just churned out another Integrity. So I have to upgrade that one. It'll be done in 3 days.
Ships refitted.
There it is. Another scout trait gained by one of my admirals. Gorgon took the space amoeba with no damage. I will send the Asperity over here to salvage the debris before returning to Varba. Chimera has engaged the outpost at Kodraka.
Engaging enemy station. Battle debris secured. Ships refitted.
Okay, my big ones that have way too many defense platforms have finished upgrading all of those. We got nearly 2,000 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. There's still plenty more to research there. And another 113 in Ezak. I believe there's still a couple more. 3. Kodraka was flipped by Chimera. They are now on their way to Kurgaros. Werewolf is at full strength, or fully repaired. We still do have reinforcements coming. So we will likewise move into Kurgaros. And then Chimera can... Actually, I will have Chimera pull back for repairs. And just have Werewolf be the one to take Kurgaros. When Pegasus and Chimera are fully repaired, the 3 of us can push on to knock out their gateways here near their capital, where they are amassing fleets. They're moving to the Adamir system. Looks like they are going to attempt to retake that. They're going to run afoul of us near Borbo. That is 120k, which would be equivalent to both Scylla and the Doomsday together. They have about 85k there, which would be half of Bastion Devils and Manticore Stormlords. I think we have them push on into Morath to engage the forces here, as well as gain access to that gateway, and then they will probably pursue them. Well, actually, we might push on to Helm to cut off the other gateway here, and then push up to Markaz to get the last gateway right there, leaving them, and then probably push on and just take out all of their systems over here. Our exhaustion climbs a bit slower now that we have actually decimated their fleets, because it was the fleet combat that was causing us the most exhaustion. Now, Zipper did appear up here as space battles. And if we look at them, we see a list of ships lost in the fight in Zipper. So the non-combat spacecraft are counting toward their losses, which would promote exhaustion. I churned out another science ship over here in Hrazdan, and am sending it to get the debris in Zipper, because I do have access to a new research station that is going to need assistance with the research. Now, in the current game post Paragons, you won't be spamming researchers like this just for research stations. Also, I have decided to mobilize Dragon and Medusa to meet the fleets that are coming up here. They are 7 days away from using the hyper relay to Wade or Walda, and I need to see which direction they go from there. If they head toward Borbo, then the Doomsday needs to change its orders so it doesn't get caught out by them by themselves before Medusa and Dragon can arrive.
Engaging enemy station.
We have converted the humans we picked up, and Hippogriff has engaged Gossick A.
Battle debris secured.
We got another 3,000 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still quite a bit there to do. Griffin has flipped Ipergara Station. Once it flips Lim, I'm going to have it jump to Taziat to start bombarding the planet there. Although by then I will probably have jumped out with this fleet in about a month to go ahead and begin the invasion in Ezek. Alright, they should have moved on to the next system. Which way are they going? They're going to Borbo. So the Doomsday will hold off. I am 4 days away from entering Borbo. I do not want to be in there by myself. I am going to wait here because Medusa and Dragon are on their way. They'll be there in months. They'll be here in 14 days, in theory. And then it will take them a while to travel across here. So I'm going to pull back to the station. Actually, I'll pull back to the hyper relay. And then when they get here, I will start following them with the Juggernaut.
Station reports enemy contact.
What station? Ah, they launched some transport ships back here in Gekedern. At least I hope that is the only alert we are picking up. Cerberus has been fully repaired. I'm going to go ahead and have Cerberus jump. Actually, Cerberus has reinforcements inbound. I need to wait for those reinforcements before I jump to somewhere where they can't reach us. We'll redirect Cerberus to help with Morath, and we'll continue the push up here to cripple the Fel Null. Interstellar Prokarian Coalition subjugated the Praku Holy State. Now, the Praku Holy State did originally have the Kravadox League as their vassal, and it got shifted to be the vassal of the interstellar Precarians as well. Hippogriff flipped Gossick A with only shield damage. We are now pushing up to Monocadir, one of their stations. And then we will push up to Vith. That will give us access to a gateway. Pegasus is fully repaired. I will have them push forward to Kurgaros with Werewolf.
Fleet action underway.
Miravandian Enterprises are in a research agreement with the Rakuten Imperium. Bastion Devils and Manticore Stormlords have engaged a damaged Titan here in Zoltak's Maw, along with a few other fleets. They have moved more in, so that's about 180k. No, that's more like 250k, which is more than we are. However, Cerberus is on its way. Now, they do have some damage. If we can get that Titan pushed out, that's a huge chunk. That's the Titan itself is 13k.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
We've begun the invasion of Schlarg, Vagapas, and Vagapas, I think, is the one we just started. Yes. Ivana has been swept. That gives us access to this entire cluster up here. And the Palpatine is now on its way down to Mont Felino.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
We have taken Schlarg. We'll go ahead and do the invasion of Erglig. It is the toughest one that is going to be here. We did not pick up any species. We did get a Furbinite here. So I am going to go ahead and apply the Furbinite template so that we will at least have an enforcer working there. Praku Holy State has laid claim to the Afris system.
New species variant available. Engaging enemy station.
That Furbinite should be flipped over. We've gotten more debris in Ezek that gave us nothing. I guess I shouldn't have said anything last cycle. Strike Force Werewolf has engaged the station over there in Kurgaros.
Engaging enemy station.
Griffin has engaged Lim. Alright, we need to move to Walgan to be able to jump. It'll take a month. Actually, never mind. We will stay in Tazian. We will have the forces that are taking Algarab jump up to Ezak when they are done with Algarab. Rakuten Imperium is in a research agreement with the Kravadox League. This fight is probably not going to go as well for us as we had hoped, since they had moved in more reinforcements and our reinforcements are a ways away. They have made it to Adamir already. We are still 2 months out from getting Borbo from behind them. At this point, now that they're all in the same system, I will have the Doomsday resume attacking Borbo. We've established sleeper cells for the interstellar Precarians. I do not want to lose my clerk here. Now, some of their fleets are fairly damaged, so if we can get them to start withdrawing, we can turn the tide fairly easily.
Engaging enemy station.
Scylla is fully repaired. Praku Holy State is in a research agreement with the Kravadox. I think I'd already read that one. Hippogriff has engaged Monocadir.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
Griffin has taken Lim Station. Now, Griffin actually needs to return for upgrades. We'll send them to Talon Station for upgrades. Talon Station isn't doing much at this time, so... Cerberus is still over a month from here. The tide is starting to shift a little bit. Some of the fleets withdrew already, or ended up merging with existing fleets here. They have about 160k, which is about equivalent to us, but most of them are more heavily damaged at this time. First Order Corps still hasn't made it to Adamir, and we're about a month out from Borbo. Now that Scylla is fully repaired, Scylla could intercept them to delay them. Scylla is awaiting reinforcements, though. I will hold here, because they won't be able to use hyper relays.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
I believe they finally engaged in the Adamir. Yes. Werewolf flipped Kurgaros with no losses in ships. Werewolf did suffer some damage. Actually, no, we just flipped the orbital ring. We haven't taken the outpost yet, or the starport. We got another 30 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. That was a very small one. There's still 5 more here.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
They flipped Adamir. Kresh Commonalty are in a non-aggression pact with the Soran combined clans.
Ground objective secured.
We've received some rather troubling reports regarding the deteriorating health. Okay, she picked up a substance abuser, less lifespan. But we have taken Vagapash in the zipper system. We will now invade Bakongi. And I have been renaming some of these that I captured that have names I don't think humans would hang on to. And there are 2 different Vagapash. This tomb world that I am terraforming, and this Vagapash that I just captured. So one of those 2 will end up getting renamed. And I had picked up 2 Riblagas. I kept the Riblaga over here and renamed the Riblaga in Motfolino to be Durkheim. United Nations of Earth are building a ring world. Word has reached us that the United Nations of Earth has undertaken a construction project of monumental proportions in the Kachab system. They intend to build a massive ring world around the system's primary. And as a first step, they have started to convert the matter of all nearby planetary bodies into an initial metal skeleton for the megastructure. Pegasus has taken Kurgaros A starport. Both of these fleets are damaged. We will remain here. Chimera is at full. I will send Chimera to join us. Hopefully we'll be repaired by the time Chimera gets there. Rakuten Imperium is in a research agreement with the Praku Holy State.
Battle debris secured.
We've gotten another 883 alloys in LR9 Singularity. Hippogriff has flipped Monakadir. They did suffer some damage doing it. So we will wait here at Monakadir for repairs. That will allow them to build up there, yes. Second thought, let's send Chimera to Monakadir. It would just add 10 days to their journey. Gorgon has been fully repaired. They are pushing again, I think, for Zoloman. Since Gorgon is fully repaired, we will head to Zoloman to cut them off.
Ground forces are dropping on target. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
We have begun the invasion of Urglig. A spaceport is facing enemy contact. Where? They launched some transport ships in Algorab. The orbital ring around Urglig has already engaged them.
Ground objective secured.
We have finally taken Sythetic. That just leaves Fel Null in this system. We have an 800k fleet here. We will move it back to McGrothy, awaiting the invasion there. Cerberus is inbound. They'll be here in 15 days. The tide of this battle will shift heavily in our favor.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has engaged at Barbo. Alright, we're about 5 days away from this proposal passing. We'd need about 300k to ensure it passes or fails. So if we were to call in favors, and I do not have it because the ones I was counting on are already opposed to it, which was Shar and Tuxcali. That's only going to be 68 favors I can call in. Or 68k. So I cannot ensure this fails. Too many that were abstaining went for it. I'll just have to get it repealed later.
Battle debris secured.
Zoltar's Maw, we got another 1,200. Still quite a bit there. And we got nothing for the second debris in Ezek. There's one left that will probably also give us nothing.
We have claimed a new world.
We have passed Comfort the Fallen, which means I need to get it repealed. In January, I will be calling an emergency measure for one of these minor sanctions. Probably administrative. And we have finally established Cranadeth. Now we're going to lose these holdings, which means that all of my merchants will be... Well, no. This provides 2 merchants. So I can keep those 2 jobs and just not replace the stock exchange until we go up to a planetary admin, at which point I can close it out and shift them over to being politicians. That way I don't end up with 2 population I have to pull off of this world. Now I'm not going to be able to start declining a species on this planet because I would have to wait until January, but I can move someone over during my maintenance cycle.
Battle debris secured.
We got 300 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. There's still quite a bit more to scavenge there.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
We have taken Bakangi, which will flip this system for us. We'll go ahead and jump this fleet to Ezak to do the invasion here when Turgosh falls. Strike Force Medusa and the Doomsday have flipped Borbo. We took armor damage but no hull damage. So now we are on our way to engage the fleets here. Medusa would engage in 40 days. The Doomsday is holding here. And actually, let's have Medusa hold here as well. And give time for Dragon to meet up. 20 more days.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 75 food and 7 exotic gases in Porava, where we took out the space amoeba. We've acquired an official in the Soran civic hierarchy, a clerk. That is an excellent one to pick up. And we'll wait here for our infiltration level to climb back up. We've pushed out the large fleets here and just have like the Juggernaut to deal with along with the troop transports.
Inbound message traffic.
Come now, human, let us end this war before it gets out of hand. No. We took Erglig here in... This is the second Erglig I think we've taken here in Algarab. So now we are going to take Tabash Vug. It has very little garrison, so this should be fairly easy. Did we pick up any species with which I have to deal here? I do not see Furbanites, Darbalins, or human superiors. They are pushing forward to Beryllion. We will have Dragon push on to Adnir. Medusa just has armor damage and shield damage right now. Actually, no, we are going to have Dragon hold. I just realized the system we went through deactivated our shields. We need our shields to regenerate before we go back into battle. Looks like Scylla may have their reinforcements soon.
New species variant available.
We've completed switching that one human superior to a cyborg and have scavenged debris in Zipper for nothing. And we completed an orbital ring in the Dutari system. That is the ring over Leffingwell. We are now moving to the Ophang system in orbit of our next colony. Now, I am banking my influence to be able to resume another Ecumenopolis
Construction
project.
complete.
Razatan Starbase and Talon Starbase have both acquired Deep Space Black sites in place of the mercenary companies that were there. Praku Holy State has claimed the Zipper system. Strike Force Griffin is fully repaired. They are still upgrading their battleships. It says 0% progress. Are we low on something? Possibly the dark matter? Oh no, the queue is busy. We've got all the upgrades queued up. The queue is just busy. Let's see how long one of these takes. Only 14 days for the upgrades. We'll go ahead and do one upgrade and let it finish out these ships. We've got that Juggernaut almost down to half hull. Pegasus is fully repaired. Now Pegasus and Werewolf can push onward to Istora. Or perhaps not, because we need to bombard this planet. So we will move in orbit a bit to begin the bombardment, just to get the FTL inhibitor disabled so we can move forward. Hippogriff and Chimera are both at full strength. We are going to hit Vilth. The Latrepians are in Zolomon, but they have not engaged yet. They're leaving out through the hyper relay. But the Latrepians will probably end up flipping the system. So we will just have Gorgon hold here at Porava, rather than jump in, since the Latrepians sent a fleet in. We'll wait to see if the Latrepians get engaged in the combat to assist. The Palpatine is about 3 months away from flipping Mont Felino, after which we will be flipping Ulus. We should get the defenders down fairly quickly now that we've got the devastation so high here. Right now it's at 705. I would like to get it down a little bit lower before we invade with our fleet. Our fleet is only about a 1K fleet.
Battle debris secured.
We destroyed that Juggernaut, I believe. No, it did manage to flee. Manticore Stormlords lost a few ships here. Cruisers and battleships, as well as frigates, corvettes, and destroyers. Lost a little bit of everything. They did some heavy damage, though. For some reason, they appear not to be in the battle anymore. There's the Bastion Devils. There's Cerberus. Manticore Stormlords is not involved in the battle. The system is pretty much ours. We will move them in orbit of the station. And these two that are hunting down transports will also enter orbit of the station when it is done. Our shields have just about regenerated on Medusa, though they do still have a little bit of armor damage. We'll go ahead and start moving to retake Adumir. Uldrug can be taken with an army. So we will have the Doomsday push on to get the Walda system. And then Chara. And Nindi. We got another 100 alloys in the Ezek system. At least we got something out of the last debris. I can now move the Pathfinder out. And we will send them to Epsilon Cygni to scavenge that debris. Penurian Union broke their secret fealty to us. I wasn't that worried about it anyway.
Battle debris secured.
I don't want more subjects at this point. Y'all had your chance. We got 30 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still quite a bit more debris there. Okay, so we have 2 years left in this war. Until peace is forced. So around 2463, we're going to be forced into peace. Bastion Devils and Cerberus lost a cruiser, but the Bastion Devils suffered some fairly heavy losses as well, while inflicting about the same on each of the fleets that they were up against. Now we'll go ahead and reinforce the cruiser we are missing with Cerberus.
Fleet action underway.
Kappa Privateers gave us a chunk of minerals and food, as well as energy credits. Hippogriff and Chimera have made it into Vilth. We do have the numbers currently, but this is a gateway system. Reinforcements could be coming in. Aether Corps is moving to Kergaros. That is a very tiny fleet that these two will eat up.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
That may be the Juggernaut, but I need to... No, the Juggernaut is not engaged in combat, so that would be Beryllian Station. Yes. We're still awaiting one reinforcement with Scylla. And Medusa is about to engage Adamir.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 1,500 alloys in the LR9 Singularity. Still 3 debris left there.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
They took Beryllian from us.
Ground forces are dropping on target. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
That would be the Juggernaut. Engaging another outpost. We've begun the invasion of Tagbash Bug, the last colony in the Algorab system. Just realized my new ships are not cloaked. The Trailblazer is a new vessel for my newest scientific colony. Let's get the industry specialist. Now, Trailblazer will be assisting research in Vagapash, but for now, I am going to head to the Liffer system to scavenge that project.
Engaging enemy station.
Let's see how we are doing up here. They've only got about 120k. Yeah, right now it looks like we are going to be winning this fight. Dragon has engaged the outpost. Medusa was actually closer, and Dragon raced past them. Citizen Confederation of Gavazul broke their migration with the Glossverhenians. I'd like to get them down to half of my strength before I invade. So I will give them a little bit more time to bombard, to take out some of these defensive fleets. And then I will need to begin the bombardment here on Chiblash, which will take a long time. The Meshbin Galactic Coalition has embraced the Council of Robotic Sciences and become more materialist. Erglik has an extensive criminal underworld that has now taken root. Some areas have descended into lawlessness and been taken over completely by criminal organizations. So we are going to need to get crime under control here. It does have 3 enforcer slots. Oh, and I did forget. Oh, I can't terraform until we take it over. But yeah, I will worry about that in January when I do my maintenance. They are moving to XT81 Singularity. So we will continually be pulling up behind them. Sovereign Jazzajan Assembly ended their association status with the Allied Independent Systems. And of course, we flipped Adamir Station.
Construction complete.
Deneb Starbase has switched out its mercenary garrison for a deep space black site. Peace and prosperity. Technology continues to progress on Rakaron 4 as industrialization takes their society to new heights. Their most recent breakthrough in engineering has revolutionized their use of transportation and brought them a step closer to planetary unification. Working together, the inhabitants of Rakaron 4 have built a unified industrial world. Pooling world resources, the individual hives have prioritized the well-being of the entire global community, and their collective living standards appear exceptional. We could alleviate them some... remarkable. This is highly uncommon. Gives us a chunk of engineering research and progress toward another insight. So are there still insights for us to get? Now, one of the first things I want to do before I do my maintenance is go to Asher and begin another archaeology project. It takes 10 years, but Asher is now in the process of shifting over to an ecumenopolis. Since it had already gotten rid of its resource districts, it's not really going to do anything but give me more industrial districts and more places to put humans when I get the admin sectors. And we will see if engineered nature remains. We still have about 4 years or 3.5 before we free up a slot. Actually, the 3.5 won't matter. There is one further upgrade for the Strategic Coordination Center, so that it's about a little over 4 years before we finish the Science Nexus and can begin on the Mega Shipyard. I realized Borbo could be fairly easily flipped. Old Drug only has about 300 garrison, so I need to get one of my armies over here. I am jumping this army in Arcturus over that way to deal with it and invade Borbo, because Arcturus is still going to take a while. After we get Borbo, I will probably head up to Hajeroscant and come over to Bertios, because Bertios likewise has very low garrison, and that's another planet I could flip that would give me permanent access to a gateway even when the war ends, and secure all of this territory up this way. I also realized there's been a debris in Giketium I've been ignoring. I guess I can jump the Sagacious over here to deal with it in 14 days. I still have almost 3 years before the 2 Titans are completed for Basilisk. And over in Wallius, a little over 2 years before the 2 Titans for Hydra are completed. Hydra is still upgrading its designs anyway. Also, United Latrepian domains are on their way to XT-89 Singularity. It says they're moving to the Helm system. I have no idea where Helm is, or why they would go through XT-81 to get there. Let's see. Oh, okay, so they are routing through XT-89, Naus, Borbo, Walda, Chara, Nindi, and to finally get to Helm. So they may end up intercepting Beryllion for us. I don't know if they'll be in the system long enough to do it. But in any regards, I have mobilized Kappa privateers to cut them off at XT-81. That way it will give a chance for Medusa and Dragon to catch up. They're showing 100%, that's their hull. There still is some armor damage on the destroyers, so we are going to need to stop for repairs at some point to get those destroyers back in full operation. Oh, they've actually gotten Wegri down as well. They may end up flipping Wegri for us. The Drisk system has some pretty sizable garrisons on its worlds. Getting Hajeroscant would be a good plus. It and Borbo would give us a foothold on this section. If we could get Drisk 2 and Marath, that would be great, but not necessary before the end of the war. We still have a couple of years before they can force peace, so I'm hoping to get Ezek flipped. We are just about to flip Algorab, and then this fleet will come out and head back up this way. But I'm hoping to get Taziad and Europe Dar before the war ends. Both of these have sizable garrisons. This one not quite that sizable. It would be possible to bombard this one down, which is what Zarklin's Pilgrims will do when they have completed bombarding the systems here. I will have them jump there and begin bombardment in Taziad. This constructor is building a gateway site here in Sosta because of the mercenary company. Afterwards, I am going to jump it to Clindath and work my way down to Taziad, which hopefully will have flipped by then, to start building a gateway there so that I have access to this cluster. Now this is a case where two of my gateways will be in close proximity to each other, but it's necessary because I do not have open borders with the Praku Holy State. And right now I do not want to go to war with yet another group. Oh, they have moved in and flipped focal again, where the quantum catapult is. That's a fairly small fleet. I would be able to route around to deal with them if they start causing too many problems. Gorgon is just waiting for its final reinforcements here. There's 6 of them. That means that there should be 4 more en route. Now, according to this, all the currently ships in transit will be here by the end of the month, or March 4th at the latest. There's a handful in February, but most of them will be here by the end of January. Now, as for the Palpatine, it's just about done charging, so a little over a month and Mont Felino will be ours. And then it will move on to Ulyss, and it will take, I'd say, 8 months to flip these two. That gives us about a year and 4 months to be able to handle something else. I will probably jump it to Europe Dar and then detonate that world. And by then I will be able to jump out, because about the time getting over there, getting in position, firing and all of that, my jump jet drives will have recharged. So that's another 6 months, let's say. That would leave me about 9 more months, so I could probably detonate 2 more worlds. Epsilon Cygni could be flipped manually. Probably Marath, where their sentry array is. Yeah, Sithgosh definitely needs to be detonated. So we will probably move to Marath and detonate those 2 worlds. And any leftover time could be spent securing more over here. That one could be taken with an army. That one could be taken with an army. So yeah, we could progress with armies up here. As a matter of fact, I should probably mobilize a few more armies. I think Gekedern would probably need detonation, yes. But I don't mind if they keep that disjointed system. That's a low priority. They're moving to Marath. They don't seem too awfully concerned about the loss of Focal. Or they haven't accounted for it yet. When Scylla gets its final reinforcement, I could head back that way to intercept this fleet. Nearest gateway is Andak. I could be there fairly quickly, going from Drisk back through Hajeroscant, because Beryllion should be flipped soon.
Battle debris secured.
We got almost another 2,000 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still a lot of debris to salvage here. Sovereignty of Tuxcali has completed construction of a gateway in Forden Graw. Alright, Diem is the only system I am really worried about a gateway popping up in, because they still do have a sizable fleet back there. As a matter of fact, some of their fleets are being banished there when they pull out of combat now, because that's the reason they have 2 damage fleets in this area, is those are Ithaga and Manticore commandos fled from a combat. This was their nearest starbase. As soon as one of these 2 fleets is fully reinforced, if I have not bombarded Fridga down enough to be able to disable its FTL inhibitor, I plan on jumping to Istora to flip Istora, because that will be fairly easy. That would open up at least the hyper relay, so we don't need to bombard, but I want to await the reinforcements first. Doomsday flipped Walda. It is now moving on to Chara and then Nindi. After I get Nindi with it, I may sweep back through their back ranks here, hitting all of the outposts, at least until I get to Biltron, and I will probably flip Biltron. That would make it a lot easier for our forces here to be able to move forward.
Battle debris secured.
Let's see if they have changed their mind. Nope, they're still moving to XT-81. Yeah, he's only going to be here 9 days. They won't be in the system before he's gone. Kappa Privateers will be here in about 9 or 10 days. We got another 80 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still quite a bit more there. And we have taken Tagbash Vug. So now Algarab is fully under our control. Now I did rename the systems in here already, so I will end up renaming this one. It will be completely purged of robots by the time my next maintenance cycle rolls around. I did have a fairly prolonged maintenance cycle, getting crime under control on our newest colonies. I had to shift a lot of the surplus slaves off-world, so I had to go through most of my worlds and see which ones had space, not only space, but could handle the additional crime. Now, every recently conquered slave is going to have a 0 happiness, which means that they are going to provide 2% crime apiece, or 2 points of crime. And anything in excess of what I'm suppressing is halved. So, like this world here that has 29% crime, I would actually have to move about... See, you would think 15 population would get that down to 0, but that's a halved value. The excess crime is actually, well, not quite halved here. It's only getting the 40% reduction. So it would actually end up, since I have no crime suppression here, I'd actually have to move about 25 pops off of here, which is all the pops on here. However, once I get an enforcer over here, I would only be in excess by about 24%. So I'd only need to move about 12 of these servants to other worlds. And I'd have to find worlds that had either the space, because I don't want them to have low enough housing that it impacts growth of populations there, and won't push their crime up too much. Now, I do have a few worlds that still have higher crime. That is because their slaves produce more crime than mine. The High Ubarik here, 0 happiness, 2 crime. If I look at my Sweetland, they only produce 1 crime because they are nerve stapled. So as I replace these slaves with my engineered slaves, the crime rate will drop anyway. And you can get up to about 10 or 15 before you really have to worry about it. But I am trying to cut down on how many of my worlds are actually running anti-crime campaigns. I think I actually got the newest colonies. Yeah, this one Treadway and Zahat Kasim, both of them I was able to drop anti-crime campaign because I was able to shift enough surplus colonists. Oh, and another thing is I can tell right now this is not my human that is growing on this world. I was mistaken. Yeah, most of my humans will have this outfit. This actually looks like it is a human that hasn't been shifted over to have my stats that is somehow growing here, but I don't think there's any in my empire. I think that's a holdover from when I just converted the species, or here on Tag Bash Vug, I may have picked up one. No, I don't even have a Furbanite over here. I don't have a lot of duplicate pops, just one Super Bruggen and one Kresk to move off-world. And then the rest will just end up being declined to get crime under control. I just need to move a Furbanite over. And as you see, my naval capacity has dropped a little bit. That's kind of in preparation for when I flip Ullus, because I will be getting their mega structure that is in there that will add 150 to it. But also, I have been having to shut down a lot of my soldier jobs to shift enforcers over where they're needed. Now, I still do have both Leffingwell and Hawksworth at full on their soldiers, but yeah, I've begun, I shut down a few at Bastion, and I have been shutting down ones in other places. This one is listed as 2. There's actually a few worlds that I ended up disabling all the strongholds on, just to be able to free up the Camelot. I basically disabled all of the strongholds. The only soldier jobs I have are from the military academy, so I could shift those surplus Furbanites off-world. And I could probably shift a Furbanite from here to the new world. I have a surplus enforcer compared to the crime I need reduction on here. Because I am reducing crime by 215, I only need 171. I could almost get rid of 2 enforcers here and shift a Furbanite over there. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and resettle 1 Furbanite from Camelot over to the new world. We'll worry about renaming it all later. Yeah, because we did have a Gleer who could move up. So I could actually move a second Furbanite over here if Tag Bash Vug had an extra slot, but it does not, because it is a habitat, I believe, yeah, and they only have the 1 enforcer slot. At least they did have this as a research station, even if they put industrial districts on here. So that halved the crime. We still have 26 points that are being reduced to 15. And I will be able to shift some of these servants off-world. I do have a couple I can shift over. Now going back to Camelot, what I can do is probably, I have another enforcer to spare now that a Gleer has moved up. When I get another world captured. Now we're about 6 days away from my 2 jumps being done. Cerberus is fully repaired, still awaiting a reinforcement. But now that it is fully repaired, Schlagi is the one that I'm most likely going to be able to invade. So let us move Cerberus in orbit of Schlagi. Yes, it does have an FTL inhibitor. A lot of the colonies I previously had that had just like a lone military academy, I got rid of the military academy for other buildings. In some cases, I considered changing it just to a stronghold, just to give that planet FTL inhibition. Like, this world is actually planned to have multiple strongholds, so I haven't gotten rid of the military academy on Dawnlight. Yeah, for the most part, I got rid of any military academy they had in favor of a different type of building, or planned them to have additional strongholds to kind of concentrate my naval thing. There's only a few planets, Asher being one of them, that has a lone stronghold because I wanted Asher to have FTL inhibition on the planet. The fight is going very poorly for the Felnull and Glosworhenian fleets here in Vilth. They're down to 60k. We're still almost 200. Now we all are also having to deal with their station here. But they only have the one. They did not have an orbital ring around Corellia. And I have already got a Corellia, so that one's going to be renamed. But now that we have completed here in Algorab, we need to jump out. And we will head to Zipper. And then once we complete the jump to Zipper, we can head over here. Now this is a fairly weak fleet, but we could head over to Burotos and see about invading Vagalon. It'd be a close fight, but I mean, what else can I do with these armies? You know, just let them rot? I could build some support for them, but I'm actually trying to trim down my armies a little bit. Even though having more right now would be great, I think I have sufficient. This one could actually end up merging up with another. So after this one has finished in Borbo, actually I think I will go to Wegri to flip that one before I take through the gateway to Burdios, because by then Borbo should be flipped and this one could merge up with me and I could be a bigger fleet again.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
We have engaged a damaged constructor. That one says he's moving to Naus. Naus is not an adjacent system, is it? Oh, yeah, I decided to cut to Naus, which means that they'll run afoul of 3rd Task Force. And Kappa Privateers will eventually catch them. Matter of fact, let's just have Kappa Privateers go ahead and redirect to Naus. Says it'll take 2 months to get there. How long will it take just to get to the Hyper Relay? Month and a half. Why weren't you using the Hyper Relay to begin with? You know, it'd take just as long to go through this Hyper Relay, so let's enter orbit of that Hyper Relay and then travel to there. Yeah, it only takes 31 days to get to that Hyper Relay, and then 7 to 9 days to travel. So that actually shaves some time off of it, telling them to continue with their current direction since they'd almost made it to the XT-81 Singularity anyway. Now that I've pulled out my defenders from the L-Gate, though, I do need to keep apprised of when they decide to move through L-Gates. There's Scylla's last reinforcement. It's behind me this way. So I'm going to head over here. That will allow it to merge. And then after we are merged, we are headed to Andak. And then once we get to Andak, we will retake the focal system if necessary. Now where's their fleet headed from here? No orders. They are just here in the system right now. Oh, they're going to the Quantum Catapult. But yeah, we're going to head to Andak and then Focal. If they Quantum Catapult back into my territory, they're going to regret it. My outposts are well defended. Any one of my, not outposts, my stations are well defended, and any one of my stations is more than a match for 40k fleet. If we look at my star bases, let's scroll down here till we get, yeah, 40k for almost, for the smaller ones generally. This anchorage, this is one of my newer anchorages, but most of them are around 40 to 50k. which means against a damaged fleet, they are going to decimate them. Now, they only have to worry about flipping the starbase, but the starbase has a lot of hull. And a fleet this size, evenly matched with them, is going to have a hard time with a starbase, especially since my starbases have shield hardening and a variety of very powerful platforms. It's only when they bring double or triple the power of my stations that I start losing battle platforms. Okay, we have made it to Borbo. We will be there in 3 days. One of my other fleets had jumped. Which one was it? Oh yeah, the science ship had jumped to Geketer. Scavenge that project, and then of course we're going to have to wait 6 months, I think it is. Yeah, over 6 months. So it will be August or September before I can jump back out and have the Sagacious resume assisting research at Lockney. I believe that was Lockney. Yes. I'm still 3 days from jumping free of Zipper. And now I can give this the order to go flip a gyroscan. It'll take 3 months. Hell, they may have it flipped before I get there. Let's go ahead and hotkey that fleet just in case, so that I can quickly change. And in case you're wondering about this hotkey, since I have started using Notepad to tell me what I need to remember doing on different worlds, like if they're going to get a new species, if I need to swap it, what buildings are still needed to be built, and stuff like that, and what species need to be transferred to a world, I haven't needed to set up the hotkeys. So this hotkey for Dawnlight is for my surplus humans. When I have a place grow a new human, and I need to shift them off to a world, if I don't have new colonies such as Tagbash Vug that are in dire need of them because of stability issues, additional surplus goes to Dawnlight, because this is the Ecumenopolis I am currently growing and working on and increasing. The administrative arcologies, where I put my bureaucrats, which are my humans. That's the primary source of my humans right now, or the primary jobs that I'm looking to push them into because of Unity issues I was having previously. And so this is the one I'm currently working on growing. Now it's getting close to the limit of its development. As a matter of fact, I think it's only getting one more administrative arcology, which is currently 5 months away from being built. After that time, when I have on my note here, if we quickly search for Dawnlight, I still need 5 humans. Other than that, I will have, and that's including the 6 jobs I'm getting here. Other than that, that means I have humans working other jobs that they can be shifted over. These 3 culture workers will shift up, and with those 3 culture workers, that would give me 49 bureaucrats. I'm about to have 54, so I only need 5 more humans on this world. Once I get that done, I will be going through my list to the next one, that is an Ecumenopolis, that still does have room for development, which would be Melpomene, would be my next goal, where I would start developing arcologies and shifting my surplus humans over to continue to grow my Unity. I think I've got my food and my consumer goods about where I want them. You don't need a huge surplus of either food or consumer goods, because this is not a resource you generally spend. This is something that is just required by populations for growth. So I like to keep about 250, but under 500 surplus to give me room for rapid growth, considering the population growth rate I use and the amount of colonies I currently have. It is minerals and alloys that you need to focus on more to have up to at least 5 to 10k, because that's the one that you spend. And of course, energy credits also need to be fairly high. I believe mine is a lot higher than this 1138 that they're showing. Wasn't that the title of a movie, THX 1138? Wasn't that a George Lucas film, I believe? Anyway, but we will see when the month rolls over. Yes, it's closer to 5K. Now, right now, I have a lot more food production than is necessary because of the buildings I am using to consume it. I was undergoing shifting a lot of slave types around, and that required clone vats to speed up the process, and I'm going to end up shutting down a lot of the clone vats, so that means I will be able to get rid of a lot of my agriculture when I'm done with those clone vats. Now, I had a project timeout because I realized when I was going to adjust the species that it did not take into account all of the species. Let's get to this. We were changing Simolans over on, I believe, Asher. Let's see, apply template. I was changing the Sweetalans on Asher over to Simolans because I am moving the mining off that world in preparation for that to be my next Ecumenopolis project. So all of the current Sweetalans I have there on Asher are getting shifted over, but I think there's only 2. Yeah, I don't see Asher, so which world was it? My current Ecumenopolis project, is Asher. That is why. The next one on the list that I was shifting over, Nagrama, is the one that I was shifting over. And that is the reason I decided to make all of my slaves subspecies of the same type, so that when I do things like this, if I had fully switched over all of my slaves to be the Sweetalans, it would be a lot easier to shift away from resource gathering to industry, when all I need to do is go to that particular world, in this case Nagrama, and this is the Sweetalans, yes, and just tell them shift all Sweetalans over to Simolans, apply the template, research the job. It'll be done tomorrow.
New species variant available.
There we go. We have completed the modification of the Simolan species. So now we have no Sweetalans left on Nagrama. And if we'd had a whole bunch, that means as I get rid of the mining districts into industry, the Simolans that are currently working the mining jobs will be able to easily promote up into the new specialist jobs. We got a debris in Zipper for nothing. Was that the final debris? No, there is one more that is probably also going to be nothing, unfortunately. And then I think we're going to be jumping to Tazia to get... Actually, no, we're not going to be jumping. We just jumped. Nope, we can jump. So yeah, we'll jump to Tazia and get that one, because I do have enough out here running around to handle the debris out here. Doomsday is taking its sweet time to shoot down a constructor. That's actually a little bit unfair. Doomsday is a very slow vessel. Let's see, its speed is 139. It would not surprise me if the constructor's faster. It is. So it is not able to catch up to it to get it in range of its guns. It is just going to be the driller drones, which have to deal with shields. Yes. And they're half efficiency. So the driller drones are having to slowly tear down the shields with no support from the missiles working on the armor and hull directly, because the Doomsday cannot get in range against a constructor. So that was a bit unfair, since that is one of my slowest crafts. The absolute slowest would be my Colossus. If we take a look at it, I was mistaken. The Doomsday is my slowest craft. The Colossus is actually faster than it? Oh, Lord. That is depressing. This fight has gone very poorly for them. They're down to just the Void Core, which are about to get ousted. Looks like we've already flipped the system, so we have access to the gateway. That means no reinforcements from them coming in, no hyper relay for them going out. They're going to be hunted down and exterminated. And I think after I finish Gekettern, I will jump to Vilth and start on the debris here. Vilth has completed. We did lose some ships there for Chimera, frigates, corvettes, and destroyers, and a handful of cruisers for Hippogriff. That hurts. We did a devastating amount of damage to Delta Hirelings, but that's a mercenary company. Took out one cruiser for 17th Nautilus and obliterated the frigate in 1st Nautilus. We didn't do as much damage as I had hoped, but we did get the system. And this one can easily be invaded. So what we are going to do is we are going to leave Chimera here. No, we're not. Let's check the starbase first. Yes, it does have a shipyard. We're going to send both of these forces to upgrade. As soon as... we're going to enter orbit, and then as soon as we can, we are going to upgrade here, because both of these have to upgrade. And we need to upgrade them before we reinforce. But we've got to wait a little bit, probably about a month, for that to regenerate. Praku Holy State has laid claim to Algorab. Yeah, they're trying to gobble up claims in the vicinity of their territory. We just flipped Algorab, so they laid a claim on it. What are you doing now? Alright, they'll be in the hyperlane in 1 day. Now the question is, can they enter the hyperlane? Fel Null will get caught, but First Order Corps may be out of the hyperlane before we get in. Let's see.
Fleet action underway.
No, we intercepted them. In which case, we can redirect Kappa Privateers here as well. It'll take them a month to get here. And this time it was Medusa that started the combat. Medusa has them outmatched by itself, and Dragon is how far behind? 42 days. Oh, that's to get to the center. They'll be there in a matter of a week or two. They'll be in the combat. And I am a month out from here. It's going to take a month to cover that distance and then jump. It appears that constructor either got away. I didn't see a message about it being destroyed. Allied Multics built a gateway in Ulasia. Oh, they've got 164 K fleet here in Andak. They're returning to Andak for repairs. But that does mean that's going to keep the Glossworhenians from pushing forward. Gorgon is at full strength. I'm going to leave them in Porava to watch that area. I do have this new fleet Basilisk up here getting built at, waiting for the Titans here in Polagar. They could easily shift over to Marik if necessary. And apart from, they are amassing, moving to the LR9 Singularity System. Change of plans. I don't need Kappa Privateers involved in Beryllian fight. We need to move them back to LR9 Singularity. It will take a little over a month for them to get back there. Now, how close are they to the L gate? We're going to intercept some of them on the way. Oh, that's only a 14K fleet. We will devour it. I haven't checked on Vlur in a while. He was jumping between Parvis and Calf. And yep, he's back in Calf. So Vlur is pretty much jumping between these two systems for like the last few decades. which means I'm not going to have access to Vlur until I am invading one of these two. And considering United Nations of Earth is the vassal of the Soran, I will be invading both of them at the same time. Speaking of which, oh yeah, we do have more observation insights happening now, so there are more insights to achieve. And we are favoring insights. We are now ranked number 1. By a small margin, only 4K. Soran dropped significantly. They were 132 something. What did they lose? Are they currently at war? Did they lose fleet power? They are not currently at war. I'm not sure what they lost. Medusa is already taking hull damage. Oh, got popped with a focused arc emitter. Ouch. Which ship got shot? That cruiser. Hull points went to negative 230. 2 destroyers got blown up as well. Did anything bigger get hit and survive? No. So they blew up 3 of my ships with their initial volley. And I have not restarted returning fire yet. Why have I not started returning fire yet? Why are you not shooting back yet? Felnull is now in our territory. Now that's a tomb world, so we are going to terraform it before we colonize. And we are now on our way to Goldrug. It'll take a little over 2 months to get there. 6 months before we detonate the first one. I was expecting a month to get over there, so that ups my estimate. I think it's going to take a full year to flip Ulyss. Because if it's taken us a month to get over there, it's then going to take us, 2 months to get over there. It'll take us at least a month and a half to get over to Schlargos. So overall, that's going to end up being a year. But that did free up 4th Task Force. They're no longer pointlessly bombarding a planet that I had planned for destruction. Battle Corps made it over to LR9 Singularity before I did. We are still 42 days out. Strike Force Griffin is still upgrading. Those fleets are still repairing. Cerberus is just waiting on a reinforcement. And there is a gateway in Marath. How long would it take them to get over there? About the same time, 42 days. However, we could gate to Talon and jump there, because that is a very weak fleet. Since it's going to be 42 days, no matter what fleet heads that way, there's no point in Cerberus being the one to do it. We would just resume bombardment on Slaggy. You know, I may not be able to upgrade here, because we don't technically own it. Not until Corellia falls, but I can still repair here. So Corellia should be my next invasion target when I free up another sizable fleet. Transport Fleet 88. Let's see if Ezek is bombarded enough. Still at 600. It's taking a while, even at 100% devastation, to drop them sufficiently. I don't want to suffer a huge amount of losses, so I would like to get them down to about half of my strength. So probably a few more months of bombardment. I'll check them in April. Let's see where my current armies are. That one is landing on in Borbo. That one is just waiting for somebody to come into Tazia to bombard. That one is in Ezek, and of course the smallest fleet is on its way to flip Hajeroscant. So if I do get repaired and can't upgrade, I could begin bombardment of Corellia to make sure that that other fleet can handle it. Neither of these fleets are fully reinforced yet. I'm still waiting.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We have begun Uldurug's invasion in the Borbo system. That should flip Borbo. The tide is starting to turn. We have actually started firing. Yeah, their focused arc emitters had more range than ours. Let's see, our battleship has a range bonus of... I see fire rate. I don't see extended range. So we have a range of 150. Now they had focus arc emitters, which means that they have either battleships or Titans here. Ship weapon range 30%. So a 30% increase on 150 would be another 45, which would make it almost 200. Yeah, their artillery setup. Mine are line. That is why. Because they have the sapient combat computer that gives them 20, and they probably have a general or admiral that is giving them another 10. No, he's an engineer. He's not giving them another 10. 10th Task Force is moving in to attack Beryllian Station. They're all meeting up with Battle Corps, which is probably the fleet that I'm about to destroy over here. No, that's First Order. Oh, Battle Corps is the one doing the push to LR9 Singularity. That outpost is actually doing a pretty good showing and has actually started doing armor damage to them directly. And they were, of course, taking hull damage because this is a Latrepian territory. Manticore Stormlords and Bastion Devils are fully repaired. Both together are a little bit stronger than Cerberus. I think Cerberus is probably strong enough to hold Marath on its own. I think I will move them back to Zoltar's Maw to watch that system in case they divide and conquer. Dragon has joined the fray. This fight is going to go very poorly for them. And then Medusa and Dragon can... Actually, Medusa and Dragon are the ones who were in Zoltar's Maw. But I can move the mercenaries back there. That's only a 30k station. Change of plans. Oh, they can't jump. But what they can do is as soon as Chara is flipped, or Nindi, they can use the hyper relay to get out of this system and come into Helen from another direction. Or go to Markaz. I could split them up. So we will leave them bombarding Schlagi as well.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
That outpost is about to fall. That would be the Juggernaut, I believe. No. They've engaged another one of my spaceports. Or am I just now getting the notification for that? Because I do not see another one of my spaceports that has enemies in it. We got 30 more alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still quite a bit there.
Battle debris secured.
250 alloys in LR9 Singularity. Still 2 more debris there. LR9 Singularity has flipped. But we are coming to retake it. Kappa Privateers will now be there in a matter of weeks. If Kappa Privateers runs into these Felnall fleets, they will be obliterated.
Station reports enemy contact.
Medusa suffered some losses. Dragon even lost a corvette. They were heavy on the frigates, so we did lose a battleship as well, unfortunately, and several cruisers. We did take out 3 of their battleships. Overall, that was rather rough, though. So we are going to send Medusa and Dragon back to Zoltar's Maw for repairs and reinforce both fleets. We've gotten another station under attack They've just got the one battle core in here. That wasn't even our station, honestly. What station is being attacked? I don't understand. See, I don't see any hostiles in my territory. Not even along here. The only thing I can figure is that they're launching transport ships on planets that I control the station, but not the planets. And I'm getting those brief pop-ups before they either flee or are destroyed. Because they haven't even snuck down to territory I control over here. So I do not know. That notification really needs a pop-up. Oh, what is this? A 3.6K cloaked fleet is on its way into Ezek. With another 10K. You really want to take on Zarklin's Pilgrims? You're going to get decloaked. Ah! There's the station. Urubdar, engaged transport ship.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Now that would be the Juggernaut. Tender Zun was given association status by the Pan-Galactic Pact. Doomsday is the only one in combat. Shagger Squadron and the others have popped up there. Where is my fleet currently? I am 3 days from coming in here and ruining their world. They will probably flee almost immediately when I come in, since they are less than 10% of my battle strength.
Fleet action underway.
The Kappa privateers have engaged. And with any luck, we will obliterate them. We got 83 alloys in the Epsilon Cygni system. I honestly can't even remember where that is. Do I have an idle science ship? The Pathfinder. Ah, yes. So we will move up to scavenge Motfelino and Ulis. Urubdar, yeah, we got debris there now. So yeah, one of the earlier ones was Taziad. Because I did clean out all the debris there before I left. They must be launching troops. So as soon as we finish the debris in the zipper system, the Remembrance will jump to Taziad to get that, and then the one in Urubdar. As soon as we finish the Liffer system, we need to relocate this fleet over to Jesmai and Orib. And once we finish Geketern, we're still going to have time to wait. Yeah, it's only going to take about 2 months. We need 4 months before we can jump back out. I may just send that one back to Lockney.
Battle debris secured.
We got 10 alloys in the Algorab system. Who was in the Algorab? The Acuity. There's one more here. Nautilus Squadron has engaged the Citadel. It's time for Zarklin's Pilgrims to engage Nautilus Squadron. And I guess it's time for us to go ahead and land. Not as low as I would have liked, but so be it. And after Zarklin's Pilgrims pushes out these invaders, we will go start bombardment on Chiblash. So yes, Fel Null has started designing probably more cloaking vessels to be able to get through. Kappa Privateers lost 2 frigates. And they pushed out the invaders here. So we will have them enter orbit of the station. Actually, that's no longer a starbase. It was downgraded. Kappa Privateers is going to need to repair. Yeah, that's just an outpost. Let's see, do they have any more inbound? No. Okay, so we will send Kappa privateers to Lifer for repairs, and then return to LR9. I am in the process of switching Yerg Woodall to a foundry instead of a factory world. I have sufficient consumer goods, I believe. You can make do with no surplus whatsoever, but it will be difficult for you to build colony ships. That's the only thing you spend these on, is colony ships. So I think I have set aside a few too many worlds as factories, and I'm going to start switching a few over to foundries as I get sufficient surplus. I was up to around plus 500, and when I switched this from factory to forge, it dropped by about 250. Also, I think I understand now why these military fleets and your star bases and even things like the population are listed in such a haphazard way. From what I recall of playing games with cheats, everything that can be interacted with and have modifiers generates a unique ID. Every empire, celestial body, population, ship, fleets, sectors, everything generates a unique ID. And I believe it is listing these in the order of the unique ID. So that means the population with the lowest unique ID I have on this world is a Samolan. Now, the way it works is if you destroy something like a ship, or disband a fleet, or kill a population, or an empire goes away, that unique ID becomes available again, and the next one of that type takes its place. So that's the reason when you are building science ships early in the game, they don't always appear in the order you built them. I keep clicking on the wrong thing here. For example, this, I started with like one of these ships, probably the Traveler. And the Khonsu wasn't exactly, I don't think, the second ship I built. It was the Emissary. The Khonsu was built later when someone else's giant ship was destroyed. It just so happened that unique ID was available that was lower than the Emissary when I built the Khonsu. And that's the reason this stuff gets kind of haphazard. Like my military fleets, I could make a new military fleet and it'll appear up here near the top of the list because a fleet that previously had that ID is now gone, and all of this stuff is listing in order of unique ID. Now they could probably make it so that Empire population has sort options. I think their hesitancy to have done that so far is people are already complaining about late game lag. If you have the UI sorting things, that's an additional processor function that it's going to require, which would create even more lag when it pops up, which you can see with the species tab. When I toggle the species, there's a little bit of a lockup and a delay between toggling these species. Right now, I already clicked it, but you see it's just kind of locked up because it is trying to sort all of the things alphabetically for me. And it finally did. It's going through the ones that are just in my empire, sorting it by my empire and putting it all alphabetically. And you see there's a little bit of delay there. And I think that's the reason they just went with the simple list them in order of unique ID here. We have a new proposal. Space Amoeba Protection Act by the Soran. Despite their unseeming looks, the space amoeba have as much right to roam the galaxy as any species. They must be treated as a form of life worth cherishing, not as vermin to be hunted down. Nope. Because we all will always be in breach of this resolution because space amoeba are aggressive to us. So no, I do not want that one to pass.
Battle debris secured.
We got another nearly 300 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. Still quite a few there to research. Zarklin's pilgrims pushed out the fleet that was here. We will now begin bombardment of Chiblosh. I believe we've already begun the invasion of Turblosh. I just didn't get the pop-up about it or the sound because it happened at the same time as this. Now, Zarklin's Pilgrims only took shield damage chasing off those frigates.
Ground objective secured.
Own 200 star bases, outposts are counted. Starstruck. So we took Uldrug, which caused Borbo to flip. Now this fleet is a 1K fleet. Wegri only has 50 garrison left. I think I already have a fleet en route to it. This 1K fleet, I think, needs to go to Vilth. Yes, we're going to take Corellia. And of course we'll need to rename that one. And we will end up renaming Uldrug likely. Let me go ahead and see what names we kind of get. Port Bixby, that sounds good. We picked up another 107 population. Nothing I use, primarily robots. 70 of them will be robots. So that'll leave us with about 30 to 40 population to deal with. Right now the crime is extremely high. We do need to get some enforcers over here, otherwise we'll have criminal outbreaks. I do have some places that can spare an enforcer or two. Yeah, I could spare an enforcer from Destinicon. We will send a Furbanite enforcer from Destinicon over there. Let me go ahead and take care of that. Now I'm going to need more enforcers over there. I can spare one from Camelot. And I can definitely spare one from Yergondarine. That gets the crime under control for the most part here. Stability is an issue. I can take care of that when I grow more humans. And I will also get to planning this colony out. Now, Port Bixby is in Borbo's system. It's going to be pretty much its own unique district. So one thing I can do, this will also help, is go ahead and create a sector. That's not how you create a sector. And add a governor to this. We'll get Stewart, just in case there are any blockers I need to clear anytime soon.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 10 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. The Doomsday has flipped another outpost with no damage. Now that we have Chara, we can actually leave Marath and come into Helm, because we have access to the hyper relay. But I'm going to remain where I am until I take Nindi, and then come in that way.
Ships refitted.
Strike Force Griffin has been refitted. Before I decide where I'm sending Griffin, I'm going to take a quick look. Alright, they are moving to the focal system to retake it. They're moving over to Zolomon, but I have Gorgon in the vicinity over there. I think Griffin needs to go begin the bombardment in Taziad. So let's go to Motfolino. That will take 11 days. And then from there we can initiate a jump to Taziad. Well, I have to be here first. So now I can jump to Taziad. And then after I jump to Taziad, I can begin the bombardment of Gabloshki. Strike Force Hippogriff has been fully repaired. It still needs to upgrade. And I cannot upgrade at Vith until I flip the system. But I'm going to remain here, because the system should flip fairly quickly with my fleet that is on its way from Borbo. Well, that'll be 2 months before they get there, and then of course they have to invade. since I am repaired, what I can do is bombard Corilla to make it a little bit easier for the invaders.
Battle debris secured.
I had a project expire. When it came to the Furbanites, I was getting a little annoyed that I had to have a Furbanite to be able to build more with clone vats because of crystallization. And I decided I wanted to change them over to not have crystallization, but I changed my mind. The crystallization really does help with places that have multiple Furbanites, churning them out faster. So I decided to create a subspecies instead of doing that conversion. I just renamed, this was originally just a remake of the Furbanite. I decided to call this the Young Furbanite. I can build this one here and then convert them to the regular Furbanites after I've built one. We got some debris in Gekedern, but it gave us nothing. So from here, we are going to jump out to Filth. Oh, we still need 3 months for our jumps. And we will get decloaked if we move out to Marinip, so we will wait here.
Battle debris secured.
Got about 100 alloys in the zipper system. That was the last debris there. So let us jump back to Taziat to get the debris there.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We have begun the invasion of Wegri. This should be fairly quick. And we'll flip a gyroscan for us. Chimera has been fully repaired. We will have it also assist with the bombardment of the world in Vilth.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
Kasim became stubborn after this last battle in Wegri, flipping Hajirascant. Now this is another 600 fleet. Both of those worlds are too large to invade. Burotos, I believe, could be invaded. Yeah, it's only a 300 garrison. Burdios, not Burotos. Fridga is too large to invade. Wegri likewise has crime, so I do need to transfer some soldiers over here. Rodoman can spare a couple. See, does Rodoman have duplicate Glear? We'll just send one from Rodoman right now. That will keep us from getting any crime over here. Another one would put us at a little bit of crime. Nadal can still spare 2 at least. We've only got 1 Furbanite at Nadal. Does Nadal have duplicate Glear or any of the others? Your Corlid could spare 1. But do I need to with this one? Let's check. Yeah, Wegri's still at 30%. Because I think I transferred them here instead. Or did I transfer it to Unity? I can transfer 1 off of Unity. Could have sworn I transferred 2 Furbanites. I'm going to have to go through and see where I did it. Launch an anti-crime campaign here at least. That gets it down. So both of these are at reasonable levels of crime right now at least.
Battle debris secured.
We got debris in Lifer for 7 alloys. Trailblazer is on its way to Jezebel. Sovereign Jazzajan Assembly was given association status with the Pan-Galactic Pact.
Battle debris secured.
In Zoltar's Maw, we got another 680. Still a significant amount there.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has engaged Nindi Station. Strike Force Dragon is fully repaired. Medusa is not quite repaired.
Blocker cleared.
Interstellar and Picarian Coalition is in a defensive pact with the Federician League. Star Realm of Shar is in a non-aggression pact with the Mesh Bin. And we got 460 alloys in the LR9 Singularity system. Leaves 3 more debris there. And we have booted out 2 more science ships of the Ad Norm Imperium that keep trying to come in through Lindula.
Our pioneers have made planetfall.
Begun landing on a new planet. Annuend. No blockers there to worry about. Annuend is one of the ones we swept. Now, one thing about the neutron bombardment habitability penalty on a Gaia world, that's pretty much meaningless for us at this point. Even our species that have poor habitability still have 100% on the Gaia worlds. Alright, so that's an Antok Rom. That is the planet in the system. Everything else here is habitats, I believe. So it should be right above Talanok in the list. And we're about to begin the colonization of Ivana in the Lyrae system. And that one will be right after Dragina. We've restored order on Uthabul. The criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. And we did that without having to run a anti-crime campaign, just by filling out the enforcer slots we had. Speaking of which, yeah, Port Bixby and Wegri. Well, Wegri with another enforcer would be sufficient. Let's see, do I have anybody who would boot up to that? No. Port Bixby, I might actually consider, it's at 1% crime right now, I might actually consider throwing a precinct house on here for now. I can go ahead and get started on it, since it takes over 3 months. The Juggernaut has flipped Nindi Station. It would be a rough fight for the Juggernaut to sweep that gateway, so we'll just go for the Shorak system. And the Amoeba in here. But now that we have cleared that, our fleet's here. Helm is only a 30k. I will send Manticore Stormlords and Bastion Devils to Markaz. And I will send Strike Force Cerebus to Helm.
Our pioneers have made planetfall.
We've now landed on Ivana. Now that one should be right below Dragina. See, Wegri, Port Bixby was over here in Borbo. Wegri was where? Hajiroscant, which is part of Port Bixby. So it should be right after Port Bixby in the list. Which it already is. Now I do need to rename this world. Broadleaf, that sounds good. And we also need to begin terraforming both of these. Kappa Privateers are fully repaired finally. They can return to LR9 Singularity watching this system during the war. We've pretty much put a kibosh on their ability to counterattack anyway. And I had completely forgotten we were bombarding the crap out of this world. We can proceed onward to Istora and from Astora to Warhini Sul. Strike Force Medusa is fully repaired.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target. We have claimed a new world.
We have begun the invasion of Tirgosh and Corilla. Oh, we were already invading Tirgosh. We've begun the invasion of Corilla. And I had completely forgotten to tell Griffin to begin its bombardment. And to tell the Remembrance to do its scavenging projects. We've established Pendalore. Now we need to move the sector capital to Pendalore. Yeah, Pendalore is the sector capital here, so it still has all of these systems claimed. Perfect. I'm going to show you a little bit of what I do during my routine maintenance now. It has gotten more cumbersome since I've picked up more colonies. I'm up to 122 colonies. I tend to prefer smaller empires and just building tall within my empire, like this original expansion. I would have loved to have stayed that size and just become the overlord of everyone else and let the AI manage their empires, so that I only had to fool with a handful of colonies compared to what I have now, which is over 100. But I do enjoy micromanaging my empire. Now, I've had a few requests about the automation system. I am not fond of the automation system. Now, they have done changes to it, so I may check it out in the next playthrough. I may set aside a few colonies or even an entire sector to test the automation for it. In the prior versions, which I believe 3.74 still uses the prior automation, you actually had to set aside resources for a sector you turned automation on, and they could only build from that stockpile. Now, you only really needed to give them minerals and energy credits, and if they needed another resource to build a structure, they would buy it at the market rate. So if they were building something that required, say, exotic gases, they would end up paying 15.16 for every exotic gas. Or actually, I think they could do it at 10. I think they got the default rate, not the market rate, the default value of it. But I'm not positive on that because I abandoned it because I did not like the way the automation system works. Now, my main issues with the automation systems can be highlighted by looking at any AM Empire's colonies. If we go to, say, a Latrepian colony here. Okay, this is a research habitat that is set aside as a research station, but it has industrial districts and housing and not a single research. It has one research institute, alloy nano plants, some fortresses, synthetic crystal plants, and a Hall of Judgment. And a buttload of unemployment. And it lacks sufficient amenities because they have nothing on here that is generating amenities. Now, if you go to Planet Automation, you do have a little bit of control over it, so I could make it to where it would only build certain buildings. But the computer players use the automation system, and you can see how horribly a lot of their colonies are designed. Unless I were to go into my automation and really restrict what they could build, my worlds would end up about as haphazard as theirs. My problem is that the automation system is entirely reactionary. It has no plan. It is just reactionary. In other words, if the colony needs, say, food, it will throw hydroponics on there. If the colony needs minerals, it will build mineral districts. If the colony needs consumer goods, it will build whatever the colony needs, basically. And the biggest issue with the reactionary is it does not build for growth. In other words, it would not build here until there was already unemployment, a worker waiting for a job before it builds an additional building for that worker to work at. I like to have a few jobs set aside or jobs built for as soon as a population grows. They can immediately go to work. Using the automation, you will end up with unemployment for however long it takes for a district or building to get built. And I do not like that. I also do not like the fact that it doesn't plan out an area. See, now, if the automation worked where I could take one of my colonies, like, say, Apollonia, and mark what I wanted district-wise in it, and then turn on automation and it would build those districts as necessary or as it got the resources. And also I could set it to say always have 5 available jobs to encourage immigration and growth, and always keep the housing to a certain level to encourage growth, because a lot of times it will wait until there's 0 available housing to build a housing district. If I could do that, I might use automation. If I could plan it out and it would just execute the orders when necessary, that would be a good system of automation for me. But the system of automation they have, where it kind of decides based on weight as to what it's going to build, and it waits until it is absolutely necessary to build, is not something I like. That said, there are a few other issues that are making my micromanagement a little difficult. That is going around certain issues with the game. For example, if we look at Unity. Unity has 32 Praku. Well, I'm phasing out the Praku, but if I go to just declining the Praku on this planet, the minute one of them is declined, the other 31 will become unemployed for 1 month before they go back to work, which can wreck my economy. I mean, 32 artisans stopping work, each one producing about 25, that is 800 consumer goods that I would lose for 1 month. So I'm having to keep track of which of my worlds have Praku on them, so that when I get ready to, say, when a Simoleon grows on this world to replace a Praku, I know which worlds I can shift a Praku off to. Now, that information is available in the game, but this isn't in alphabetical order, as I explained before. I can actually see Praku right there near my mouse cursor, but I would have to go through each of these worlds and hunt through these lists trying to see, does it have a Praku? Does it have a Praku? And for me, it has been a lot easier just to create this notepad file where I can quickly look through my worlds and see what populations are on what world, so I know what I can shift over there. So yeah, there's a Praku already on Nova Constantinople. There is no Praku on Uthabul, so I could transfer a Praku over there, and I see that they have 5 culture jobs and 17 metalworker jobs available, so I know that Praku would immediately go to work. So when I grow a Praku, grow a Simoleon here in Unity, I know I can shift a Praku over to Uthabul to free up the slot for the Simoleon to grow into. But to show you a little bit about what I'm going to be going through here, the first thing I'm going to do is go to my new colonies and plan them out. Now, this will take a while, so I will be back after I'm done with my planning and explain my planning. Before I actually begin my planning, one thing I do want to point out is this world is designated as a factory world. There's not a single industrial district or building that is related to factories on this. Now, it could be that the Empire in control of this recently switched it to factory world, and the automation has not kicked in to change the current building structures. But the issue here is this should be a refinery world. All it is refineries, an upgraded gene clinic, and an upgraded Autochthon monument, and a few mining districts, and mainly city districts. Now, it could be that while they were being bombarded, they started shifting industry over to city districts because housing drops with devastation. We are at minus 88% housing. That could be why there's primarily city districts on here. because the computer was responding to the bombardment by building more housing so it wasn't as overcrowded. But this is a good example of why I do not like the automation. Alright, I finally finished my planning on the 3 new worlds I acquired. We'll start with Pendalore. It is the Gaia world I bombarded that I recolonized. So this world I plan on making a generator world with industry later on, but because of the sheer amount of slaves I have to transfer them from other worlds to cut down on the overcrowding and crime on those worlds. This one will get a quick boost. So my first buildings will be a precinct house and a holo theater. The precinct house to make sure that crime doesn't get out of hand before I can get up to 10 population and get a enforcer, and the holo theaters because it's going to drag down amenities rather quickly, having boost population. But I'll be able to shoot up to like 25 pretty quickly. I'll get up once I get this first precinct house. It'll go slow starting out, but once I get the first precinct house built and get a Furbinite over here, then I can transfer lots of slaves from other worlds that have surplus to get this up to where I can get the ship shelter going as soon as the holo theaters are built. And then I will have another more enforcer slots and can basically just flood this place to like 25 and get up another planetary level. So I'm going to be keeping the alloy nano plants, but I'm deactivating these rather than just outright deleting them because I want buildings in that particular order. Like this building is eventually going to be a ministry, so it's right next to the alloy nano plants. This is going to be my precinct house, my holo theaters. But that's why when I have about 40 to 50 colonies, I can do most of this from memory, especially when I can get long play sessions on the weekends. I can kind of remember what I was doing with colonies. But once I get up above 60 or 70 or so, that's when I start having to keep track of things with like this little handy little notepad file that I have. So if we go down quickly to Pendalore. What do you mean you can't find Pendalore? Okay, go up then. There we go. We can see I have it planned out. Yeah, the research is going to be the entertainment, the clone vats, and the gene clinic. And then, of course, I have exactly what I'm going to be doing for this world and what populations I currently need for it. This asterisk means they don't have any of that species yet. And this is a low priority for Mastery of Nature because it has plenty of room for growth. And eventually it's going to become a foundry ecumenopolis. And I've already planned out how many districts of each type it's going to have. So I have a plan for how I'm going to be doing this world. Now, while I was doing this world, it started with a merchant slot, but the holdings are going to all be destroyed because I have been reduced down to a ship shelter which provides no holdings. So I'm going to lose that merchant slot. So what I did was close out that merchant slot, and it unemployed the human that had filled it, and I shifted them over to Port Bixby to help with stability over there a little bit. Now right now this world does not have any population I can decline. It'll be October before I can start declining one, so I will probably end up transferring robots over here to get a couple more taken care of because I do have some worlds that are heavy on robots. Now Port Bixby is planned out as well. It will eventually remain it's not going to become an ecumenopolis because it has a gas extraction well. So I have kind of planned out what I'm going to be doing with this. It is going to be agriculture and industry, and it will remain a factory world. I already have these industry districts, so I'm not going to remove them right now. That gives me industry districts to work. Now I do have 14 surplus pops causing a lot of crime here, so this would be a prime candidate to start shifting over to the other world as I need. Right now, the crime is manageable with only 2%. And this is where the human who got unemployed at Pendalore ended up. And of course, I had already transferred some Furbanites over here. And it had some Praku, not the current Praku I have, but some old Savannah preference Praku I used to use. Broadleaf is going to be agriculture primarily for now, and industry. And I believe I was going to make it a foundry. Yes. So right now I am just going to shift to agriculture and then eventually to industry. And eventually this will become an ecumenopolis. As with the other ones, I am building a precinct house here first. Now this world had a human on it with the psionic trait. So I went and created a new human species, the parahuman, that uses my particular stats applied to this psionic individual. Now, I'm not psionic ascension, so I can't really ascend my other humans, but I don't mind more parahumans being born because psionics just boost their happiness, their unity, and their research. So these would be actually good replacements for regular humans if I get enough of them. But Broadleaf also has a little bit of overcrowding, and of course we have a large amount of robots that we are purging. So I will probably end up transferring, yeah, I could go ahead and do that now, transfer 2 from Broadleaf, 2 robots from Broadleaf to Pendalore, so that it has something it can be doing. We'll use the biggest group. So that's something it can be purging until I can transfer some other races over there. Now, normally my maintenance doesn't take me too long. I check basically 4 things. First thing I check is if it needs additional production, and a world like this doesn't have any further production it's going to do. I also check and see if there's anything I can do with the orbital ring, if it has an orbital ring. And then the other 2 things I check are if a population is about to grow and if a population is about to decline. Now in this case, we have a Simolan that is about to be grown here. So if I go to my list here, I do need 38 more Simolans, so I'm going to pick up a new Simolan. And I need room for that Simolan. So I have to shift somebody out of an artisan or a metallurgist slot to make room for it. And this is how I'm going to be slowly getting rid of my Praku. Now if I go down to Pendalore in my species list, it doesn't have any species on it whatsoever because I haven't transferred anything. So it's about to get a Praku. Now the easiest way for me to do this is to go to Pendalore, resettle a Praku from there. Because you start out looking at Unity, I can resettle the Praku here. And let's take the Artisan, I think, because I can take a dip in that a lot easier than a dip in metals. And he filled up with the extra colonist slot, which does remind me I forgot to do one thing when I was doing Pendalore, and that's list the available jobs. 2 metal workers, 16 clerks. So now I know how many people it can hold. And so that was the extent that I needed to do on Unity. I now have an artisan job that is going to get filled in 1 month with that Simolan. So if I go to Hyperion Station, I have a Vopalin about to grow. And I have room in the Technician, so I will keep growing Vopalin right now. Now that does mean Hyperion Station will have 1 less Technician job available. Over here on Jackson Station, there's absolutely nothing for me to do. No, there's no room for growth. and nothing is about to grow. Now, if I look at this, Jackson Station did not just get a growth, so it's been working on that Canadolin for a bit. So there's nothing I need to do here whatsoever. Flaxington is in a similar state. I don't believe that there's anything I need to do here right now. And to avoid me having to manually check the orbital rings every time, that's where this list comes in, where I already know if there's nothing listed down in this section for the orbital ring, there's nothing I need to do with it. It's fully upgraded and has its full list of platforms. Now these two things, about the clone vats being shifted to a slave processing, that's when I finish getting all of the populations grown I need. So I'm going to basically keep the clone vats until I have filled up these Sweetolin, Orinthorincolans, Furbanites, and Canadolins. And this number I just adjusted in parentheses. I can get 3 Furbanites to replace these, Gleer and Kithen. And this 1 in parentheses is I have an extra slot for an enforcer that I don't really need, because between my governor skill and my pop jobs, I can keep crime suppressed as it is with 1 less enforcer. Destinicon, likewise, there's nothing I can do here. Dawnlight, I am developing rather slowly. I have plenty of available jobs right now. I do not need to throw more districts on. All I need to worry about is that my amenities are providing the full citizen pop happiness, and that I have a place to stick a particular person who is grown, such as, in this case, I'm getting both a Philodolan and a Simolan. The Philodolan can be an entertainer or a clerk. More than likely it will go down to a clerk job because I am already capped for happiness. And the Simolan, of course, will fill up an artisan slot. Now, a lot of those entertainer slots are being filled with slaves right now, so they are going to be displaced as necessary as I grow more Philodolans. And I still got over 3 months before the gene clinics are built, so I don't have to worry about another construction. But there's not really another construction I'm going to be doing other than, say, a stronghold. But there's no reason for me to build a stronghold until I have sufficient Furbanites to work it. But if that was just about to be built, that would be 2 more jobs available, but I don't use a particular race to work gene clinics. Gene clinics, I will use any specialist, usually humans, and in a pinch, Simolans or whatever else will be for this. But most of my Simolans, I need to get these refinery jobs up and running because I am at a pretty bad deficit in moats. So I might actually consider closing out some artisan jobs to push them to work the chemist jobs, but they're growing fast enough, it's not really a big deal. Some planets will have people I can push over. Like, if I get rid of the Praku here, I could always get another Praku from, well, I have plenty of Praku. But yeah, I can always get somebody pushed over here, a human or something, to slowly fill up those slots. And another thing I pay attention to now is crime. Right now I'm suppressing 165 crime, and I have 156 from pops. So that means if I get about 5 more slaves on this is all I can fit without the crime starting to go above 0. Because most of the slaves that are not my type, like the Praku, have such low happiness, they basically provide 2 points of crime. And the slaves like the Habenti and stuff are all at 0 because they still have the recently conquered bonus. Even my Farine are extremely low because I have enabled population controls for them. But as my slaves get replaced with the newer ones, we look at the Philodolans, 15% happiness. It'll shave a little bit of the crime off as we get rid of some of the other types of slaves. My Canadolans have 1.7 as do my Simolans, I believe. Yeah, 1.7 crime from them, which is an improvement over like the Belmacosa or the Ubarik, who are at 0, or even the Praku, who are at 5%. You know, they're doing 1.9. So as I get more of my current slaves, crime will get a little bit more under control. Plus, I still do have 2 more enforcer jobs I can work if crime starts going up here. But that's kind of what I'm going through when I go through these. And like I said, most of these won't take too awfully long. It's just if I come up with there's something I need to check, such as here at Dawnlight, such as here at Destiny, I just grew a new Simolan and I'm about to get a new human. Now that Simolan I'd already cleared up a job for. This human I have to clear up a job for. So let's take favorite off of that so we can move out a culture worker. And we will send a culture worker to one of our worlds that needs a human. So Port Bixby. Now this culture worker should immediately promote to a politician. Yes. Port Bixby still has low stability, so my next spare human will also go there to get that reduced. Yeah, we're at 20% stability here now. And that freed up a slot for this human to grow into. Now here at Doran, I was swapping these out to be one of each. So this chemical plant is shifting over to an exotic gas refinery. And the crystal refinery will come when I replace the clone vats, because crystal was the one I originally had the most of. But I got a new Volpolan here, so I need to switch to Sweetolans. Now I'm going to stay on Simolans here on Dawnlight because I need so many of them and I have so many available jobs. I want to flood the artisan jobs and the refiner jobs so that they're working all of those before I switch off to something else. As a matter of fact, here back at Dawnlight, there's not really anything I need to switch off to other than, say, Philadolans. I could finish them off so that I could start purging the species here. Or I could stay on Simolans and start booting Praku off of this world. Or finish out the Canadolans in the culture workers. But for the most part, I think my Canadolans will get filled out just by random growing while I am working on the Simolans. Mindos is another world that's getting a new human, so that means I have a human I can transfer off of this world. Yeah, that culture worker. Also to Port Bixby. And I go ahead and clear out these slots before I do that. So I can hotkey this in case I hit that button again and switch away from here. What I like to do is go to the world. So after I resettle, in this case to Port Bixby, that culture worker has become another politician. I can close this out and then get right back where I was on the Empire thing. But since I do want to check, yeah, it's no longer showing low stability. Let me actually jump over there and look at it. Stability is up to 30%. That's enough to get rid of the actual low stability warning and improve the overall planet a little bit. Now this other file I created with surplus kind of lets me know what I need to get rid of on worlds. The only worlds listed here are the ones that have surplus pops, and anytime I put a number over here, it means I have servants that will be able to fill those jobs. So that means I can spare a Farine off of this world and get rid of that servant if I needed to get the crime down. But that's not really necessary here. This isn't a world that I need to transfer people off of. So I'm just going to kind of hold off on that until I need to transfer, because I am getting amenities out of that kind of help boost. But I think I'm producing more than enough amenities to get the 20% here on Camelot anyway. Now, St. Natchbull is in the process of getting rid of all of its mining zones to boost its factory production. That's one of the reasons I had other worlds I could shift from factory to foundry, because I am getting rid of things like mining districts, because I am providing quite a bit of minerals at this point. And it's more than enough. I'm actually getting to the point where I need to sell some because I'm getting close to cap. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that. We're on St. Natchbull. Let's sell down under 90,000. So I am in the process of shifting that away. And I just got a new Simoleon here and need to switch to Sweetolan. Because I do still need the Sweetolans. I use the Sweetolans to work the strategic resource mining jobs. It's really no difference between a Sweetolan doing it and a Orintho-Rincholan or a Volpolan. Any of my chattel slaves produce the exact same. I've just kind of got a theme going where I'm sending the warthogs to do the work. St. Natchbull's also about to pick up a new human, but that human could easily work the artisan job that is available. So I'm not that worried about it. I'm just going to go to Natchbull here and mark one less artisan, because I'm going to assume he's going to head to the artisan jobs. Here's an example of one thing I have to do with the orbital. I have my platforms listed over here. I do know I'm going to need a new platform here. It is working on the habitation module, but I'm kind of doing one platform. 60 days at one platform, the other 30 toward the habitation module, till I get all the platforms up, just in case I get attacked. So I can mark off this missile. And I also had a new Philidolan, but that's nothing I need to worry about. They will fill up the jobs as necessary. And I'm not currently going to switch, so that was just a notification to me. A lot of times, if I do something like Simoleons, I do need to make sure by like closing out the job and reopening it, that it pulls the Simoleons over here, and I just made a mistake and pulled a culture worker. Alright, so I do have 4 Canidolans. Lock that so it doesn't yank them. But yeah, every now and then I will, when I get a new species of a particular type, close out a job and then reopen to see if it pulls them up. In this case, I got a new Philidolan. And apparently nobody wants to come up and be a entertainer at this point. Now it's saying we're still getting 20% amenities with one less entertainer, which is fine, because entertainers require consumer goods where clerks do not. But I do need to adjust jobs whenever... Oh, I'm not missing a culture worker. I'm missing an entertainer and a bureaucrat. Pro clause is basically, it can bank 6 more Philidolans for when I upgrade, but basically all it's doing right now is when it generates people, I can shift them over to worlds that don't have any or that need them. And right now it's building Philidolans, which none of my worlds really need, because we can use slaves to do the same job. They're all domestic servants. Truett needs to switch to Sweetolans. Usually starting out, I try to make sure I have at least one of each, so it gives them something to grow, other than just humans. I only need 2 Sweetolans here, and this is the last one I need to get at least one of, so I'm going to generate both of these Sweetolans, and then make sure they're the ones working the crystal miner jobs, so my Volpolans can go back to being technicians. Nagrama is ready to shift another mining district to industry, and since this one will be done in under 3 months, I need to go ahead and take into account its changes. It's going to add 2 more required Simoleons and pull 2 of these add 2 more servants as it shifts the miners over. which is going to give Nagrama a little bit more surplus. 36. Now some of these down here working the mining jobs cannot be servants. I have some battle thralls, and I could actually shift some of these battle thralls over to worlds that need them as enforcers. I could get one more enforcer at Broadleaf, and I could shift one over to Pendalore as well. So here on Nagrama, I can offload to Broadleaf a Glear Miner, and to Pendalore I can give a Glear Miner. If I could ever find Pendalore in this list, I must have passed it and not realized it. There it is, Colony. So Nagrama is down 2 of his surplus Glears, and 2 of the servants will have filled those jobs. Now here on Pildara, it takes 20 months, or 21 months, just to, actually I think it's 20 months, but 1 more month to actually remove it. So yeah, 21 months to to decline a species. Well, this is my last actual servant to decline, and now I have 13 Ichner Vault. And it only takes me 21 months to grow one, so that means every one that grows, I'm going to need something over here for them to move into. So when this one is just about to grow again, I'm going to need to shift an Ichner Vault off of this world. I can wait until close to the time when they're going to go, when it's 3 months or less, and hold on to the Ichner Vault until then. In the meantime, I can be declining something else. Actually, it doesn't look like I have anything else to decline over here that isn't already in a group. So when this gets down to where it would be declined within about 3 months, I will move another domestic servant over here to be declined. Something I have a surplus of, like say a Fel Null off of one of the new worlds. I have another spare human here because I do know I have another world that has grown a Canadolan that is due for Varba. I remember that from my last thing that I'd set up somewhere down here. I have new Canadolan send to Varba. At least I think I did. Alright, let's do a find of Varba down. Yeah, I got a new Canadolan in Bid Taraki that is due for Varba. So I will go ahead and free up the slot for it now while I'm on Varba, and resettle this one to Broadleaf or Pendalore. Looks like Pendalore has low stability now because of the slaves I moved over there. But we will send this one to Broadleaf. Well, actually, nope, we'll send it to Pendalore because that's what's here. That get rid of the stability issues there. And when I get to Pendalore, I will swap it so that the human is the colonist and the Praku is the metallurgist. Now the reason I was shifting stuff here is this is a world that has already gotten rid of its clone vats, and it is just missing 2 Canadolans to have its full allotment. And it's about to get 1, and then when it gets 1 more, it will be another world that is fully outfitted. And it takes a long time for populations to grow here on crowded habitats, so I don't have to worry too much about the surplus population it's going to create. As a matter of fact, the Furbinite growing by itself, because I got rid of the clone vat, is going to take 200 years. The game will be over before then, before a Furbinite grows here. Hell, this one will take about 11, almost 12 years. And by then, it may actually change. Actually, that'll probably change when I move another Canadolan over here, because that is 0.6 housing it will be using up. These guys use a little less housing than the Praku do. 0.6 versus 0.675, and they used a lot less housing than the humans do. 1 versus 0.6. So replacing the humans is how I was able to basically cram everything on here with these slaves, since they require less housing. Now in this case, where I have a Ganvius that will be basically declined by the time I come up on my next cycle in October, what I would check is make sure that I have another species I have only one of to start declining when that one is gone, which I do. So that will be no problem whatsoever. I don't need to transfer. If that was happening here on, say, Varva, where all we have is a solitary Praku, I would need to pull a domestic servant or something over here to fill up a slot. It's domestic servants I would have to use on research stations, so they could be servants when all of these slots are full. Irumanosk is about to get an ancient refinery, which is going to add 3 refiner jobs and get rid of 2 farmer jobs. Those farmers are chattel slaves, so they will go over to like the minor positions possibly and displace some domestic servants, which will then become surplus servants. So I will have 4 surplus there, even though I have less domestic. And I will also be getting rid of a Latrepian, which is going to make a medical worker job available. Now that medical worker job will most likely be left open until this human grows, and that human will move in to be the medical worker. We're going to get another clerk job available on Ganlariv, and it has plenty to queue up next. The way I've been prioritizing, well, hopefully we'll see one that has actually been cleared out, and I'll explain it then. So here on Carecia, my resort world, it is about to gain its capital complex, which is going to add an extra entertainer job, but not another politician job. So we're going to have lots of amenities here, but not much stability unless I add humans to some of the other jobs down here. Now I did add precinct houses to handle crime so that I could boost this world a little better. We can handle 46, so I could transfer 4 more slaves over here to fill up clerk jobs to help us grow a little faster, but no rush on that. Now this world, it takes a long time to grow the Furbanites because it doesn't have a clone vat, but it grows these relatively quick. And I need to get a Canadolan over here, so it's not just growing Philadolians and humans for the most part. But we did decline a species. The Gleer was declined here. When we get our next Furbanite, actually I could pull another Gleer over here. Yeah, I had yet another spare Gleer on Nagrama. So we can pull another Gleer off of Nagrama. That will be another Enforcer slot. And he went to the Enforcer slot. Good. So now I can actually support 71 crime on this world, which means I could get about 15 more population boosted up here, though I don't think there is a further upgrade beyond the resort capital complex that I need to really push population for on this world. But that does give me another species to decline. Now when I go through here after I've declined one, I generally go through the list and look for the ones with the lowest habitability to decline first. But we'll have 100% habitability on a resort world, so that doesn't matter. So what I want to decline are the ones that have the worst effects, or a lot of times I'll just start at the top of the list if I don't want to look down through it. Like this one is Empire size from Pops. All of them have 0 happiness, so that doesn't matter. So yeah, that would be about it, would be the Bothrian anyway, which I only have 1 of here. So this world is primarily going to be getting a lot of my slaves just to decline. However, It currently, I just got a nuclear, so I'm not going to delete that one, but I am going to move my mark that I am declining the Bothrian. It takes 1.75 years to decline a species, which means in 7 years I will only have declined 4 population worth of species on this planet. I already have 13 pops here. So that means it's going to take about 23 years to get rid of the pops that are already on this world. So that's going to take a while. So there's no real reason to just shove somebody over here unless I absolutely need to offload them off of another world because the other world can't handle the crime or the housing. Now I do need... When I get this resort capital complex, it will unlock all the buildings. I will be able to start adding housing to improve how many population can come over here anyway. But this world is mainly to give amenity boosts to my other worlds. The actual world itself, upgrading it will upgrade the housing as well, but I mean, it's not producing any resources apart from the heritage site, which I will also be able to upgrade when I upgrade the complex and get the base things. Other than that, this place is just for like soldiers to boost my naval capacity, which is doing okay right now. It will do even better when I finish detonating these last few worlds and get the command center that belong to the Fel Null. Now that I've completed going through all of my colonies, I'm going to double check the orbital rings to make sure I didn't miss any. This won't take long. I'm basically just flipping through, checking their defense platforms, making sure that any that don't have the full defense platforms have one queued up. And then I have to check my stations. Some of my stations are being shifted around. Ditram Station is becoming my new detection array. I'm changing the target uplink computer to a dark matter resonance chamber. Larkin's Singularity is being switched to an anchorage. It has its full complement of defense platforms, so I'm basically just switching these over to an anchorage, and I'm doing an anchorage, and when it runs out I'll do a little bit to the naval logistics. Zipper Station is switching over to be a shipyard from a bastion. Ramston A just upgraded. It is switching to be a shipyard. Hilos is remaining an anchorage. It is going to be the system where I put the mega shipyard. I believe this asteroid here is supposed to be in the asteroid belt, or the asteroid belt is supposed to be up near it. There's some little graphical glitch in here where the asteroid belt is around Hilos. But this is where I'm going to put the mega shipyard. Vuzabaru Station is also switching to be a shipyard. Arbitraeus is also becoming a shipyard, as is Algorib. All these new ones I got that are in the same area as a gateway are basically becoming shipyards, and I'm going to have fleets assigned to them. Now, Algorib doesn't have a gateway yet. When its shipyard is built, I'll build a constructor here to build a gateway, since I have no other way to get here other than jumping. Same for Ezek. Antak Ram is upgrading to be a shipyard. Montfelino is switching over to be one of my shipyards. Sosta Station is switching from a shipyard to an anchorage, and because it is in the same sector as a mercenary company. Firmathrios is also likewise switching over to be an anchorage. I'm not messing with Firmathrios' platforms, even though its platform setup is for a shipyard. I'll just let it keep those until it gets attacked and loses them. A Gyroscant Station is also switching over to be one of my designs with the 2 torpedo batteries and 4 shipyards. Chatib is switching from anchorage to shipyard. And Rakaron is switching from anchorage to shipyard. And that's the extent of my Empire maintenance. I'm going to do a quick look around to see if they are gathering any particular place. And see if Fleur is still hopping around here. Yeah, he's back in Parvis. Yeah, we pretty much crippled their fleets until I am forced into peace in about a year and a half. I don't really think I'm going to be facing a threat from them. Hopefully I have time to flip these two systems. I'm just about done charging the weapon. About a month and a half, I think, and the first system here will be purged. Then I will get the second one here about 6 months later. And then I will jump over to Europe Dar to get this one. And hopefully by then I will have been able to complete the invasions in these two and have them. I might need to come back and get Lurig Posh. And they still have done jack all in the way of bombardment on Magrathi. I don't know if it's going to flip in time. I might need to pull some of my idle fleets. I think the Kappa privateers can keep an eye on the Singularity system just fine. I think I'm going to send Medusa and Dragon to do some bombardment. Send Medusa to Arcturus. And we will send Dragon to Epsilon Cygni. I'm not that worried about Geketium, but I have forgotten the Sagacious. Sagacious needs to jump. It still has a month to go, so I guess in October I'll worry about the Sagacious getting back to Lockney. I do need to build a new science ship to assist research here on the Ibn Tufal Center. But I will worry about that when this shipyard is built and build it there in Algoreb.
New species variant available.
We have finally converted that human to a parahuman, the psychic human we found.
Battle debris secured.
We got another 50 alloys in Zolter's Maw. There's still 4 left here, and we have 3 science ships researching them.
Fleet action underway.
Dragon and Medusa have engaged a Fortress Hireling fleet that moved through Zolter's Maw. That's not going to last very long. Praku Holy State was given association status with the Allied Independent Systems.
Battle debris
That's not
secured.
going to last very long. Got another 2,400 alloys in Zolter's Maw. We're about to have another debris there. Yep, back up to 4. Fortress Hirelings fled after taking a small amount of damage. They did take out 3 more frigates of dragons. Medusa is still listed as wounded too, but Dragon is now healthy. Alright, so we want Medusa. Before we go to Arcturus, we are going to stay here for repairs.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Citizens Confederation of Gavazul broke off the commercial pact with the Glosterhenians, because they're not really getting much out of it now. Alright, so that has got to be another spaceport, has gotten a pop-up. Oh! No. They have once again tried pushing in to Ezak. Why they are pushing in with 10k fleets instead of building up more against when I have a 200k fleet in here, I do not understand. So go ahead and chase them out and then return to Chiblashi.
Battle debris secured.
We have finished the debris in Algorab for nothing. That was the final debris here. Since we are initiating more debris in Ezek, we are going to jump back there.
Engaging enemy station.
Zarklin's Pilgrims have engaged in the battle here, and Pegasus and Werewolf are now taking Istora Station, pushing on to Warhini Sui, and eventually to Ordedius. Interstellar Prokarian Coalition is in a non-aggression pact with the United Kresk commonality. That would probably be the starbase that flipped quick. Yes. So now our fleet should be pushing on to Warhini Sui. Now my moats have dropped drastically as the months have progressed. It was like negative 50. Now it's halved. The others were all negative as well. I don't know if that is populations growing, or if it is adapting from trade, or if it has to do with conquered systems.
Science Division reports success.
Zarklin's Pilgrims pushed out the fleets here. They are damaged, so let's go get repairs first. It shouldn't take too long. Capacity boosters. We leave nothing to chance, no matter the cost. Through exacting curation of DNA banks, do we build the leaders of tomorrow. We'll go ahead and knock out soil remediation, since we do have one of those tile blockers to clear. That will not take long at all. Now let's go to policies to find leader enhancements. We have selected lineages. This one adds an extra lifespan and leader cap by doubling the leader cost. We'll engage that. Space Amoeba are in the same sector as the Doomsday. It should be engaging them soon. Matter of fact, let's make sure we engage them after we engage the starbase.
Battle debris secured.
444 alloys in Montfelino. That was the only debris there, so now we should be moving on to the debris in Ulyss. After we get the debris in Ulyss, we will go over to Marith to get the 3 debris there.
Engaging enemy station.
That would be the Juggernaut, I believe. Yes, it has engaged the outpost.
Engaging enemy station.
Werewolf has engaged the orbital ring, first orbital ring in Warhini Sui.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
We have taken Tergosh. That leaves Chiblask. We are a 500 strength army. They are still 2K, so we are going to need to bombard them down. But I do want to repair first. Tergosh has crime, and I have been basically recording small segments since it takes so long for my maintenance, and then editing that section of the video and saving it all till I get a full episode. So I did notice where I accidentally sent that Furbanite earlier. I accidentally sent them back to Unity. Now if I look on here for number of Furbanites, I have 6. So apparently Unity was a little low on Furbanites anyway, because I can't spare a Furbanite from here. Nadal is the first place where I can spare one. Let me check Port Snedden. Yeah, my Gleer is working here, so I can't spare the Gleer there either. But Nadal can spare one Furbanite. But actually, before I do that, let me adjust the number of enforcers just to make sure it's not a display error. Yes, I can spare an enforcer here. For my newest acquisition, Tergosh. Is that the only Furbanite? No, I have a Furbanite as a farmer. That's where that other Furbanite went. So yeah, actually I can send that Furbanite over to Tergosh. That cuts down on crime, but it immediately drops him if I don't keep it favorited. I need to keep it favorited. I need the crime to be dropped there. But we are going to be low on amenities and housing until the devastation clears up a little bit. That is the one problem with bombarding the crap out of a planet until you can invade it.
Engaging enemy station.
Zarkling Pilgrims are fully repaired. We need to go back to bombarding the crap out of yet another one. I think I may keep the names here, since I kept Riblaga. This will be Turgosh, that'll be Chiblosh. I think I'll keep these colony names. Doomsday has engaged the Space Amoeba as well. Cerberus has engaged Helm. Goldrog was purged. Now we have Goldrog and Slargos here. I am going to rename these when I colonize them, but I can't colonize them until we control the territory. But that does free up the 50k fleet that was sitting here pointlessly bombarding that planet.
Battle debris secured.
Fortress Legionnaires has finally been fully repaired. I can mobilize them. And I believe I will send them down this way to assist with some bombardment. We will send them to Octurus. We got another 1,000 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. That leaves 3 debris and 3 ships researching it. So each one that completes one can move on to some other area now. Soran ended their rivalry with us. Yeah, you're getting afraid now, aren't you? Yeah, I'm 12,000 points above them. Only 4,000 above Shar, but I am climbing. Now we will get 12 extra platform cap and 6 extra star bases if these are cumulative from the 2 strategic coordination centers. We will see.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
Vagalod has flipped. I believe I already have a Vagalod. There's one quick way to find out, since I have been keeping this file. Do a quick find for Vaga. Down. Yes, I do indeed already have a Vagalod. So this will need to be rechristened, and it seems to want to keep using the same names over and over for... It's based on planet type. No features on this planet. It's a breadbasket. And I just face rolled on the keyboard. So we will name this Genesis. So this will be Genesis Station. It has a huge amount of crime, but I'm running low on the amount of enforcers I can pull. There are enforcers here on Genesis. Yes, we have some Gleer and some Kithen here. But even that has not reduced the crime sufficiently, I don't think. Let's close out a job that isn't being worked and reopen it. Yep, 45 is what we're at. So we are going to need to launch an anti-crime campaign. That got it down to 27. We are still likely going to have a criminal outbreak before I can get this under control. So I need to go ahead and start on a precinct, because we are going to need even more enforcers here to get crime under control. And I'm going to go ahead and shut down the Galactic Stock Exchange and all of these administrative complexes that are upgraded, as well as the research complex. There's no point in paying maintenance costs on things I do not need. This I will keep because we will be... Oh, we've only got 2% devastation. Yeah, I'll shut down the Paradise Dome because it requires crystal. Now this is a 400k fleet. It could actually merge up with the one over here in Ezek and be a 1k fleet. So let us go to the gateway. That will take 14 days. Speaking of taking days, yes, I'm now able to jump the Sagacious out of Gakedern. Oh, what is this? A 100k fleet just moved in to where I have almost 300k in fleets. That was foolish.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
Vith has now been flipped, I believe. That was the only planet in the system. This one is going to move back to Arcturus to be ready to invade there, because it is a 1K fleet. And I want this to be able to be invaded so I can offload some species I don't want. Now we do need to rename this world. It's another Gaia world, so it's just going to give me the same list of worlds it has been giving me. No features. This is going to be an industrial world. We will name this one Geonosis. And we will go ahead and disable most of the buildings here so we are not paying a huge amount of exotic gases or crystals. It's designated as a forge world. We'll leave it at that, and we'll leave the nano plants active. Another place with huge amounts of crime. Well, we've only got 1 month before I can come up on my maintenance cycle and just actually take the time to go through all of my planets looking for spare Furbanites. Alright, let's let this progress a day or two so it switches there. It's switched over. Let's see. Upgrade fleets to latest designs. So we can sit here at Vilth and upgrade. And it says we're going to run out of volatile motes in about 10 months. It's jumped back up into the 40s. We'll buy 500.
Engaging enemy station.
The amount we paid for 500 we will have back in about 3 months. Werewolf took a little bit of hull damage, but managed to flip Warhini Station. Now, the fight is not done here. Pegasus is still in the combat, but Werewolf is not. I just keep selecting Pegasus over and over. Where is Werewolf? There is Werewolf. Get your butt over here and help fight.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
We have begun the invasion of Chiblash. Why did we begin the invasion of Chiblash? This is going to be most unfortunate. I need to withdraw from this battle secured. Almost immediately. Medusa is now repaired. It can return to Arcturus. Now let me go through my armies real quick and see if I told any of them that I'm trying to get to move. Yeah, move to Arcturus, not land. And this one has jumped to Zipper. I want to move in orbit of that system. LR9, we got another nearly 500 alloys, still 2 more debris there. Cerberus, and they didn't even get through to our hull, has flipped the Helm system. Erglik has fairly sizable defense. So we are going to return to Marath, bombarding Sithgosh or Schlaggy. Schlaggy. I don't know that at this point I'm going to be able to claim much more of this territory. The Sagacious can return to assisting research on Lockney. The Juggernaut has flipped this station and taken out the Space Amoeba. So we are going to sweep through their outpost and take Shappa. Soran closed their borders to us. I didn't know their borders were open, honestly. We have another admiral to our pool following a recent conflict. Hierarchy of Moffath declared us a rival. Pegasus and Werewolf suffered a few losses. The Werewolf losses are the worst, but we did do some casualties to their forces, but not sufficient as we took. But we did push them out of Warhini. Now we're going to pull back to Warhini Swede to repair. Now there's no gateway in this system, so that is a... Well, there is one of my problems, is my starbase capacity. That is one thing I can end up downgrading, is the starbase there. Because there's no gateway in that system, I will just leave the one in Ordedius. But then again, we'll see what happens to our starbase capacity when we take the Ulus system. It says we'll gain 6 more. And it's going to be another 3 months, 3.5. Quick update on my maintenance cycle. I am in the process of shifting Bid-Shukon over to a Forge world. I have currently disabled the civilian repli complexes, and I am shifting away from energy on this world. I will be shifting all of the generator districts over to industrial districts. I'm replacing a lot of my slave processing facilities with precinct houses for now, because I do need to transfer a lot of personnel from capture worlds, which is going to up the crime rate on some of these worlds that will need, or that will have room for more people. And I also wanted to demonstrate what I meant about this habitability penalties not affecting people on Gaia worlds. If we look at the Corellian, which I'm currently declining, so if I come down here to the Corellian has Noxious, which gives them a habitability cap of minus 30% penalty, which means they should only have 70% habitability on worlds. But yet they have 100% habitability on this Gaia world because it ignores the modifiers completely. Everybody gets 100% on a Gaia world regardless of modifiers. Deliverance is also going to shift from factory to forge. I am switching my civilian repli complexes over to an alloy foundry. And if we go to some of my newer colonized or conquered worlds, I have gotten the crime level down on most of these by transferring people off of these worlds to worlds that had room for them. So a few of them will have 9% or less, I believe, crime on them. And Port Bixby and Broadleaf are my 2 most recent acquisitions. And as you can see, crime is under control here. I still have housing issues here on Broadleaf. Those will begin to fade as the devastation clears up. We've already cleared up the devastation on Port Bixby, but it will take some time to get 84% devastation under control. Genosis still has 20% crime, but that will be fixed in 1 day because there are Furbanites on this world that are currently domestic servants that will shift up to fill up the enforcer slots as soon as they are converted.
New species variant available.
Yeah, we already have 1 enforcer that has jumped up and crime has dropped down to 5%. Now we have 3 Furbanites, or 2 Furbanites here on Genesis that can displace some of... Actually, we did have 3. 3 Furbanites that can displace some of the others, the Glear and stuff we were using. So now we have them available to shift to other worlds. And crime is down to 0. As a matter of fact, no, I cannot drop the anti-crime campaign here yet, or here. But I will eventually get up to that point. Now, one other thing that happened during my maintenance cycle is I have started on yet another fleet. Strike Force Charybdis was churned out here in Montfelino. It was a leftover construction from the Fell Null that I inherited, so it was not a class I normally use. And I decided to go ahead and use this to design Charybdis, which will be home-based over here in Antak Ram when it finishes upgrading to a station. Now, the 2 ships I designed for it are the Manta Ray and the Mako. The Manta Ray is an upgrade of the Electric Eel, having the Cloud Lightning, but it has point defense, Amoeba Flagella, and the Ancient Nano Missile Cloud Launchers. These things ignore shields and armor and go straight to hull. The Mako is kind of a Moray upgrade, except the Moray was point defense. This is all autocannons and all medium autocannons. And I kind of just have them to help tear down the shields that the Manta Ray class completely ignores. The Manta Ray class will be working directly on hull or armor. And this will begin tearing down the shields and then working on the armor, not very effectively with the autocannons, granted, but the autocannons do have a tremendous rate of fire, and eventually they will start doing damage to the hull. Now, I do need to keep an eye on Chiblash to pull off this army that I accidentally ordered to land instead of just orbit. So as soon as retreat becomes an option, I need to be able to take it. Bastion Devils and Manticore Stormlords flip the Citadel in Markaz, as well as an orbital ring. They did suffer some minor casualties, but Markaz is now under my control. At least the star bases. And we will enter orbit for repairs and wait here. United Nations of Earth broke their commercial pact with the Glosterhenians.
Ships refitted. Contact lost with all sword ground elements. The operation is a bust.
Transport Fleet 111 is still here. So even though it says contact lost with all sword ground elements, it was because we withdrew, not because they died. Let's see, if we show the details of the armies, let's see if any of these are wounded. Quite a few, actually. So yeah, we did manage to salvage our armies, but we had to withdraw from the combat. And now we are going to await Zarklin's Pilgrims bombarding what is remaining here down quite a bit. We're down to 446. I think we were 600 something, so we did lose a significant amount of power. But the garrison is much too strong here right now. We got another 2,500 alloys, or 26 almost, in Zoltar's Maw. And I have already given orders for the ones here in Zoltar's Maw when they finish the debris here to move on. So the Torch is now headed to Mareth, and the Wanderer is headed to Beryllion. And the Alacrity, when it gets the final debris here, is on its way to Helm. Chimera has been fully upgraded. So now I can instruct it to reinforce its fleet. Now we still have 3 fleets down, 68 ships. One of which is Charybdis, which is going to wait until it upgrades.
Battle debris secured.
And we got the final one in Zoltar's Maw, 430. Bagwa's squadron has moved into Ezek, where Zarklin Pilgrims are present. That's a very small fleet, so it should not be a big deal. We will go ahead and choose to engage them and return to bombarding Chiblash. Another small squadron has come in.
Fleet action underway. Battle debris secured.
We'll go ahead and chase the next one out. We obliterated them. They never even fired a shot. And we got the debris in the Tauziad system and got nothing out of it. The Remembrance is now on its way to Eurobdar.
Fleet action underway.
Well, we've already blown up one of the 2 frigates here.
Engaging enemy station.
And there goes the other. Again, they didn't even fire a shot. The Juggernaut has engaged Omicron Percy. Star Realms of Shar are in a research agreement with the Hierarchy of Mothith. They are building a little bit of strength over here in Dacha. Currently no real orders with these, other than they're merging with each other.
Fleet action underway.
Pegasus has engaged a science ship here in Morhini Sui, and a series of reinforcements on their way in.
Ships refitted.
The science ship left the system. Let's make sure that Pegasus is returning to the station. Hippogriff has been fully upgraded. They can now reinforce. That leaves 2 fleets with 52 ships. Charybdis is 1, 49, and 3 in another fleet. We'll get them queued up. 1 fleet needs 49 ships. That would be Charybdis as soon as it is done upgrading. We got 10 alloys in the Jezimi system. There's more debris in Jezimi, and then of course there's also Orb next. United Nations of Earth entered into a commercial pact with the Star Realm of Shar, which is why they dropped their agreement with the Glosterhenians to be able to have the influence for another one. Doomsday swept this outpost with no damage. We are now pushing on through this way. As you see, my consumer goods are starting to drop. I closed out a lot of jobs for artisans to make sure I filled up jobs for refiners, which took care of my refinery shortage, and I can handle a consumer goods shortage until I get the populations restored.
Fleet action underway.
Pegasus has engaged a battleship here in Wahine Sui. Make sure Werewolf is also in aggressive stance, so they will be joining in as well. And then after these two finish, I want them to make sure they return to enter orbit. Another 100 alloys in Ulus. Also got a dark matter out of that. Where is Ulus? Ah, yes. That was the last debris in Ulus. The Pathfinder is on its way also to Marath. Marath is already taken care of, so instead we will go to Markaz.
Battle debris secured.
Another 430 alloys in the Ezek system. Now I'm listed as only having one more. Let me stop. Yeah, there are now 3 debris I have to deal with here.
Engaging enemy station.
Doomsday and Werewolf. Werewolf has joined that other battle, but Doomsday has engaged the station. Pegasus destroyed the battleship. Both of them should be on their way back to the station. Yes. No casualties. We did take some more armor damage.
Ships refitted.
Charybdis is refitted. They are now on their way to the Antak Ram system. And I will go ahead and reinforce this fleet. Cannot afford more because of dark matter. Let's get another 250 dark matter. That'll take 5 months to recover from, but so be it. Still lacking 3 dark matter. 14 ships, we need another 113 dark matter. We'll have to wait on that. I think we have enough queued up. Kravadox League was given association status by the Pan-Galactic Pact. Strike Force Werewolf has been fully repaired, finally. As soon as Pegasus is repaired... Actually, I could probably take Werewolf out of here now. Yeah, they can go direct to the Izar system. And we can make a sweep around this way. To cut off that system. And after we get it, we can push with Pegasus, which should be repaired by then, to take Ordedius. And then push up here to knock out Lithorius, where they are starting to build up.
Science Division report success.
We've completed soil remediation. Process of soil deposition normally takes millions of years. With advanced fracking, chemical engineering, and hydraulic management technologies, even the poorest substrate can be turned into fertile topsoil. We're actually working on a mega art installation we took over in Bertios. I might knock out that tech just to be able to finish it. It'll take over 5 years, almost 6.
Battle debris secured.
We got another 30 alloys in the LR9 Singularity. There's 1 debris left there. The exhibition stations are complete, each larger than many star bases. These stations can accommodate millions of visitors per day. Now ready to open at long last, they will display the true glory of human art. A small selection of Xeno art shall also be displayed for comparison and mockery. The first fleet of transport ships carrying visitors is already making its approach. Now we don't have the means, because we don't have the tech to continue the upgrade. We don't have the slot either. We're already working on 2.
Construction complete.
Ditram Starbase has finished its construction queue. It is now fully operational as my new detection array. The Juggernaut took no damage flipping this station. It's now on its way to Belazir. We'll flip the Ulis system by sweeping the final planet here. Manticore Stormlords and Bastion Devils are both fully repaired. So we will push them on to this system. Now that we have flipped this system, we need to flip Urubdar. So we are going to jump to Urubdar. Let's go ahead and begin the terraforming of Schlargos before we colonize it. But we will go ahead and colonize this ocean world first. Neritum. Actually, we have about a year. I was going to use this planet to offload some species I didn't want. But I'm thinking I may just sweep this planet. Yeah, they have very few defenders. Assault troops here. I don't know. We're getting it close. If we can get rid of the defense armies, we have a year. We have until... Actually, we have 10 months. So in about 5 months, around July, I can begin the invasion if it's down low enough.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Well, that's not the Doomsday. So we actually have a spaceport that has engaged the enemy. Now, it's entirely possible it was a system we controlled that had a fleet launch. Or it could be that they decided to go over here to Lindula. So I am going to need to redirect to Raztan with some fleets. Let's take, rather than pushing on to that system, since we were at a gateway with these mercenaries, let's send them to engage this fleet and retake that base because it will most likely fall. That's the Citizens of Alliance of Orcam Fung. They finally made it around this way. Alright, we've completed the jump with the Colossus, so the Palpatine needs to bathe this planet. Now that will take 6 months. So, no, that'll only take 3. That's right, 2 months to charge it up and 1 to fire. So we might be able to get back over here and get Octurus or one of these others that are giving us difficulty.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has engaged Belazir, and Werewolf has engaged Izar.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Yeah, I knew Lindula was going to be lost. But we'll get it back. This is a mercenary company they picked up. The Crimson Banner Fleet. They must have hired it from over in this area and sent it onward. Right there is where the Crimson Banner are centered. So yeah, they hired this fleet and sent it around. Werewolf has flipped this outpost with some minor shield damage. We are already pushing on that way. Still waiting on Pegasus to finish repairs. Hierarchy of Moffith is in a commercial pact with the Star Realm of Shar. Pegasus has been fully repaired. Pegasus is 160k. Ordedius. I could definitely take Ordedius. So we will push Pegasus on to Ordedius. Hopefully it will be flipped and we can meet up with our other fleet at Polgara to push on and take out Lithorius.
Battle debris secured.
In the Marath system, we got 800 alloys and a handful of other resources. There's 2 more debris there.
Battle debris secured.
In the Jezomai system, we got 1,500 alloys. There's still multiple remaining there. And we got about 700 alloys out of the Beryllian system, which I'm not sure where that is. Oh, I was right at it. 1 more there. And then this fleet has already got orders to move on to Drisk.
Battle debris secured.
In the Helm system, we got a little bit of food. That would have been a space amoeba battle. This fleet is now done with its scavenging, so we will head to Shorax.
Engaging enemy station.
The gateway site in Sosta is completed. Now I need to jump the Ikinga down here to start building a gateway at Tauziat when it flips. Werewolf has engaged the next outpost. Now I can go ahead and start upgrading this.
Fleet action underway.
Medusa and Basilisk. Pegasus has engaged Ordedius. Werewolf is engaging an outpost. Ah, a lone frigate of Strike Force Medusa's reinforcements has run afoul of something. Ah, okay. It's a reinforcement for Pegasus. As is Basilisk, the second werewolf, and Griffin. So that's all a whole bunch of reinforcements for Pegasus that are also engaging these fleets. And I may be overmatched here. So let's have Werewolf join us as soon as this outpost flips. Yeah, they pulled in reinforcements from over there. I think Chimera and Hippogriff need to push onward rather than holding at this planet. I have sufficient forces here now, and they'll still be bombarding for a little bit. The Latrepians. So we'll push on to Lishval and then see where to go from there if we want to block out Lithorius or sweep to assist in Ordidius.
Fleet lost.
Yeah, my little reinforcement fleets are being snapped up. But Werewolf is on its way in. That will double my fleet capacity here, which would put me a little bit above theirs. Belazir has flipped, and I didn't even look at my shield damage. I still seem to be intact. We're on our way to Eodominar. After we take that system, we're headed to Biltron. Werewolf flipped this outpost. It's now on its way. And yes, we lost one of our frigates.
Fleet lost.
Alright, we lost 3 of our reinforcement frigate fleets. That leaves 1 or 2 remaining. That's actually a reinforcement destroyer at the hyper relay.
Fleet lost.
I think that one managed to merge. Nope. Basilisk and that other destroyer were both destroyed. They are moving more forces in. We're about 11 days out, and my mercenaries are about to engage their mercenary fleet.
Battle debris secured.
We do have a gateway in the vicinity. I could get some mercenaries over here to assist. We got another 1,500 alloys in Ezek. There's 2 more debris there.
Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station.
Werewolf has made it in. I don't know that they're engaged in the battle necessarily just yet, but they appear to be. Pegasus has taken quite a beating. They've gone from 110k down to 16k. Yeah, Werewolf is already engaged here. They are definitely overmatched. Griffin Services paid dividends, 2,000 energy credits. Delta Corsairs also paid dividends, small chunk of research along with the energy credits. And Aten Starbase finished its construction queue. I believe it was one swapping over to alloys. I'm mobilizing a few more forces to go to the fighting here in the Glosterhenian space in Ordidius. I had Cerberus just back here bombarding a planet. I'm moving it over. And as soon as these mercenary companies finish obliterating the Crimson Banner fleet and flipping Lindula back, I will be sending them that way as well. And I think I may... Now I think I'm still going to push on with this fleet. I might be able to take Lithoris away from them, since they have moved all of their fleets over here. It's about 200k in fleets. I've only got about 120 in there, but I've got more inbound, though it will take some time. We'll have to see as it develops. And I did forget to see if there was a species I needed to convert. Let me check the Furbanites. No, not at this time. So yeah, I have no young Furbanites to shift over, so I'm not going to bother shifting a species right now.
Fleet lost.
Fleet lost? Oh, it was another reinforcement fleet. And we got 250 alloys in LR9 Singularity. I believe that was the last one there. So this science vessel is on its way to Sosta to get the 2 I have over there. Then it will need to repair because its hull is down to 1.
Battle debris secured.
Alright, we flipped Ambizia with no damage. It was just an outpost. We're pushing on to Lishval. I'm tempted to jump straight in here. To assist with these 2, otherwise they're going to lose, I think. Yeah, let's just jump. It will reduce our damage a little bit, but overall I think it's going to be worth... no, not right click. Jump. And then engage the station. Overall, I think it's going to be worth it trying to salvage what's left of Pegasus, as well as reducing the damage that Werewolf take. We got the debris in Eurobdar, and it gave us nothing. This science ship is pretty much done. So I need to send the Remembrance back to where it belongs. And it should be assisting Corrigan over in Montfelino. So we will jump back to Montfelino. And we may actually head up to Zoltar's Maw to get the debris up here. So I don't believe I have anybody ordered to go scavenge that just yet.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
Bastion Devils chased out the Crimson Banner fleet. As soon as they flip the station, we will have them move to Ordedius. Yeah, they moved in a Reshethian state fleet with another 100k, so yes, this jump was a priority. One of our stations assisted the fleet here in destroying something, most likely transport fleets.
Battle debris secured.
Got about 200 alloys in Markaz. There's still one more debris there. Alright, we've jumped in and have already engaged. Now that gives us about 200k, which is pretty close to what they have. We do have fresh ships, but we also have about 50k that is about to flee. Overall, I think the jump in was the right move. Werewolf is about to flee. Matter of fact, I'll probably go ahead and have Werewolf flee anyway. The Juggernaut has flipped this station. I have to spend about a month before I can downgrade it. We're now on our way to Bitron. And I think I'm going to go ahead and pull Werewolf out of this fight. Lost one more ship. Werewolf will be out of commission for 4 months. Werewolf did a little bit of damage and ended up only losing actually about 20 ships. 19 in the combat and 1 when I fled. Tendrazun are in a commercial pact with the Recruitum Imperium.
Battle debris secured.
They're moving more smaller fleets in.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
Recent victory in Ordedius seems to have awakened the Hunter in Admiral Ignazio Corsini, who has now become a much more aggressive commander. More combat in Ansalam. And another 1,600 alloys in Mareth. And we have flipped Monica Deer system. I can go ahead and downgrade this station. So now I can send this army over to Octurus to assist here, I think. Or, no. I need to send them to Epsilon Cygni. Now I can check my capacity. Yes, apparently they are cumulative, having a strategic coordination center and the strategic coordination hull, now that I have this additional strategic coordination center. And that would also explain why my star bases have an outrageous defense platform cap. I'm back up into the 30s for most of these. Now we have flipped Lindula, so they are now on their way, but it'll take them 5 months to get over here. I might consider repairing first. We can repair at Burtios. They're on their way to Wahini Sui as well. So they have been moving more little expeditionary fleets in, but their large fleets have actually been severely damaged. They do still have about another 100k, 200k over here. What is the Thaga Squadron doing? Moving to Hejiroscant. Hejiroscant is in this area, yes, right there. One of our other reinforcements appears to have withdrawn. It did some hull damage before it left.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 500 alloys in the Jezomai system. That may have been the last one there. No, there's 4 more in Jezomai. At Norm Imperium declared ended their rivalry with the Star Realms of Shar.
Battle debris secured.
Got 1,700 alloys in the Beryllian system. We're now moving on to Drisk.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Yeah, they have made it into Hagiroscant with a small fleet. Hagiroscant is a citadel. It should have them outmatch this small fleet. Where did they come in from? How did they use the hyper relay? Cerberus is almost here, which will really turn the tide. Come now, human, let us end this war before it gets out of hand. No. Here comes Cerberus into the mix.
Battle debris secured.
We got 30 alloys in Ezek. And we have one more debris here. The bombardment here is going extremely slow. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to invade that one in time with the forces I have here. Let's see, if I took that fleet I was sending to Epsilon Cygni and jumped them over here, that still wouldn't give me enough.
Construction complete. A new world has been secured for our colonists.
Hagiroscant Station blew up one of the ships and chased the rest off. Never got through our shields. Port Snedden Station has completed its habitat ring, I believe. No? That must be my alloy processing that has come online here. Wolgun, Arcadia Station. I believe I had switched that over to stratospheric ionization elements. Annuend is now established, as well as Ivana. So I have 2 new planets to be able to shift some populations over to so that they can begin declining eventually. And let's have a quick look at Ordidius. We have about 200k remaining. They have a little over 100k. So this battle is going to switch to our favor significantly. What are you guys doing? I believe they're just going to bombard the planet. I'm not interested in bombarding this planet. Its garrison is smaller than I thought. Wait a minute. But there are multiple planets in here. And all of them have weak garrisons. I could sweep their capital. I'm a 500 strength fleet. This place has over 1,000. I'm not going to be able to take it. So, yeah. Let's go back to the capital. Let's see. Talanok had 150. Basteron had 150. Yurka had about 300. And Warhini has 400 and is in the process of being bombarded. So yeah, we could see about flipping some of these. Let's start with the toughest fight that isn't being bombarded. Let's start with Yurka. If we can get Yurka flipped, then we can turn around and flip Basteron and Talanok, and we're probably going to end up renaming these. Because I have a Talanok and a Basteron. Varba has become my next colony that has fully switched over to the new species after Proclaus. So everything on here, although it is kind of limited in the scope, is entirely the new species. It has its full complement of Canidolans, a Verbanite, its Phelidolans, although for some reason it prioritizes Farine over Phelidolans, even though they provide the exact same bonuses. 1.8 plus 12, upkeep is 1.4 and 0.09. 1.8 plus 12, 1.4 and 0.09. They're identical, except that the Phelidolans have slightly less housing usage. 0.6 instead of 0.675. Habitability is identical, and these guys are actually happier because they don't have migration controls. But yeah, Varba is now fully implemented, and as soon as we decline this Praku in about 3 months, I will just move over the occasional servant species to decline until I get my other populations removed. Now the new colonies I had just picked up, Anuend and Ivana, both currently list some stability issues. They are a little bit better than it was before I saved and reloaded. They were down to 25 because I had to shuffle people around. But they had the merchant job, so one of the human colonists was jumped up to a merchant job, which I had to close down because I'm going to be losing all of these holdings when it updates in a few days. But that I was able to shift them to the new colony that I had picked up that needed humans as leaders. And I was able to get a large population over here so I could immediately start upgrading to the planetary administration. Crime will not be an issue. I believe both of these worlds had a recently arrested crime boss, so there will be no buildup of crime anytime soon, and that was enabled me to get some of the population off of the other world that had a high crime, so I've shifted quite a few populations. Amenities won't really be an issue either, because we already have access to entertainer slots, so I could always shift up some of these clerks to entertainers. But yeah, both Anuend and Ivana are immediately starting on their planetary administration, which should promote up the human here to be a leader. And that will help the stability a little bit more because rulers have more weight when it comes to setting the overall stability of a colony. The colony I conquered was Subaraman, and yes, I did get a whole bunch of humans moved over here to be the politicians, so its stability issues are under control. And crime is a little bit of a problem here still. I could run an anti-crime campaign. That should drop it in half. Instead of being about 29, it'll be about 14. Let's see, if I just tweak something. There it goes. Oh, it dropped even down to 11. That's even better. So yeah, we'll run that for a little bit. And I have planned out this world, so I've got some modifications I have to do, but I did manage to get most of the populations under control. I do have some I can still move off of this world to completely get rid of the crime when I get the opportunity and have the space on other worlds. I mobilized my new fleet, Basilisk, which was just waiting on Titans, which are still going to take another few years here at Polagar. Well, at least one more year. I mobilized Basilisk, and I am jumping Griffin out here. And we are going to assist with the bombardment here in Epsilon Cygni to see if I can get that world invaded before I am forced into peace. I decided after the Palpatine sweeps Garabog, it is going to come down here to Tazia to sweep that one. So I'm in the process of also jumping out this transport fleet. I'm moving down to Walgun so they can jump down to Ezek so that I can begin the invasion in Ezek, because this fleet is a 1K fleet. And there's about 1,600 left on this and 600 in orbit, so we would have a fairly close fight. I am going to wait a couple more months, close to October, I think, but not quite October, because we have 5 months, which means in December we will be forced to peace. Actually 3 days shy of 5 months, so it would be November 27th when we would be forced into peace, or could be forced into peace. So I may wait as late as October 1st to begin the invasions of Ezek, Epsilon Cygni, and Arcturus. Arcturus I could probably begin sooner, but the longer I wait, the less casualties I will have, because I already overmatched the garrison here by about 300. But I can let them continue to bombard down the defenses a little bit longer. It shouldn't take more than a month to invade that once I get in position. But I will check them again in September and possibly begin the invasion early. We have bathed Garabog, so Urubdar is now my system. And we ruined the orbital ring bombarding this system, so that's now there. We can't quite get a colony ship over here just yet. I think I will go ahead and downgrade this station for now. No reason to have the upkeep on a station I'm not necessarily going to keep. And we are now en route to Tazia to bathe Gavloshi. It'll take us about 3 months to get over there. And then about 3 months, we may not quite get that one bombarded before we're forced into peace. It depends on how quickly they decide to force the peace. The Juggernaut won the combat in Biltron. It took a small amount of shield damage. Now this, I believe, is a citadel. We would be a little difficult to be able to take that. But since they have taken this system, we might be able... Oh, it looks like we could jump to do that. Yeah, I was going to say we could jump over here to flip this system and then meet up here at Anselon. Just take more territory away from the Felnull as we can. They're rapidly losing this war.
Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured.
Got another 25 alloys in Markaz. I believe that was the last one in Markaz. I'm now sending this ship back to resume assisting research on new routes. We got a little bit of food in the Shoraz system. We're now proceeding on to get these debris that had been popping up from the Latrepian battles in Anselm. We flipped Ordedius so they can't use the gateway to send further forces in.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has jumped into Josk Format. Just one battle group left, and they will be crumpling fairly quickly.
Battle debris secured.
Got close to 1,000 alloys in Sosta. One more debris here. We have finally taken Ordedius. All of my forces are damaged. We will send them back to Warhini Sui for repairs because it will take a while to be able to repair here in Ordedius. Manticore Stormlords are fully repaired. We will go ahead and send them to Polgara. Hippogriff lost some battleships, as did Chimera. And Pegasus. Pegasus casualties weren't as severe as I was expecting. It was primarily frigates, which are fine. They're cheap to replace. Cerberus lost a couple of cruisers. Looks like the casualties we inflicted weren't as severe as I was hoping either, but overall, that was an ugly fight, but another one that would be a crippling blow for them. And we are, it says less than 4 days, negative 4 days.
Battle debris secured.
Got 300 alloys in the Marath system. That was the final debris there. This one is on its way back to Basterin to assist research. I did mobilize a few more science vessels from back here. The one that was in Vuzabaru, and I believe the one that was in Wallius. Both of them have mobilized over here to start collecting. Yeah, this is the one from Wallius. It was assisting research on Nagrama. I sent it to clean out Vilth. And the one from Vuzabaru, I believe I sent... I can't quite remember where I sent it. I think I was sending it to Warhini Sui. Traders still clear of gang wars. The ongoing struggle between the gangs on St. Hossick has had a negative impact on the planet's trade. With the volatile situation on the surface, several interstellar merchant guilds have issued a travel advisory warning traders to stay away from the planet. The trafficking of illegal arms seems to be booming, however. Oh, that's just a trade value reduction. Yeah, we still haven't managed to eliminate the gang war problem here, even though we have been at zero crime for a significant amount of time. It's been a couple of months. Insight breakthrough imminent. We have gathered enough information for new insight technology. So we'll get a pop-up on one of our primitive worlds to produce that. But yeah, let's check the invasion possibilities here. Alright, they're close to half. We're going to go ahead and invade Magrathi. Over here on Epsilon Cygni. Yeah, the bombardment is not going well here. Still over 1,000. And here in Walgan, we have made it to where we can jump down to Ezek. Yeah, my fleet that jumped, I forgot to give the order to assisted bombardment. Now here in Ezek, yeah, they've churned out a few assault armies here. Our bombardment is not going that well. We've dropped them maybe 100 in those 2 months. So yeah, we will wait until October to check Epsilon Cygni and Ezek. See, after we get this location, which is coming along quite swimmingly, I think I will assist on the bombardment of Gablashi so that we can eliminate their FTL inhibitor. It looks like our fleet moved out. Our allies have moved on. That one's following Griffin's services, which is bombarding a planet back in Morath.
Battle debris secured.
Bastion Devils are fully repaired. We will send them to Lishfall. And we got close to 300 alloys in Jezimai. That may not be the last one in Jezimai. Nope, still 3 more. And after Jezimai, we still have 3 in Oreb. We've still got close to 2 years on all of these, so we should get them all before they expire.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
We've begun the invasion here in Magrathi. So I can take my fleets that were bombarding Octurus and send them to Epsilon Cygni. Hopefully we can get this bombarded down fairly quickly and be able to jump our fleets to assist with bombarding Ezek if necessary. Actually, no, we're about to begin the invasion in Ezek. Let's see. It's going to take us a month to get over there, so I'll wait until October before I begin the plans. But yeah, we should, between the 622 there and the 1K there, we should win this one. Juggernaut didn't take any damage flipping this, and this was a upgraded base, not just an outpost. Oh, now we no longer have the FTL inhibitor showing up in Ansalam. So we should be able to push over here and flip this system.
Battle debris secured.
Another 60 alloys in Ezek. That is the last debris here. So the Acuity can return home. So the first thing we need to do is jump out. We'll jump out to Zipper. And after we jump out, this one should return back to New Light, which I believe is in Latharos. No, that's Spring Rain. New Light is in Tampere. I had to get a new trackball. The left mouse button went out on my other one. Those micro switches are really prone to failing, especially if you do a lot of clicking in certain games. It's kind of depressing how disposable that is, because that micro switch by itself would probably be like 10 cents, maybe as much as 50 cents to replace. But you end up having to buy a new mouse because you can't get the part anywhere. And nobody really wants to just simply repair them. And disposable plastic things are not really good for the environment. So I try to make use of Best Buy's recycling program, where they'll just send it back to get refurbished at Logitech. It gives a 20% discount on an in-store purchase, which really doesn't save you much money since you can generally get stuff cheaper online. But it is the convenience. I can go in that day and replace my mouse immediately, rather than ordering it online and waiting a couple of days to receive it. But I really miss the Microsoft trackball. That one was only put out for like a few years, and I'm pretty sure it was a deal with Microsoft and Logitech, because it looked identical to the Logitechs. It was just larger, better suited for large hands. But its color scheme completely matched the Logitech versions of the thumb trackball. And I'm just so disappointed that they discontinued that, because that was a better trackball. The one I had bought back when I was playing, I think, Diablo 2 lasted me until like 5 or 6 years ago. So yeah, that one, the micro switch in it lasted quite a while. But yeah, nowadays they make everything disposable rather than just, even though a lot of things are a little bit more convenient to replace, it's actually cheaper to repair what you have because the parts cost less than the whole thing. And that's something that's always been a little bit of a disappointment to me. I mean, in my opinion, replacing an entire trackball just because the micro switch goes out is like replacing your car because a spark plug stopped working, because they made it to where you can't replace the spark plugs anymore. And I just think that's kind of a shady business idea to make you spend more money. But anyway.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
I've begun the invasion here in Ezek with the fleet that was in orbit. The other fleet is not that far behind of landing in assistance, 5 days away, and I think it takes a couple more to actually land. So right now I am overmatched starting in the fight, but my reinforcements will be dropping soon. And the Acuity has cleared its jump. We'll be sending them back to New Light. I'm not sure how I feel about this new trackball. I got a different model than I'm used to, and it doesn't seem to have quite the speed my other did. It feels like it's a little bit slower on the acceleration, even though I have it on the highest setting. But it does also have a precision mode I can turn on to where it moves very slightly, so it would make it a lot better for some of the editing I do. I just not sure how I feel about the speed.
Battle debris secured.
We got 120 alloys in Drisk and 1,000 alloys in the first one in Vilth. Now Drisk still has one more, and Vilth should have about 3 more, I think. 4. Cerberus is fully repaired, though it could use some reinforcement. It's only down 2 ships. I can only afford to do 1 right now anyway. I'm going to hold off and let my dark matter build up a little bit. I'll probably end up buying more. Matter of fact, I can probably go ahead and do that right now. Nah, it'd be a little bit more expensive. I'll hold off and just let it build up. But Cerberus can return to reclaiming territory. I think I will have Cerberus join the fleet that is going to Polgara. And then after we flip Polgara, we will push into Lithoris. By then, Bastion Devils should also be done with Lishval, so they can push as well. And so we can knock out Lithoris so they don't have a gateway behind us before we start pushing on around here. They did change their mind about the invasion over here in Hajeroscant. They were sending forces over, but me moving the cap of privateers to intercept made them change their mind. We are really limiting the territory they possess. I'm having to keep, even though I'm no longer bombarding the planet, I have to keep Zarklin's pilgrims here, otherwise they could sneak in some cloaked fleets and create havoc in Ezek. But they haven't really been making any sort of push through the L gates or over on this side. These forces claim that they are heading down to Kurgaros, though I'm not sure where they would be coming in. Right now, Lithoris would be the closest gateway. But I intend to push that out and then move around and cut out pretty much all of the Goswarhenian territory. And if the war is still going, I will begin pushing into the Citizens Alliance of Orkhamfung just to try and connect up here and deny them some star bases. It's a shame we're being forced into peace soon, because I could push for the elimination of the Allied independent systems entirely soon. Next time we go to war, which I will start when the peace treaty ends, I intend to push until the Goswarhenians, the Felnull, and the Citizens Alliance of Orkhamfung are destroyed. Though I will probably start that war by declaring war on the Miravandian enterprises so I can eliminate them. By then, in about 10 years, they should be done upgrading this science nexus for me to take. Because in about a year, they can start the final stage. The other fleet has landed on Ezek. Fortress Legionnaires paid dividends, a large chunk of energy credits, along with a larger chunk of minerals. Yeah, we should have this battle. We have at least 200 excess to them.
Science Division reports a new breakthrough.
Speaking of science, back in December, they started a open beta testing slowing down the science progress, which I am all for because I normally slow down my science progress anyway in most of these games. So if that goes live by the time I'm doing the next one, I'm going to have to retweak my science settings for that. But I'm looking forward to the way that they're doing it. Basically, they're doing away with the 5 techs that gave you 20% research to a particular field and making them gateway techs. So you have to research that gateway tech before you can go to the next tier of technology. Rather, you have to get the 6, say, tier 1 techs before you can research that one, and once you research it, you then have access to the tier 2s popping up. And then you will have one for the tier 2s and the 3s and the 4s. And the great thing about it is the cost of that is really high. So the first person to research it is going to take a while. However, the more empires you know and have at least 30% intel on, which is easy to get, the cheaper it is for you. So that also adds in a catch-up mechanic, because the person who is the science leader is going to be researching the full cost of this really big tech. But the people who aren't the science leader will get the tech cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as more other empires get it. So that means that the empires that just get brought up late in the game will have a pretty good catch-up mechanic at that point, which is nice. But we have extraction patterns. Changes in how mineral deposits are evaluated relative to each other lead to more efficient boring patterns. And we will get thermodynamic yield control for more explosive weapon damage. That will take almost 7 years. 7 years would be 84 months. Adnorum Imperium ended their rivalry with the Soran.
Battle debris secured.
We have gotten 2,000 alloys in Lindula. Who the hell is Lindula? Oh! That is where I sent the one that was from Lochni. The one from Vuzabaru. They came down here to get the debris in Lindula from when we pushed out the Crimson Banner fleet, which is trying its best to rebuild over there, so I do have to keep an eye out for them.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Really? You sent a little bitty fleet into Biltron? Even though these orbital rings and all are damaged, I think they can handle this. That's a solitary cruiser. But I'm not worried if they flip it. Honestly, I'm not. I'm just taking this territory just to annoy them, not really to... there's no way I'm going to be able to seize all these planets in time. See, what is the defense of this planet? Yeah, it's got almost 4,000 garrison. I would really have to sweep this world, which would take the travel time over here plus 3 months. And right now I'm still 2 months away from bathing this one. And honestly, Epsilon Cygni is a higher priority so that I have a contiguous empire here. Speaking of Epsilon Cygni. Yeah, we've got it down to 950. I could actually invade this world. Although that would be a lot more population I would end up picking up. I just need to free up a troop transport to head that way. And how is Octurus doing? We've just about flipped Arcturus. Didn't really suffer much in the way of casualties, because we were about 600 before, and they were about 300. But yeah, we've just got 4 to disengage, and it will be over. And then I will be able to offload all but I think one of my human cyborgs, who is on St. Hossack as a criminal. And until I get rid of the criminal syndicate there, or the criminal jobs there, I cannot offload them. Looks like the Shining City 2 is about to colonize Guldrog, which I will end up renaming.
Battle debris secured.
In Hejiroscant, we got 20 alloys from that one ship that had come in. After we get Zoltar's Maw, we will be returning back over here to Corrigan to assist research.
Battle debris secured.
Almost 2,500 alloys in the Sosta system. That was the final one there. The ship is now repairing. After it is done repairing, I will send it to return to assisting research.
Our pioneers have made planetfall.
Strike Force Pegasus is fully repaired. We'll send Strike Force Pegasus to Revac. Oh, it's not letting me because of the FTL inhibitor. Alright, we'll send it there. Let's see, I think I actually did already rename that one. Yeah, it's Narratum. There's no blockers I have to worry about. And we can begin the terraforming process as soon as we have finished colonizing it. I do need to make sure Narratum is right below Durkheim in the list.
Engaging enemy station.
Hippogriff is now fully repaired. We will also send them to Polgara. Now actually, all of these fleets I have headed to Polgara. Oh, Hippogriff had a reinforcement that is not in range yet. But yeah, Pegasus and Hippogriff, I need to also tell them to just keep coming to here, just in case the area flips before they get there. Manticore Stormlords aren't the one who engaged it, neither were Bastion Devils. It was the Doomsday that has engaged Afari. Yeah, this cruiser has also ended up engaging Biltron Station.
Engaging enemy station. Battle debris secured.
Force peace is now possible. 800 alloys in the Jessamai system. 2 more there before we proceed on to Oreb. Chimera is now fully repaired. And I think I'm going to send Chimera to Biltron. Or better yet, we're going to send Chimera here to cut off their gateway access. That will just leave Hullabray to cut them out of. Looks like they're retaking Ansalom as well. And in Ansalom we got 20 alloys. We have one final debris here, and then the Alacrity can return home. The Alacrity is out of Nova Antioch. That does remind me, I'd also started the construction of a, yeah, there it is, the Vagabond, to assist at the Eben Tufail Center. So I will need a new scientist. 15 to everything, or 20 to computing. Let's go with the 15 to everything. We already have a Vagabond assisting on Fitzroy's world, so I'm going to need a new name for this vessel. Do I have one called the Pilgrim? No. So we will name this one the Pilgrim. Sovereignty of Tuxcali built a gateway. Bastion Devils took some hull damage, actually, flipping Lishval Station. Hippogriff reinforcements got in range of Hippogriff. That was an automated reinforcement that ended up fleeing from combat, and so it lost its orders to auto-merge.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
That would be yet another fleet moving in here, I think. Or would that be this one? Let's do a quick sweep around just to make sure they're not sneaking in my back line somewhere. Manticore Stormlords flipped Fulgara Station. So we will go ahead and begin moving into Lithorius. Yeah, that is the right base. I've got to wait a little bit to get this to update to where it is not preventing me from passing with the Bastion Devils. There we go. We'll actually redirect Pegasus and Hippogriff. Now that Polgara has fallen, we will send them to Revac and then to Terrazet. They would still have a gateway over here in Idria, but that would be the extent of it.
Ground objective secured.
We flipped McGrathy. We've only got about 4 days before they get control of it. But I can not resettle to here. Let me give it a day. Now the resettle button is available. So I need to relocate all of my human cyborgs over here. Now if I go to species and go down to human, I have 6 on 4 planets. I believe I have them written out on here somewhere. Noricum, St. Hosic, 3 on Tricked, 1 on Port Snetting. There's Port Snetting. We have 1 human cyborg here. There's Noricum. We have 1 here. And then on Tricked, we should have 3. Alright, so we have 5 human cyborgs offloaded. That will just leave the 1 on St. Hosic to get rid of, which we need to get rid of the criminal setting for that to happen. So now this transport fleet can relocate to Epsilon Cygni to see if we will be able to invade here. We've got them down to 894. By the time we get over here, we might be able to begin the invasion there and flip this system. We still haven't finished charging this weapon, much less firing. So we've got probably until about the 2nd week of February before this planet Taziad is bathed. The invasion on Ezek is going well. They still do have a significant amount of reserves, but we have more. Of course, they also have xenomorphs, which are nasty. If we can get everybody else pushed out before the xenomorphs move over, we can focus fire the xenomorphs.
Ground objective secured. Construction complete.
Let's go ahead and advance to January. We lost control of McGrathy. I was expecting that as the month rolled around, that the Latrepians would get it. I am fine with that. Biltron won. We actually destroyed 2 of their frigates before we pushed them out. Anselom was lost. That's fine. They're still working on the orbital ring. Their forces here are only about 50k, so that shouldn't be too bad for my fleets that are mobilizing over here to deal with. After we flip this system and take away the gateway there, we can sweep back around and deal with them at Anselom, and then push on to Hollabray and get rid of their access over here altogether. Sahat Qasim has built another habitation module, I believe. And we have successfully taken Yurka. So now we will move on to land on Basteron. and then Talanok. And finally, we should be able to try for Warhini. They've already bombarded it down. Well, it was about 360, I think, when they started bombardment. They do selective bombardment, so it's kind of slow for them. I have ordered Fortress Legionnaires to proceed over to Anselom, so we can push them out of there and then take Hollowbray. Because there are sufficient other fleets that are bombarding Epsilon Cygni, I can spare Fortress Legionnaires to do that push. I've also begun yet another task force. The one here in Algarab will be Task Force Sphinx. We are building the first 4 frigates for them. They should be done in 4 months. The design will be disruptors and torpedoes, and they are designed for speed as well. Most of them will have afterburners. They will have a destroyer, the Hierarcha Sphinx. Its design is also disruptors and heavy point defense. I'm using the ancient defensive web slingers because they are actually more effective than the Guardian point defense. They have a higher damage rate and the same rate of fire. Yeah, just more damage is all they are. We will have a battleship, the Cryo Sphinx, which will have hangar bays, as well as point defense, also the web slingers and phase disruptors, and the ancient nano missile cloud launchers, because these things bypass shields and armor and go straight to working on hull. So they're a good small weapon for range. I might actually consider redesigning these ships. The smaller ships, well, this one will be going up into picket range, so having the phase disruptors, I believe they have a slightly better average damage. They're about the same. But yeah, I think I may, instead of disruptors, go with these because they have a longer range. So we will start engaging sooner. Which means I will also need to redesign the Sphinx Cub. I could use the neutron launchers on it as well, because it will stay at range. And make it an artillery. So let me go to my shipyard and cancel the designs so I can redo the Sphinx Cub. Ship design does not have enough power. Ah. That has a 10, that has a 77. Ah, the Devastator torpedoes require less power. So instead of speed on this, I would need a reactor booster. And now we can design out 4 of those. To be the first of our design. Oh, I didn't change this one. So yeah, we will use the nano clouds for these. And since we're using missiles, we might as well change the mediums. These missiles have 100% penetration. The artillery does not get through shields, so we would need a means to get through shields. See, those would only have a 35 range. Those have a 75 range. And this is a carrier. Let's just go ahead and go with missiles on this instead of the disruptors on the Cryo Sphinx. That way both the flagella and the missiles will work on the armor. And for the Titans, we have the Androsphinx and the Gynosphinx, and they currently had Cloud Lightning. I was doing disruptors for them as well. But I think because we will have shield issues with the artillery, we're actually going to put kinetic artillery. Yeah, the Ruination Glare also needs to go through shields. It has a shorter range, but these things have a range of 120, so that it would get in range for those. So we will change the Androsphinx to use kinetic artillery. And the Gynosphinx, we could also set up with kinetic artillery. So the only difference between these two is the auras. The Gynosphinx has the nanobot cloud, and the Androsphinx has the subspace snare to prevent ships from being able to disengage as easily, so that this will destroy enemy vessels.
New species variant available.
I had picked up a new human superior on Yurka, so I just shifted it over to a human cyborg.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Gabloshi Station was lost. I was expecting that. We will be going back to get Ansalom. And the Doomsday took Afari Station. Now the Doomsday is going to idle right here for now until some of my other fleets get closer, or I see what Jiragi Squadron is planning on doing. We'll actually get in orbit of the starbase, because I have a fleet headed to Uchziki and one headed to Ansalom now, but they will both take some time to get here. Fortress Legionnaires will take, I think it was 5 months to get over here. 4 now. So yeah, in about 4 months they will be in Ansalon.
Engaging enemy station.
Bastion Devils have engaged Lithorius. And Cerberus is not far behind, as well as Manticore Stormlord. We got a debris in Drisk that gave us nothing. The Wanderer is returning to Tricked to assist research. The Zephyr has completed its repairs in Sosta, so we will send it back to New Rain, or is it Spring Rain? Yeah, I believe it is Spring Rain that they were assisting research on. I can double check that. Yes, Spring Rain. It's been
engaging enemy station.
Handful of days. We can see if they have decided where they're headed yet. They're going to Dacha. And Dacha, I believe, is the one world they still possess that used to be, yes, used to be the Habinti Unified Worlds. So they're regrouping in Dacha. Now the other ones over here in Dacha currently have no real orders, so they're just kind of idling there. And they do have close to 200k here. We had sent in a 100k fleet, but there is another fleet en route. Manticore Stormlords will take 2 months to get there, unfortunately, so Bastion Devils will suffer some damage before they show up. And Cerberus is another 140 that is on its way to Lithoris. It'll be there in under a month. Pegasus has engaged Revac Station. It should fall fairly quickly, and then we will proceed on to Terrazet.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
We've begun the invasion of Basteron. We're actually losing offense faster than they're losing defense, because these defensive armies of the Hifnar and the Andagon are a lot tougher than us. The robots are not. We'll be thinning through the robots fairly quickly. This should be a fairly quick fight. We will need to rename the world and then move on to Talanok, which will also need to be renamed.
Battle debris secured.
Got another 90 alloys and filth. Still 3 more debris there. We took some shield damage, flipping revac, but it is now ours. Both of these fleets are on their way to Terrazet. And Cerberus has joined in here. Bastion Devils has already lost a few ships, but they have dropped significantly in power level already. Stellar Core was over 100k, now it is 78. And they lost 2k out of the Azure Legionnaires. And I think 6k in the Verzak Corsairs. Because I could have sworn it was in the 30s. I might be mistaken on that. But the Gloss-Rahenian fleet should crumple fairly quickly. They were all damaged already. And the Manticore Stormlords will be here in 2 months. We should be firing the weapon here in Taziet soon. Gablashi is now swept. So the Palpatine can jump out of here. And I think Epsilon Cygni or Ezek might be the priority. Let's see, Epsilon Cygni. It's down to 850, and we do have a 700 transport fleet inbound. And we can continue to bombard it for a little more. Ezek. Yeah, the window is getting narrower here. I think what we will do is move to Wolgan. Why are you going that way? Alright, move to Wolgan. Okay, just come in, thank you. 1 month. And then we would be able to jump to Ezek and proceed to get ready to bathe that world. If the fighting goes sour. We have gotten rid of a few more of the big, heavy-hitting defensive armies, so that may not necessarily be a place we need to go. I could always send these troops here to reinforce as well, and just bombard Epsilon Cygni. Yeah, let's do that. Let's jump to Ezek. And instead of rerouting this one here, let's jump to Epsilon Cygni. We can break up these fleets now. They don't need to continue to bombard since I'm about to sweep that world. I can move all of these to push for Holibray. I don't think we'll make it before we're forced into peace, but we can try. And now that we control Tazian, I can begin the construction of the gateway site here. And I now have control of this station entirely. And since there will be a gateway here, this will become a shipyard. We'll go ahead and get started on a hangar bay and finish planning it out in April. And once we get that shipyard built, I can start colonizing the worlds back here. Although I could begin terraforming this one already. And this one is a tropical. We can colonize it before we begin the terraforming.
Engaging enemy station.
The Archives is in a migration treaty with the Pankisha province. Nation of Selnok Prime is in a commercial pact with the Gudgan. And Pegasus has engaged Terrazed Station.
Ground objective secured.
We have taken over Basteron. It's now time for my fleet to move on to Talanok. And we will go ahead and rename Basteron. I have had an Osiris before. I created the Osiris colonies, so I'm not going to use that name. We've had a Nutton, Hesperos, Caresia, and it's just kind of recycling most of the names I've already used. This will be a mining base. The name of the world is Penthaka, so let's just go with that and make this Penthaka Station. And that one will be Condia's Station. Yurka is over Asikia. We could have made that Asikia Station, but Yurka works fine. Now, one other thing I do want to check at Penthaka Station is the populations. See, I do not see any human superiors. I don't see a lot of duplicates either. We have Sildor superiors, Belmacosa, Gloswarhini, and Obedin. That's only 4 species I'll have to shift off. That'll help cut down on the crime here as well. Meshbin made peace with the Sovereign Jazajan Assembly. My jumps have been completed, so the Palpatine will begin bombardment here. And Transport Fleet 88 will land there. It'll take them a month to get over there. Yeah, they are narrowing the gap fairly well, and as soon as the consuming swarm gets in there, it's going to get uglier. If we can get these defensive armies out, their heavy hitters will be gone. And it's these bottom 2 that are the heaviest hitters. That one's just about pushed out. Yeah, we are now turning the tide here. Stellar Core's down under 60k. And the Stormlords are inbound, so it will flip even faster after that. Interstellar Picarian are in a research agreement with the Citizens Confederation of Gavazul. The mercenary company that was over here, the Crimson Banner, I do not see them moving around. I'm wondering if they released the contract. Let's see. Nope, the Gloswarhinian are still renting it. But it's also possible the Gloswarhinian did not have open borders, and when they gained it, it got
All
kicked
sword
out.
ground elements are dropping on target.
Praku Holy State has claimed Taziat, and we have begun the invasion of Talanok.
Battle debris secured.
We have 140 alloys in Zoltar's Maw. That was the last one there. So now the Remembrance is returning to Corrigan. And in Jezimai, we got another 3,000 alloys. There's 1 debris left in Jezimai. Now, more than likely, they're going to
Blocker cleared.
request peace before this year is up.
Battle debris secured.
Hippogriff and Pegasus lost no ships, but did take some damage flipping Terrazid Station. So we are going to hold here to repair. We have 130 alloys in Ansalom. That was the last one there. The Alacrity is on its way back to Nova Antioch to assist research. On second thought, we will send them to Biltron to scavenge the project there. And we are probably going to generate more debris. Yeah, they moved on to Josk Fomat. Chimera is about to take this station. Yeah, Shapa itself has a large garrison and a FTL inhibitor, so we're going to have to backtrack out of here to get to Uchziki. And the Fortress Legionnaires are now 2 months out away from Ansalon. United Kresh commonality is in a commercial pact with the Sovereign Jazzjan Assembly.
Ground objective secured.
We have taken Talanok, Kondius Station. I see no human superiors. So we can begin the invasion of Warhini. We are 295. Their defenders are 332. And they are heavy hitters. Very heavy hitters. So for now, let's just enter orbit. And we can begin the invasion a little later. They do have one transport fleet here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We want their bombardment to continue for a bit. I'd actually like my own bombardment going on as well. We could take Corellia, but we couldn't take Camberin. And this one also would need to be renamed. That would free up another fleet to go bombard elsewhere. Yeah, let's go ahead and land over here. How long will that take? It'll take me a month to get over there, and that will give them more time to bombard Warhini. There's only one fleet left here, the Stellar Corps, which is down another 10k since last I checked. So they are going to crumple extremely fast. And then Lithorius will be ours. Well, control of the station and the gateway will be ours. There are planets in here with very large garrisons, probably. El Gabarina's kind of little. Now, one thing I can do is if I just flip one planet in a station, in a system, it makes the system contested. I won't exactly lose control of the colony if the war ends. What it generally does is gets rid of the station in there, and it's whoever builds the station first gets control of the system. It depends on majority rule, and I think maybe some citadels may make a bigger difference. Because I do know with outposts, the outpost goes away. So if there was a system that was contested that had an outpost in it, and each of us had one colony there, the outpost would be destroyed. Both of us would retain control of our colonies until someone built a outpost in the system. That happened in my United Nations of Earth game when I was fighting up against the Machine Empire. And for the life of me, I can't remember their name. I kept calling them the Cybrex because that was my origin, but I can't remember their name right now. So after I get Ordedius, I might, since there's a gateway here and a gateway there, shift over and get that low defended planet in Lithorius to see if I can retain control of the system. Now here in Kurgaros, large garrison there, I'd have to wipe that planet. And let's check the progress. We are low on volatile motes. That's not good. But I can probably shift some people around, move some gas and crystal refiners over to unworked mote jobs. Not Algorib. Let's check Ezek and check the progress on the invasion here. We're still ahead, and we have pushed out all but one of their heavy hitters. And the Xenomorph army will be the next one to merge in, which is going to make this a little bit uglier. But we may end up winning this without support. However, the support will be incoming in a matter of days. They're already landing, and I would much prefer not to take the chances and just have the support show up. Didn't I have a 1K fleet in here? Is it already been obliterated or something? I could have sworn I had a 1K fleet I told to land here that had jumped in. What happened to them? Yeah, this was 1.6K when it started out, I think. So I have lost a lot of troops for my strength to be dropping down so much. The Sagacious is once again leaving its assistance of research at Lockney to come down to Ordidius to begin salvaging the debris here and then getting the ones in Warhini Sui. And I need to give... The Colossus has got about 3 months before it fires, but I want to go ahead and give it another order. I want it to go to Kurgaros to bathe the planet here. And after it does that, if the war is still going on, I will see about bathing Camberin in Ordidius, and then move on to Lithorius to bathe Gabarina. No, not Gabarina. Lithorius 3. Because I should be able to invade Gabarina. And that will consolidate my holdings here. I'm not that worried about these little pockets of Fel Null that will still be present.
New species variant available.
I converted a young Furbinite over to a Furbinite on one of the worlds that produced them. Yes, the fight is now going fairly much in our favor now that our other fleet has landed, even though we are suffering casualties. We're about to get the last major defender out other than the Xenomorphs. Bastion Devils, Manticore Stormlords, and Strike Force Cerberus all suffered some casualties. Bastion Devils suffered a huge brunt, but we did finally push them out of Lithorius. Now these 3 fleets need to repair. We will repair here. Did that leave any of my fleets that were ordered to go that way without orders now? That is a question. Hippogriff was waiting repairs. It appears to be repaired, but there is a... Yeah, it would have to jump to get to Riag or to Wayladen Black Hole. But we can do that. All the others seem to still be following their orders. None appear to be idle, apart from the ones that are watching choke points.
Engaging enemy station.
The Doomsday has moved on in to engage this system because they will be joined shortly by Chimera.
Engaging enemy station.
Soran has ended their rivalry with the Fel Null. Chimera has engaged as well. And the Fortress Legionnaires have made it into Ansalom.
Battle debris secured.
We got 80 alloys in Vilf. 2 more debris there.
Fleet action underway.
Hippogriff. I overshot. Hippogriff has engaged here. I want to make sure that they go for the star base. Right now they're going for the constructor. We've completed an orbital ring in the Austin system. This one is now on its way to Flaxington, I believe. That was the orbital ring around Desticon. No, we're on our way to Fincastle. We can go ahead and queue up a habitation module here. and a hangar bay.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
I just saw a fleet move into Zirak, and then I lost sight of them. They are more than likely on their way around to Vilth, but Pegasus has relocated here. I did a modification and changed it from a Perdition Beam to the Ruinous Glare for it, so I am retrofitting that while it repairs here in Vilth. My next round of reinforcements are now en route. Looks like most of the ones that just got churned out will be only about 2 months out. And we have begun the invasion of Corellia, which will need to be renamed. Fortress Legionnaires blew up a science ship and flipped this system. Now we're going to come in here to oust the fleet that is attempting to take Josk Format, because that outpost is fairly damaged anyway, and they bypass shields and armor, so they may flip it before we get in. Hippogriff flipped Reag Station. We're going to go ahead and go back and make sure we have Wayladon Black Hole before we push forward to Idria. The Juggernaut and Chimera have flipped this system. Chimera suffered some minor losses. I may be able to immediately reinforce those. Now, I am lacking 1 dark matter to get their full reinforcements in Chimera. But now that Chimera has flipped this system, we can push them on to Holibray. And that will eliminate their ability to gate in over here.
Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
Corellia has been conquered. It needs a rename. And again, we're just cycling through the names they already have. It's another mining station. We'll call this one the Amethyst Station. And I will go ahead and disable the metallurgist jobs and replace these nano aloe plants with a clone vat. Now we have 313 strength. What is Rahini down to? 306. I think by the time we get over here, it should be weak enough for us to take, and we will have healed up some. Let's see, how long will it take us to get there? 1 month? Yeah, quite a few of our troops are still wounded, but we will heal along the way, and they will take more damage, so I believe we are going to be able to flip Rahini Sui. So we have been forced into peace before we completed the shooting there. The circumstances dictate that we put an end to this war. The Commonwealth of Man has better things to do than pursue this conflict indefinitely. No, I don't, actually. And in 10 years, when this peace is over, I am going to eradicate you and your allied independent systems. But we are forced to accept this for now. And it looks like we lost control right now of this system and this system. We haven't lost our planets yet. So we're no longer going to be landing on Rahini. Let's pull back to Vilth. We kept control of Josk Format. And most of my fleets, I will have them all return home. That one is in combat, so I can't tell it to return just yet. I can have you return home. I will move the Doomsday over this way. A zipper will work. Let's go back to the Doomsday. We just need to come in the gateway. That will take 15 days, and then we will be able to jump to Tauziat so that we can churn out the colony ship for that world there. It says the Fel Null has regained Ezek, and the fighting on Chiblashi has been ended. We almost had the world too. I am going to hold here with these two for now to see what happens with this world. And we lost Epsilon Cygni. I'm going to keep this order going and see what happens. See if I still bombard it. But yeah, let's just go to most of our fleets and have them return home. Hotkey for that is B. Charybdis should be home already. Its station should be Antak Ram, which wasn't originally able to be set. I just saw another starbase in there I need to downgrade. So we'll let this advance a few. There, yes, it did cancel most of our orders. So our transport fleets need to return elsewhere. We'll have them land on Geonosis. This one in Chiblashi. We'll land on Riblaga. Fel Null is no longer a valid rival. Neither are the Glostworhenians. So we are down 2 rivals. And if we go back to our military fleets, the Palpatine, we are going to send the Palpatine back to Deneb. And I am going to do an experiment, so I need to redesign the Palpatine. We are going to put the devolving beam on here. And the Palpatine is going to upgrade. As soon as it completes its upgrade, we are going to declare war against the Queptiliums, because I already have a claim right here. And we are going to do an experiment to see if I hit that with the devolving beam, I can, and conquer the world if I can transfer the troops off, the Presapients off. So actually we are going to need some armies up that way. So let's take this fleet, small fleet from Ordedius, and send them here to Jalora. Strike Force Hippogriff can now return home. It's out of combat. And we'll see what happens as the month rolls over. Glostworhenians are still listed as 94,000. The Fel Null have dropped to 46. But we will see how that updates in a month.
Battle debris secured.
We finished scavenging the debris in Jesmai. I believe that was the last one there. We are now on our way to Orib. Pegasus has been repaired. They're still in the process of upgrading. Fel Null has ended their rivalry with the Soran.
Construction complete.
Now, did I lose control of any colonies? Condius Station, Penthaka Station, Yurga, Turgosh, Amethyst Station, Riblaga. So all of those new colonies I did lose control of them. So I've lost everything here in Ezek. So we are going to move these guys. I have 73 days before they can jump. But I can jump Zarklin's Pilgrims out of this system. So none of the territories where I had planets ended up losing because I believe they all had upgraded stations. It only works if it's just an outpost, I believe. Send Fortress Legionnaires home. The Doomsday will now jump to Taziad. Port Bixby Station finished its construction queue. And that would have been shifting over to being food. So while I lost some colonies that I have actually already planned out, I'm not going to completely delete their plans. I'm just going to shift them off to the bottom of the file because I will eventually get them back, and this would save me from having to replan the world, knowing what it's going to end up being. Well, most of those were stations. So I'm not that really worried about it. I can just delete the references to them as I get to them. One of our fleets has been forced to decloak, the Sagacious. That's fine. Now that we're no longer fighting here, I can get those in Lithorius. Let's send the Zephyr over to get that. Scavenge the projects, and then return to Spring Rain. Overall, it was quite a crippling blow to the Gloucerians. They now have only a handful of systems over here, and of course, Dacia. The Fel Null also lost a good chunk of their territory, leaving them with a small amount. And yeah, they have built a constructor over here. More than likely, they're going to build a gateway here, which would free up these squadrons to finally leave. Now, I wanted to check again at the victory conditions. Gloucerians are still 94. The Fel Null are still 46, so it had already updated properly. But we are 10k above the Star Realm of Shar and the Soran. So we are the leaders by a good margin. And in 10 years, we will redeclare this war, and the Gloucerians will no longer be on this list. Because it will not take much to eliminate them. In the interim, after the Palpatine has retrofitted, I'm going to declare war on the Queptilians to do my little experiment, and after I claim that one system from the Queptilians, I will end the war with the Queptilians and then absorb the Latrepians. That will give me more territory. But from here on out, I'm not really going to have a huge use for invading armies after this experiment, depending on how the experiment turns out. Because I intend to switch back to the neutron sweep and simply bathe every world, rather than picking up a whole bunch of species that I'm going to end up eliminating anyway. I will just wipe things clean and recolonize them. But we will have to also see how that works on a habitat. Because if it leaves a ruined habitat, I have to spend influence to rebuild before I can colonize. That really wouldn't be worth it. I would be better off invading habitats. As you can see, it didn't take much to get positive again on volatile motes. Part of the drain was, while I was at war, star bases I had control of but didn't actually own. I believe they do provide a drain. But my consumer goods are a different story. So despite having a lot of factory worlds, I seem to have more people working jobs that require consumer goods than jobs that produce them. So I needed to shift a lot of my focus away from things like the Canadolans and the Philadolans over to the Simolans. to make sure I have the worlds that are producing my factory worlds getting the people they need to get the factory worker jobs. We're about 9 months away from completing the next to last step of the Strategic Coordination Center, the hull, and then we will be able to finish the final step of it, which will free up my ability to do an additional megastructure. We are also a little under 2 years away from completing the final stage of this other science nexus, so we will be able to do 2 of them. I would be able to resume the mega art installation when I finish the technology for it, and get started on the mega shipyard. I believe we have already unlocked the mega shipyard. Mega shipyard, there it is. Yeah, we have completed the mega shipyard, so I would be able to get started on it when we finish this final stage. I'm not that worried about my vessels being uncloaked. Now that we are finally at peace, things will proceed a little faster. I still have a large number of colonies to manage. However, I don't have to take the time to scout around and see what all of the opponents are in the process of doing to help plan my actions. So that will cut down on the length of both the episode and my time spent on micromanagement.
Blocker cleared.
I had an idea. That was a blocker I found on one of my worlds. Right now I'm drawing a blank on which one. But it had 0 time to remove. It was a nature preserve that one of them had set up. And I was able to remove it and move it to the top of the list because it was going to take no time to clear off the nature preserve. But yeah, I had an idea of something I wanted to do on my way to work this morning, but after a long day at work, I have completely forgotten it. So hopefully it wasn't too important. I think it had to do with the fleets I was doing.
Battle debris secured.
I am getting ready to churn out a few more fleets for some of the other areas I picked up, like Vilth and Arbitraeus, I think it might have been. Or Taziad. But a lot of these designs aren't going to have brand new ship designs. They're just going to be rehashes of old ship. Like both Task Force Bunyip and Task Force Bukovac are going to just be Scylla and Charybdis redone. Almost exactly. Got 600 alloys out of the Ordidia system. There's still quite a few there. Yeah, 4 more there, and then 3 in Warhini Sui. And we have 4 in Lithorius.
Battle debris secured.
Oh my lord, people. Every time I get them beaten down, they get another member. United Kresh Commonality joined the Allied Independent Systems. Felnull subjugated them. Now that is one thing they have changed in the current version, is that you're a lot less likely to see a lot of subjugation spam later in the game. That is one thing they wanted to do away with, where these federations would get so large just because of all the subjugation spam. We got 30 alloys in Vilth. There's still 1 left there. Alright, the Kresh Commonality that has just been subjugated. Where might they be? You know, rather than scrolling around here hoping to stumble across it, the smarter thing to do would be just to bring up the contacts, scroll down to them, and then go to them. Starts with U. United Kresh Commonality. Way the hell over here. Not someone I'm worried about. They do have gateways, so their fleets would be able to come over this way. And they do have some sizable fleets. That's over 300k right there. But honestly, I'm not worried about them. Alright, looks like some jumps have been made. So the Doomsday needs to get in orbit of Gablashi. We can go ahead and colonize Gablashi. And I think I'm going to use the parahumans for this. Jangala. Other jumps, Sarklin's Pilgrims can now return home. I still need 46 days, so I'll just check them in October. Or 46 days would put us halfway through September. So I could have them beginning the jump and be ready to relocate in October. I could have sworn I had one more fleet jumping. But now, for the life of me... Oh. After this one builds the gateway site, it's moving down to Walgun to jump to Algarab to build one. Actually, I've got to jump twice. That was the idea I had on the way home. I decided I'd just build another constructor here to build this gateway and delete it when it's done. And when this guy is done with the gateway site, I will jump him out of here to head up to where the mega shipyard will be built, which is in Hilos. And I do realize I went fairly heavy on this fleet with the components that require minor artifacts. And that was something I had gotten away from earlier. Yeah, all of these little nano missile cloud launchers require minor artifacts. I did want this one fleet to be heavy on minor artifacts because it is kind of an Egyptian theme in the Algarab system. And I did want to go with that. So this is going to be a fairly expensive fleet. Maybe later down the road I might cycle out some of the minor artifacts used on some of the smaller ships. We completed an orbital ring in the Hontaron system. Now all of my orbital rings are currently being built from Deneb outwards. Hontaron was Dawnlight. This one is now on its way to the Ofang system, which would be Melpomene. But Dawnlight now has its orbital ring. Now, the first thing we're going to need is a hangar bay. And Dawnlight is already in Ecumenopolis, so we'll also get started on the habitation module. And I'm going to take the time to update my text file. I'd already set aside all of the stages for it. I just had to make sure to make a note of what I'm already doing. Now the developer is staying in Deneb, working from Deneb outward to build habitats in every system. So I'm starting with the habitats here in Deneb, and then I will move outward depending on what I need, because it looks like in Grekel I'm only going to get mining habitats. Nope, there are barren worlds I could use for more of other things. I could build refineries. I could build military bases with fortresses for more naval capacity. Or I could build hydroponics if my food starts dipping again. I could also do consumer goods, but I believe I have sufficient factory ecumenopoli. I just need them to get the people they need. But yeah, I have the developer working on habitats, the stevedore and the factory are working on orbital rings, and the Ikingo was the one going around doing relays and gateways where I need them. Though I'm pretty good on gateways except for Algorab. Algorab is really the only place that still needs a gateway for now. Other than that, I'm happy with the amount of gateways I have. Chimera has been fully repaired. Chimera has returned to Deneb. It does need some reinforcement. I am going to wait until these reinforcements all arrive before I churn out more, because I'm not sure who is already being reinforced. And I have a shortage of dark matter anyway for most of the reinforcement. Manticore Stormlords has been fully repaired. Goswarhenian are in a research agreement with the Kreshk. Felnull is in a research agreement with the Rishethians. And the Foxaran Collective is in a non-aggression pact with the Soran. Foxaran, when did they pop up? I'm not familiar. Oh, they're right here. I don't remember when they appeared. During a clandestine mission to the surface of Avris 4, one of our shuttles was intercepted by a squadron of atmospheric fighters belonging to local nation-state. A lucky missile hit disabled the shuttle's engines and it crashed in a remote wilderness. We need to act fast if we are to evacuate any survivors before the pre-FTLs reach the crash site. All evidence of our presence must be removed. Oh, it would be over here. Requires a science ship. Can you make the jump? No. You can't jump to there. Alright, the Remembrance needs to jump to Avris. Or no, it doesn't. Let's see. Never mind. The Remembrance will remain assisting research on Corrigan. Oh, we don't have a shipyard here yet. Yeah, I was going to say I could... Well, yes, we do. We have the Doomsday. Churn me out a science ship. 41 days as opposed to 14. I'm fine with that. 42, actually. So we will go ahead and get another science ship. I'll recruit another scientist when it is built. 13 days. So on the 14th, I can begin the jump here. Interstellar Pricarians are in a non-aggression pact with the Meshbin Galactic Coalition. The Palpatine has been upgraded. Alright. So we will send it over to Jalora. Sovereign Jazzajan Assembly is in a research agreement with the United Kreshk. Meshbin are in a non-aggression pact with the Veteresians. Now we will jump to Zipper. And after we complete the jump to Zipper, we can move them over here to Jalora as well. And as my fleets get repaired and refitted, I will start queuing up to be able to take out the Archivist. They only have a 300k fleet, and it looks like they're currently in Latrepian space, so the Latrepians will probably face the brunt of them. Bastion Devils have been fully repaired.
Ships refitted.
Strike Force Hydra has been fully upgraded. Finally. Strike Force Hydra should also be at full strength. And we got 140 alloys in Biltron. Now the Alacrity is returning to Nova Antioch.
Construction complete.
You know, I really like this mouse cursor when it's busy, showing the 2 planets orbiting. That's just neat. I see it a lot now that I've been reloading the game after a little bit every day. Bertios Starbase, Genesis Station, has completed its construction queue. I think it was shifting over to food. It could have been building a habitation module. I had surplus space anyway, so it's hard for me to remember. The enigmatic cache is in Jalora, where most of my fleets are beginning to converge in preparation for invading the Queptilium. The Interstellar Picarian Coalition joined the Allied Independent Systems. That means that the Praku Holy State, who does not like the Fel Null, is also now a member. Okay, so the Allied Independent Systems just got even uglier. Every time I get them beat down, they find more allies. Well, the fortunate thing is if we crush the Fel Null, it will immediately drop out the United Kresk, because they're only a member because they are their bulwark. So when we proceed with our war against the Miravandians, we're going to eliminate the Miravandians, and then the Glostwarhenians we will do a 2-front war on. We will invade here and jump to Dacia to deal with Dacia. After we get them out, we will proceed on through Citizens Alliance of Orkenfung while at the same time eliminating the remaining Fel Null. Now, since the Praku Holy State are now a member, that means that I would also be able to consolidate here a little better, pushing along here. And once I eliminate that, then I will be pushing on into the Interstellar Picarian. I'm not that worried about the Rishethian state. As a matter of fact, when I crush the Glostwarhenians, they should be dropped out, because they are a subsidiary of the Glostwarhenians. And once, so that would pretty much eliminate, if I get the Glostwarhenians and the Fel Null and the Citizens Alliance of Orkenfung, which actually once I get rid of the Glostwarhenians, I may lose them as an opponent, which would be fine by me. I will deal with them at another time. But if we get the Fel Null and the Glostwarhenians, then the Allied Independent Systems would be the sole member. If we crush the Praku Holy State along the way, then the Allied Independent Systems will be no more. Finally. And we can sweep through the Interstellar Picarian. We probably won't completely eliminate them in the next war, but we might be able to get a lot of territory along here to connect up to that, and maybe connect down to here. But we would be able to push through and take some of their territory, which in turn would strengthen us. But first, we have the Queptilium to deal with when my fleets all converge here. I'm sending my mercenaries that are repaired around this way, depending on where the Flourishing Corolla ends up. I will throw my mercenaries against them and let the mercenaries take the brunt of the casualties against their fleet. Hydra and Cerberus are both going to be moving into temporal decay. Well, Cerberus is still awaiting reinforcement, so this Hydra will be moving into temporal decay and pushing up this way toward Nathupta, or Nathupa. But it's going to take probably until January until most of my fleets are in location. Now that they're repaired, I will send them to Othana. Fortress Legionnaires. They're not at full strength, but they're repaired.
Battle debris secured.
We've gotten the first one in Oreb, almost 1,000. There's 2 more in Oreb, I believe. Yes. We've got about a year
Battle debris secured.
on the ones in Dacia. That should not be an issue. 3 in Dacia. Actually, Dacia. I had forgotten about Dacia. We are going to need to send someone over to Dacia. So I will jump over to Dacia in 14 days. And then there are 4 debris there. Each one takes 3 months. I might be able to get them all completed before they time out. Because you just have to start them to stop the timer. 240 alloys in Ordedius. That leaves 3 more there. The one in Oreb that I have not started on has a year. And everything else has close to 3 years or more. So we should be good.
Battle debris secured.
They keep pushing into the Lindula system. Now, interesting enough, I don't have a detection array around here. So that implies to me that the detection arrays do pass through my gateways, because my detection array, my only detection array at this point, is Ditram. And it is stationed on a gateway. And I am popping ships over here in Lindula, unless they have a detection array, and being my ally, they are popping them. I don't know. That's what I'm going to need to find out when I absorb most of my other allies, is if that solitary detection array I have is enough to pop ships anywhere in my empire. Does the detection array work through gateways? Now, it would not surprise me if it does not. And that would mean you would actually need detection arrays staggered throughout your empire. Citizens Confederation of Gavazul is in a commercial pact with the Interstellar Picarians. We got 1,200 alloys in Lithorius. There's still 3 more there. And we have almost 2,400 alloys in Vilth. That was the final one in Vilth. The Wayfarer is returning to Nagrama. And I might actually, after it makes it to Nagrama, also send it to Euchromia. Yeah, let's do that. Instead of going to Nagrama, go to Euchromia, and we will have 2 of them working in Dacia to get that done. So it's going to take a month for that to happen. I should only have a few more days here before I can get started. Look at all the level ups.
Construction complete.
I'm going to let it go ahead and progress until I jump. There we go. Now we will begin scavenging the projects. Port Snedden has been terraformed into a continental world. These were all governors that leveled up, which will help with crime in their area. And Leffingwell Station finished its habitation module. So I can begin on another administrative arcology, I believe. Yes, I'm getting 12 administrative arcologies. So if I go up to Leffingwell, yep, I was awaiting 1 admin from that upgrade. My fleets have started to arrive here. Miravandian are in a commercial pact with United Kresk. Rishethian State are also in a research agreement with them. Akano Organism is in a non-aggression pact with the Star Realm of Shar. And I did add 2 more rivals. I decided to rival the other top 2 empires, the Star Realms of Shar and the Soran combined clans.
We have claimed a new world.
Alright, 6 days out from Euchromia, after which we will jump to Dacia and assist with clearing out Dacia. We have established Nereidum. Ooh, lordy, that place is And once again, I'm going to have a merchant that is going to become unemployed because these holdings are all going to be trashed because I have dropped to a reassembled ship shelter. I'm going to have to plan out this world, but I do know right off the bat we can disable some jobs until I get around to figuring out what I'm doing with this world. It is a candidate for becoming a Ecumenopolis. But for now, we will cut down on income we are spending by disabling a lot of these buildings we are not currently using. And we will begin converting this advanced research complex to a clone pad. And we will need a gene clinic. And with the last building slot, I will go ahead and build a... Actually, let's just go ahead and queue this up. I might change the order I'm doing it, but I will have this much planned out. I'm going to have a precinct house because I am going to need to keep crime down to be able to shuffle some of my surplus population over here to grow the colony a little faster. Nation of Selnock Prime is in a defensive pact with the Gudgan Commonwealth. Two little independents are trying to team up. Alright, now we can begin jumping the Wayfarer to Dacha. And we should be able to begin the research before January. So they will begin scavenging more debris here, which should give us plenty of time to get all the debris there. Both of my transport fleets are present, as is the Palpatine. Yeah, in January I will begin the war here.
Construction complete.
Now, unlike the war against the Allied Independent Systems, I have only one opponent, so it isn't going to slow me down as much as fighting up against superior opponents does, or being outnumbered and surrounded. Manticore Stormlords paid dividends, little bit of energy, minerals, and food. And Nagrama Station has shifted over to a filing system, I believe. We're still in the process of shifting some of the... yeah, it was a mineral base, and I shifted it over when I dropped down to 3 mining districts that still needed to be shifted into industry. This world is getting prepped to become an Ecumenopolis. The Beltharian power plant didn't impress me enough to worry about keeping that. I would much rather make this a research Ecumenopolis and get the additional boon to research. So it is now fully prepped. As soon as it finishes this Ministry of Production, I would be able to go into the Ecumenopolis project if I had the influence. Actually going to go through my Empire maintenance with you a little bit here. I had just completed declining a species here on Unity, so I'm just, all of these are 100%. I'm just picking the next one on the list that I have only one of, which is the Super Destican, which will actually be, I think, an artisan or a metallurgist. I believe they are indentured servants. So that dropped it down to where there are 37 different species to decline here on Unity, since I just got rid of the Lavis, and I'm now working on the Super Destican. And the first Super Destican in the list is the indentured servant. So yeah, he's going to be free up either a metallurgist or an artisan slot. But since it takes just under 2 years, it's a few months under 2 years, so it ends up every 7 years I can get rid of 4 populations on a planet. However, not all of these have only one member. I do know both the Praku and the Are there still Farine here? No. Okay, so it's the Praku. There are 30 Praku on this world. However, as I build Simolans or get humans, I will tend to shift Praku off to other worlds, so that will cut down on that, and other worlds will end up declining them instead. But yeah, as you can see, it's going to take a while for me to clear out all of these surplus species I have. But that's all Unity really needed to do. I keep this one, and I can pretty much see if there's anything special going to be happening on that. I do know when I get to Destinicon, I'm going to have to add another orbital platform. But most of these others, it's just going to be quickly looking if they have anything being built. This one is upgrading its hyper entertainment forums because it is not at plus 20% citizen pop happiness. It can upgrade, but I am so starved for influence, it is not even funny. That is one thing, when I do go back to working with mods, I'm going to redo my mod just for one purpose. Nothing having to do entirely with your empire, whether it is habitats or any form of megastructure, habitats, orbital rings, even the ring world, should not cost influence. They could multiply the cost by somewhere between 4 and 5, or maybe even more for the ring world, because I think the ring world is 300. They could jump it up to 3,000 and change it to Unity instead, because it is entirely having to do with your empire. Only things that should cost influence is exerting your control outside your empire, whether it is building an outpost, making claims, or conducting espionage or diplomacy through the Senate. That is where influence should be spent. Now, I know they put a lot of things as influence sinks early in the game when there weren't a lot of things to spend influence on, and for empires like that did not conduct diplomacy. But empires that don't conduct diplomacy can still conduct espionage, so they still have an outlet for influence, and they can still make claims, and they can still build outposts. But yeah, I really hate how many things require influence, so that would be the first thing I would change, would be getting rid of influence cost for decisions, planetary decisions or colony decisions, or anything having to do entirely with your empire. Even the Ecumenopolis project should not require influence. It should just require a shit ton of unity, because you're disrupting your own empire. You're not exerting your control outside your borders. But yeah, we're getting a hyper entertainment forum here, which will open up 2 entertainer jobs. So I will end up here on Hyperion Station with 2 entertainers. Other than that, there's not really much happening on this world. I don't have to worry about any populations that are about to grow or about to decline. Jackson Station just declined a Farine. So if I go to species, that gets it down to only 13 left to decline here. And on most of these worlds, I will go down to the bottom of the list and work my way up, checking habitability, and get rid of the ones with the lowest habitability first. Looks like 85% is the lowest, and that's going to be either the Fex Klenga or the Oxenlitter. Well, the Fex Klenga is, I believe, a domestic servant. So I will get rid of the Oxenlitter, because if I have populations grow here and people get shifted out of mining jobs, the Fex Klenga can become a servant. The Oxenlitter cannot. The Oxenlitter is one of my old chattel slaves. So we'll decline that one first. This is Jackson Station, not Hyperion Station. And I can adjust this list a little bit. Now we do have crime here. Eventually I will be converting the clone vats to a precinct house, because I did realize with a large amount of slaves I was going to end up with crime for a while. However, I think when I fully convert, that may not be the case. Let's see. These guys provide... Well, that's a bad example. I need to find... Yeah, these guys. These guys provide almost 2 crime. However, the replacement slaves for them, my Sweetlands, only provide 1. So crime will be cut in half. So I may end up later on changing this back to a slave processing facility, because it will cut down on the political power of slaves, which will boost stability, which will boost my overall resources from jobs, and it also boosts the slave pop resource output, and the only people here will be slaves working worker jobs, so that's another 5% per slave. It'd just be a small amount. Yeah, 5% of this is 5% off the base, which is 4, plus the 2 from building, so 6. 5% of 6 is 0.3. So it's going to end up being 0.3 per slave, and with 26 miners here, that's only going to end up being about 9 points more. But it's still 9 points more. I mean, the stuff does eventually add up. If I have enough stations with those, 4 stations with those is close to another 40. Now we've gotten to Flaxington, and we're about to decline a Ganlariv. And that Ganlariv, when it gets declined, is going to free up a clerk job. So we will have 1 available clerk if I need to shift populations over. For the most part, these open jobs don't matter as much when I'm not at war, actually conquering planets that end up with surplus population I need to shift over. But it's still a habit I've gotten into. Destinicon is declining an oxen litter, which will free up a clerk job. And other than that, there's not much happening. Alright, so we will get 1 available clerk job. Destinicon is actually down to a low amount of species to decline. However, I believe they have multiple Farine. Yeah, they have 3 Farine. But the numbers of Farine here are so low, I'm not going to bother trying to shift them off world. I don't mind if 2 Farine decide to be unemployed for a month or 2. That's not going to disrupt my empire because I will have sufficient Philadolans to fill the entertainer slots, and I have surplus amenities anyway. So I don't exactly have to get every population down to 1. It's the ones that have multiple populations I just worry about if it's going to cause a disruption for my empire. And also we have a new platform I need to build here. 1 more missile platform. And then after it completes that, it'll get 30 days of progress to the habitation module by the time I come up to my next maintenance cycle. Now if I look at my list, I will have to build a platform on Dawnlight, and then until I get to Mindos, it should just be checking these and buildings. So Dawnlight was going to need another hangar bay. And Dawnlight is only getting more factory and 1 more leisure slot when I need amenities, which right now is not going to be anytime soon. I can focus on adding more factory slots and filling up these artisans so that I can get out of my consumer good deficit. All of the additional habitats are going to add factory slots. And other than that, I am getting a new Simoleon. So I need to adjust the account of Simoleons I have and make a note so that I know to check the world or what it just grew, basically. And that is going to fill up an artisan slot. Now I'm down to 3. I will be getting another in 7 months. That'll be down to 2. It only takes me 6 months to build a new factory arcology, so I don't need to start on construction of one until I get really close to filling this up. That way I'm not paying maintenance on a district I am not currently using, because the maintenance on these requires strategic resources. And I also declined an Aziki, which leaves only 9 species here left to decline. This is an Ecumenopolis. Everything will have 100%. So I will just start at the top of the list. And the Jazz Gavaz will be the next one I decline. Now, if I did have species in here with bad traits that I wanted to get rid of sooner, like if I had one here that was toxic, because that affects the happiness of all non-toxic, I might focus on them. But for the most part, I'm just trying to thin out the amount of species I do not want out of my empire. Destiny also just declined a species. It also declined an Aziki. And it is a continental world. It's like 50% is currently the lowest. And the Super Destican, which we only have one of. So Destiny is now working on the Super Destican. And since it doesn't have a note after it, that one is just a domestic servant. And we got rid of the Aziki. Nothing going on at Doran, so I don't need to worry about it. Mendos still has time before I have to worry about it. Nothing special over here in this list. In Camelot, we got a new Cana Dolan. And I had the culture worker slots closed, I think. So I need to open one culture worker slot. Oh no, I did have an open slot. But the Cana Dolan became a bureaucrat instead. So let's close out bureaucrats to push him over there. And we're working on yet another one. Now this is upping my... These guys take about 4 consumer goods apiece. So that is why I'm currently in a deficit, is all of these people working culture worker. But it is also boosting my naval capacity and citizen pop happiness and producing more unity. Other than that, we will be declining a Gleer, which is currently an enforcer. That's going to drop me by 25. I can handle that. So we'll be freeing up an enforcer slot for this Furbanite when he is grown. So if I go to species, I will currently have 1 enforcer. And I should have 4 bureaucrats and... Yeah, 4 bureaucrats and 2 culture. And I've got 12 soldiers because I do have disabled buildings here that I'm trying to fill up. I will be focusing on Furbanites to boost my naval capacity. As soon as I fill up these last few culture worker slots with Cana Dolans. So if I've addressed that new Cana Dolan that just got grown. And it looks like the next few is just my quick check. I don't even see, no orbital things need to be built. But most of these will have declined species. I had looked at it, and most of them were going to be clearing out their declining on January. We got rid of a Soran here. Looks like 85% is going to be the lowest. First one on the list is the Ubarik. Now this list matches up with the order they list them here. Polysimus Superior is at the top, followed by Cana Dolan, and then Super Destican. So if you have multiple of the same species, like if I had 2 different Super Desticans, this is how you can figure out which one you have more of. So if I had 2 different Super Desticans here, the one furthest on the top of this list matches the one furthest on the top of this list, so I could see the traits of that particular Super Destican. But we're going to be declining the Ubarik. Who is a chattel slave, according to my little shorthand here. So that's going to free up a mining slot when he gets ready to decline. St. Natchbull has nothing going on just yet. Fincastle just declined a Polysimus. And it was the one that used the model for the tree, which is why I had Polysimus tree. The other Polysimus has a different model. The Habenti are 5% here. See, they're right underneath the Savelli. I have 6 Habenti here. Now, the Habenti are domestic servants. So currently they're serving as servants. If I end up with Habenti being pulled out, that's fine. So I'm going to start declining the Habenti here because they have the lowest habitability, which means they are going to be consuming the most food. Yeah, just a small amount more, but that's 6 Habenti. Now, since there are multiples here and I won't immediately get rid of an entry, I'm going to denote that with 2 asterisks. That way I know, don't just delete this entry. You've actually got multiples here that you need to deal with, and it's going to take several turns, or several cycles. Hawksworth. Alright, Hawksworth, Leffingwell. Proclaws is the next one I have where something may happen. Other than keeping up with things like this. Okay, we're about to decline an Iziki, or an Izki. So I do want to make sure I have another species here to decline. Looks like I have a post-Felnull and a post-Uvazavani, so I don't have to worry about shifting anything over here to decline. Plus I do have the Farine I could offload. There's only 2 of them left here. So I don't need to worry about that, apart from the fact it will be freeing up a clerk job. So I will have 3 available clerk jobs. I will also be growing a human. Now, I don't currently have any place for humans to be, so I need to free up a job for a human. Now, it could shift an entertainer down to a clerk, and I could shift the human out from entertainer, so I could just let this human grow here. Or I do know I have other worlds that are going to need humans that are rulers, so I could like free up the merchant slot so that he can grow into being a merchant. But I'll just let him grow and displace. He won't displace a culture worker because I have that favorited. These people won't be replaced. But he will push out one of the entertainers down to a clerk, and then I can free him up and shift him elsewhere. So I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I am still going to say I'm going to have 3 clerk jobs because he is going to be needed to be moved. And I'm going to make a note that there's something I need to address here with a new human. Now here on Leffingwell, we're also getting rid of an Izki. We have the Vran and the Gleer and the Ver and a Praku we could get rid of here. So that's just going to free up a clerk job. Here on Progloss, we just declined the Gleer. Now, I'm not going to adjust this because my note here was trade a Furbinite to add a Varish for one of their Gleer when the Gleer is declined. Well, I just declined the Gleer. Let's go to this so we can quickly get back here, and we're going to resettle to add a Varish. And this is the list that is the hardest to search through because it is in the order you acquired the colony. Not, I wish you could set this to be alphabetical or something else. Some other, or the order I have them on my list would be fine. Add a Varish should have been right around here. There it is. So Add a Varish has a Gleer working as an enforcer. Has 2 of them. We'll take that 1 Gleer and send our Furbinite over. And now we can go right back to declining that Gleer that we just picked. Well, no, we can't. We got to wait a month to be able to decline the Gleer because it just showed up over here. But we can decline something else here. Now, everything here will have 100% because it's an Ecumenopolis. So I'll just get rid of the Praku. And we should have 1 clerk slot. And we can begin declining that glare next cycle just to get rid of it. Now, one other note I need to make is on my colony surplus. If I go to Ada Varish, it no longer has a surplus battle glare. So we can decline its own without disrupting anything. And I do also need to go to Ada Varish here, because it now has one of its missing Furbanites. And then let's go back up to Procloss. No, not processing. Procloss. Now Melpomene just got a new human. That would be working the bureaucrat slot. That note was just to let me know what had just grown, so I can remove that note. And we just declined a Polysimus Superior, which was an indentured servant. See, I have 5 bureau slots, 16 artisan slots, 3 culture, and 1 mid. Yes. So it'd only take about 17 or 18 years to get rid of all of the surplus species here on Melpomene. Now this is another Ecumenopolis, so everything's going to be 100%. We have 1 Super Destican. That's going to be another indentured servant, more than likely. Most of the Super Desticans I had upgraded to indentured servants. Same for Ubaric and Uthapulans and Latrepians. So they are the ones that were filling up like my artisan slots. But I am building more Simolans here, so as I get... It takes about the same time. It takes 21 months for it to completely remove whatever I'm declining. 20 months gets me 100% progress, and then 1 more month to completely clear it. And it takes me about 21 months or so to grow. Well, here on the Ecumenopolis, it's a little faster. It's under 20 months. So we will be growing Simolans faster than we are clearing out people who are in the artisan slots, especially if this slot also is a Simolan, which it randomly can be. Here on Bastion, we just got rid of a Latrepian. Now, it was also an indentured servant. Looks like my counts are correct. Now, we're about to grow a Simolan, which is going to become another metal worker, so I can go ahead and remove 1 metal worker job. And I need to denote that over here. And the next one on the list to get rid of is the Uthabulan. Now, if you notice, the first one on this list is Simolan, and Simolan is not showing up here. Any species that is currently being prioritized for assembly or growth cannot be declined. So I cannot decline Simolans while I am assembling Simolans. So that's the reason Simolans is not the first one on the list here. If I took out that priority, Simolan would be the first one that showed up on species to decline. So we are getting rid of the Uthabulan, which is also an indentured servant. So that's another metallurgist. That's fine. I'm about to get one. Beauclair's Legacy just declined a Latrepian. It's another Ecumenopolis, so Bessadon will be the next one I get rid of. Yeah, here it would be Simolan, Canadolan, Bessadon. Simolans aren't showing up because they're being prioritized. Furbanites are showing up because it's not forced growth. Now, anything I decline over here, for example, if I was to say decline Canadolans, become unavailable on the list over here for growing, even though I have Canadolans present. So if I switch that back to Bessadon, I can now grow Canadolans. Now, this list, they can still show up in the assembly, even if you lock it over here, because it is, the priority is assembly, declining, growing. So I can lock something in assembly, which will stop it from declining. I can lock something in declining, which will stop it from growing, but I cannot lock something that is to decline that is already locked for assembly. And the Bessadon are all indentured servants. They were from Mulino. They were that primitive civilization that popped up over there that I took over. My next few, Rhea, Shimmel's World, and Agartha, these are all fully completed until I get around to upgrading for more trade districts. They are only missing simoleons, so surplus simoleons from worlds that don't need them will be shifted over here. Other than that, they're just here to decline species, and all three of them should have completed by now. So we've gotten rid of the Obedin. Now everything should show up on this list because I'm not doing forced assembly. Iknerval will be next on this list. And as you see, they have very few species to get rid of. All of these are down low in single digits. So in about 6 years, it will be cleared out of each of these. Well, I think it has surplus. Yeah, 3 Praku and 2 Farine. But I don't mind burning the Farine and even the Praku to an extent, because I will be shifting simoleons over here to shift the Praku down to these jobs. And we actually do have a human here as a clerk. I did not see new human on that list. So I do have a human to offload from here, which will actually give me a 5th, not a 3rd clerk slot. I could, I could for now keep the human over here until I get simoleons, because that will enable me to decline the Praku. So I think I will do that and just keep the human here for now. I just need 2 more simoleons to completely oust all of our Praku, or 2 more humans. And as I get simoleons ready to come over here, I can shift these humans off this world. So yeah, we only have 4 clerk slots. Makes me wonder if there are spare humans on some of these others. So we just declined a Hathcom Claris here. We will get rid of the Iknerval next. Now the Farine does have lower habitability here, but they are more numerous. I have 6 Farine here. Now all of them are currently clerks, but I would rather get rid of the 1 Iknerval over starting on the Farine just yet. And Agartha just declined a Sildor. We do have 1 Latrepian here, but I would rather get rid of the ones down in the clerk slots first. So we will get rid of the Oxen Litter because it has the lowest habitability of the ones down here. The Latrepian is an indentured servant anyway, so that would make me lose a refiner, declining the Latrepian, a gas refiner which I could spare. But I would rather get rid of the surplus species down here first and worry about the Latrepians and Praku when they get shoved down here as I get more simoleons. Now it takes a long time for this world to generate any population. It is working on a simoleon, but it'll be nearly 5 years, and it's going to be, the game will be over before it builds a Furbanite, because this does not have a clone vat, and it is close to its population cap, which should be affecting, yeah, see the high pop modifier? It's losing 2.13 for high pop, so it's not getting the full benefit, which is fine. I have enough other worlds generating pops fast enough to be able to shift them over here. Now at Thebes, we had just gotten a new human, and since I see no unemployed pops, what I had done here more than likely was shift a human off-world, most likely a medical worker, and leave an available slot for the human to grow into. Other than that, there's nothing I need to do here on Thebes. Truitt is about to decline a Kel Nudar. It's a domestic servant, so one of these servants will move up into that spot, whatever spot it frees up. Other than that, there's nothing I need to do here. I will denote on my surplus here on Truitt that I only have one spare servant. Asher is about to get a Simolan, and it has a refiner job, which will be filled by that Simolan. And it just declined a Kithen, which was probably working that refiner job since it was an indentured servant. And we have 9 Habenti on this world. Most of them are servants. I'm not going to decline them right now. My bigger priority is getting rid of the ones we only have one of, like this Belmacosa. Yeah, that is the only species left that I only have one of. And I do know it should be an indentured servant. Yeah, listed right there. So that's going to free up another slot for a Simolan to grow into. The Belmacosa is an artisan, so more than likely this Simolan that grows into being a gas refiner, when that Belmacosa is declined, he's immediately going to leave being a gas refiner to fill up the artisan slot, and I will have another gas refiner slot available again. And after I get that Belmacosa, I can get started on the Habenti here. But I do need to denote that I have a new Simolan growing here. That's still going to take 1800 is 5 years. That would leave about 720, which is another 2. It's going to be 7 years before this becomes an archaeology project. So in 7 years, I will have a further way to develop more consumer goods, because this is going to be a factory ecumenopolis. Bidshukon is about to build an industrial district. We are shifting over, all generator are being shifted into industry, and I've already accounted for them for my Simolan count. So we can go ahead and queue up another one. Now, one thing that does do is these people who were currently working technician jobs will be ousted to servants, and there will be 2 additional metallurgist jobs available. So on surplus here at Bidshukon, I will end up with 2 more servants. And 2 more metallurgist jobs available. And we just declined a Pujok. And there are a lot of species on here to end up getting rid of. Most of them will probably end up having to be sent to other worlds before I finish getting rid of the ones here. Now, this is just a continental world, so I do need to check habitability. Vexklenga is 40. I'm seeing a couple of 40s. Ganlariv. The Habenti, right underneath the Ganvius. 5 of them. I can decline them without disrupting my empire. Yeah, it looks like the Habenti or a 40% are, but this is a good example. If we go down this list, right near where the Habenti is, near where the middle of the screen is, you'll see right above it is 1 Ganvius. Well, I saw Ganvius again further down the list. If you go down about a dozen names, there's Superdestican, Ganvius, Rixia Illustratum. Well, both of them only have a count of 1, but like I said, they'll appear in the order on here. So the Ganvius near the Habenti has these particular traits and a 60% habitability. The Ganvius further down the list also has 60% habitability but has different traits. But that's one way to know which of the 2 species is the more numerous. But yeah, we are actually going to start on the Habenti here. Food is not going to be a huge problem here, so we will start getting rid of the Ganlariv, because we only have 1 of them. And I want to get this list trimmed down so it's not such an eyesore when I'm looking for something in particular. I mean, it's going to take me a while to trim down this list anyway. By then, I may end up shifting some of those Habenti over to other worlds that need them, like Rhea or Shimmel's world or Agartha, because they are getting dwindling down on what they're declining. Even Thebes could use the Habenti. Now we did get a new human and Sweetolan here, and we're going to be switching to Simolans. Now that new Sweetolan I got was to work this most harvester job. Let's see if we can get them in here. Alright, where are the Ignerval? Alright, let's do it this way. Close everything out so we can find what's where. Alright, the Orintho, the Regiran. There's my Sweetland. Nope, nope. I want the Orintho. Damn it. I want the Regiran to work over there. So let's close out that one. Get the Regiran there. Lock that. And we got a freaking Ignerval. Alright. There's my two Sweetlands. Ah, good. Okay. Now let's see if we can do this. I want the Ignerval to stay a clerk. It pulled the Regiran. Alright, I need to get the Regiran over into the clerk slot too, I think. But it's not prioritizing the Regiran here. Let's see, if we get the Regiran back over here, lock that, are we going to pull the Ignerval out of there? Yes. Damn it. Until I get rid of that Ignerval, I think he's going to be stuck here. So yeah, we'll just let it go like this then. But I got the Sweetland specifically to be mode harvesters, so I want them to be the mode harvesters. But the Regiran and the Ignerval are being prioritized over the Sweetland for some reason, even though they're about the same. And the Regiran, I think, are actually better as farmers. Yeah, they have Agrarian. So I do not know why it would pull a Regiran from an Agrarian spot, from a farmer slot, to become a mode harvester when it is a better farmer. But now we will start filling out these metallurgist slots. I had prioritized the Sweetlands because when I first started building Simolans, it was pulling the Simolans down here to be the mode harvesters when I wanted them to be up there working the metallurgist slots. But apparently, since their traits are very similar, it keeps wanting them to work mundane jobs like this, which is the whole reason I created these chattel slaves, was to work these mining jobs because they're better at them. The Simolan does not provide 5.5 like the Sweetland does, but they will sometimes get pulled down here. Nagrama got a new human, which would have gone to a researcher slot, and it declined a half Kesem. Being a continental world, I know this one has a bunch of Habenti. Yeah, Habenti's toward the bottom of the list. 32 Habenti. That's not something, even though they're all pretty much servants, that's not something I'm going to start declining until I thin out some of the rest of the list. Right now, Post-Jaz Gavaz is the lowest at 55. There we have Latrepian at 35. And Ubarik at 35. Now if we look here, the Ubarik, there are 7 Ubarik. What about Latrepians? There are 3 Latrepians. Now the Ubarik would all be metallurgists. Yes. Losing metallurgist for a month is not going to cripple my economy. So let's go ahead and get started on getting rid of these Ubarik. Well, we have 27 different species here. Now let's thin out some of the ones we only have one of. I think the lowest other than that was a 55. Yeah, what about the Polysimus Superior? We only have one of them. Let's get rid of him. And he's also an indentured servant, so it's going to free up a metallurgist slot. I'll be thinning out a lot of these trash up here. Pildara is about to decline its Habenti. It does not have another species in low numbers to decline. The only really thing is the Ichnerval or the Farine, both of which would disrupt this world a little bit because the Farine are about the only entertainers I have, and the Ichnerval are my primary miners. So I need to move another species over here to decline. So if I go to my surplus, I don't currently have an available miner job, so it would have to be a domestic servant. Most of my worlds have surplus either Habenti or Farine, which this world already has. I could move another Habenti over here to start declining. I have spare Kel Nudar on Kel Nudar. As a matter of fact, they have this number over here designates that they have domestic servants working. So they have ones they can spare without emptying a job. So I will do that, go to Pildara, and resettle from Kel Nudar. Well, none of them are currently working as servants, but any of these servants will come up and take a Kel Nudar's place. So let's check clerks. Nope. Where are my Kel Nudar working? They're technicians. So I have resettled over to Pildara, a Kel Nudar, to start declining once that Habenti is gone. And once I get close to declining that Kel Nudar, I will probably move another Habenti over here. And that's what these worlds that have gotten low on other species generally do, is shift from worlds that have multiples so that I have something to decline. I shift off these Ichnerval as I grow Sweetlands. So as I get more Sweetlands, I will shift an Ichnerval to another world to decline. Now the next world I really have to look at will be Row Essex, but most of these I'll just be quickly checking and updating. This one had just gotten rid of a Kel Nudar on Ferdara. Ferdara is one of my Thrall worlds, so nothing really disrupts it, even though this one has a butt ton of Habenti, 44 Habenti. If I started declining the Habenti, it might cause some amenity issues for a month or two, but that's about it. But this is a world where I will send surplus because it generally has the housing and the surplus crime deterrent or crime reduction to be able to handle surplus populations. But we've just gotten rid of a Kel Nudar. Now this is just a continental world, so I am kind of going by, let's see, we have 45s is the lowest so far, apart from Habenti, because I have so damn many of them. Yeah, it looks like 45 is the lowest. So the first 45 we come to will be the Savelli, right above the Habenti. There's only one of them. Let's get rid of the Savelli. Varba is my world that is complete, so it's just moving people over. As this Farine gets closer to being declined, I will move another species over, more than likely a Habenti from somewhere. And then when that is about to decline, I'll move a Farine from somewhere, because those are the two I have the most to get rid of domestic servants, are Habenti and Farine. But it's domestic servants I will shift over here because I do not want to displace anybody over here, and I don't want anybody hanging over here unemployed. But yeah, it's 4,677 months before it grows a Furbinite. That's not going to happen this game. Hell, it's 105 months before it grows the Philodolan, and it's halfway done. So 105 months is almost 9 years. 9 years would be 108. But yeah, we will get a Philodolan, which will end up being down here and being shifted to another world that needs it. And it's mainly the housing that is causing the problems here, because my research stations are very tight on housing. They have a lot of humans which require more housing than the domestic servants and even the Canadolans that are working as my culture workers. Row Asik. We just got a new human and a new Sweetolan. And we do need a new Now that Sweet Olin should have automatically become a miner. Let's see if I can find Sweet Olin on this list. I only have the one. And yes, he's working as a miner. I just barely recognized his ears right there. But other than that, there's nothing I really need to do on this world. I had already prepped as the human was growing to make room for the human. Irumanosk is getting a new human. I can open up a metallurgist job. Now that pulled somebody from chemist job. So let's close out a translucer job to keep the chemist working, because I have far more surplus of crystals and gases than motes. So I want to keep the chemist working. And now I have a job for that human to grow into. So all I need to do here for Irumanosk is denote that I have one less metalworker position available. Ganlarov just got a new Furbinite. Now chances are that Furbinite did not immediately go into Enforcer job because I already had sufficient crime reduction. But I would rather them work the Enforcer job because that helps with stability. That's him right there. Yep. Close out the farmer jobs. Oh, he moved to miner. Close out the miner jobs. Did that push him up? Yes. Okay. So I can reopen the mining and the farming jobs. And let's go ahead and lock the mode harvesters so it doesn't... Well, I've got mode harvesters and crystal miner. I think these guys, now that I get them in there, they're hard to dislodge for the most part. I only have the three... those are Simoleons, not Sweet Olins. God, this list is so atrocious. Sweet Olin is on here somewhere. It may be that this list is too large to display everything. Because for the life of me, I cannot locate Sweet Olin. I can see the Simoleons. I could see the one Orintho-Rincholin I had. And that I have 3 Simoleons. What about Canidolins? I don't see the Canidolins either. But that's another reason I have this. I know I have 2 Canidolins because I wanted a total of 6. Sweet Olins, I have 14 listed. As needed, that would be all 14 miners. So these 3 Sweet Olins are all I currently have. But are we going to keep working on Furbinites? Yes, we need 2 more. Because we have non-Furbinites working Enforcer jobs, which I want to oust. Nova Babylon is about to get a Sweet Olin. Now that's going to push somebody out of a mining slot, which will push somebody out of a clerk slot, which will give me a domestic servant. I don't believe Nova Babylon has any surplus pops, though. No, because Nova Babylon would be in between Irumanosk and Hinckley's Hope, and it is not here, so that means it has like one of everything that I'm trying to decline. So it has nothing to spare, so I don't need to worry about how many domestic servants it ends up with. It's just going to end up declining everything it's got for now. And we're trying to get up to a population of 50 anyway, so that works out. Once I get up to 50, I will be able to upgrade to the final capital. St. Gaspar is about to get a Furbinite. That will just leave 1 Furbinite. And it should stick them as a miner, though I'm going to push them up into being an enforcer. But I will go ahead, just for my purposes, and say it's going to use up a enforcer slot. That way I know what it should be. Abassus is upgrading its alloy megaforges. That doesn't add any extra jobs. And Abassus should be getting a ministry in this slot. Ministry of Production. That's going to take 5 months. And its last slot will be for a slave processing center. No population changes to worry about. Hinckley's Hope. No population changes to worry about. Nova Antioch. Now I am checking my happiness. As long as I have plus 20, I don't need to upgrade this and have the higher cost. It'd be fine if people are down here working clerks to give me the happiness. I don't care if it doesn't cost me extra and create jobs that cost me more consumer goods right now. But Nova Antioch seems fine. Go back to needs for a bit. Alright, Capella has just declined a Polysimus Superior. And a lot of these worlds have more than they're going to be able to reasonably decline anytime soon. 2 artisans and a clerk is what I have available. And this being a continental world, we'll check habitability. We have a 65 with the Tendrizun, the Maloqui, the Avalonian Superior, the Polysimus Superior, the Super Ubaric, which we only have one of, so let's get started on the Super Ubaric. Aurora is about to decline a Kithen, and that Kithen is a domestic servant, so that would probably free up a clerk slot, yes. And we do have other species that can be declined here. Carecia, fairly easy one. This one is just a place where I throw people to be declined for the most part. I believe we just grew a human here, which I'm not going to bother moving off the world just yet. They can work the culture worker jobs until I get more Canadolans just to help fill up the population of this world. Actually, they can work the medical worker job. There we go. So now I have as I get more humans, I can shift medical workers off this planet because they generally won't displace. If you shift somebody who, say for example, that human had been a culture worker and I went to shift them off world, then they would displace a culture worker, most likely one of my Canadolans, over at the world that I shifted them from, or to. And that would create a little bit of a problem. So I tend to, when I'm shifting humans over to other worlds, either make sure they are a job that isn't really going to create a problem by shifting over, such as medical workers, or are unemployed. But yeah, if I shift a human who is an entertainer over to another world, his first priority is to boot out somebody out of that entertainer slot and take it over. But there's nothing I really have to worry about here on Carecia. Yerg Onderine, nothing to worry about here. Pollen Cloud, nothing. Yerg Pabdoon is about to decline an Ebusian, has plenty of other species to decline. The Ebusian is just a domestic servant, so it's probably actually an entertainer. Yes, it is. Let me remove the priority on entertainer. I had that on there because I was closing out culture worker jobs, trying to shift the humans out of the culture workers. As a matter of fact, I need to do that again. Here, let's prioritize medical worker. There, that pulled a human from somewhere. Yes, culture worker, good. And extra humans I will also let shift into these jobs, because the refinery jobs, if I had, say, artisans or metallurgists in here, if I have a metallurgist or an artisan job available, a Samolan will jump out of being a refiner to be an artisan or a metallurgist. A human will not. So I could have available jobs on artisan and metallurgy and not have to worry about losing my refiners if they're all currently replaced with humans. So that Ebusian is going to make us lose an entertainer, which I'm fine with. I think we still have sufficient amenities. So I will say we are losing an entertainer. It may pull a clerk up, but we'll see as it goes. I may have to readjust it and have a clerk move up, because I may need the full 98 to have the 20% bonus. Your Nutheg, nothing special going on here. Grasping Branch, nothing. Navalis has just declined an Uthabulan, and it was an indentured servant, so more than likely it was a metallurgist. Looks like 45 is my lowest habitability. So the first 45 I come to is Latrepians, Between Canadolan and Belmacosa, we have 5 Latrepians. I don't mind losing Metallurgist, so we'll go ahead and start declining the Latrepians here. Because the other one is the Ubaric. Well, we only have one Ubaric. Let's get rid of the Ubaric first. The Ubaric is a chattel slave anyway. So that's going to free up a slot down here, most likely free up a clerk. Because a clerk will move over to take whatever job they were in. Brodoman is about to get a Simoleon. And we've already got one free job under Metallurgist for him. So he will immediately move in and take that, which would mean I would only have 10 available Metallurgist jobs. I've already got that marked. I'm thinking I thought this guy was growing earlier and had already set aside the account for him. At a Varish, now I do know we moved a Furbanite over here. Other than that, we've declined that, and we're about to grow yet another Furbanite. Now, we do have crime issues here. There's that Furbanite. Let's see if we can get him up. There we go. He's now working the Enforcer job. We have 1 domestic servant on Adavarish. I only have Specialist to offload. 4 Enforcers is the only available jobs. We're about to get another Furbanite, so I'm going to go ahead and say 3 Enforcers, even though that person is most likely going to go down here and I'll have to shift them up again. That's one of the reasons I make this note about the new Furbanite. And we just got rid of an Ubaric, and that was a domestic servant. 45% is the lowest I have seen so far. So the first 45 we come to is the Avalonian, between the Canadolan and the Latrepian. There's only one of them. There's only one Latrepian as well, so that will be the next one we most likely get rid of. Nadal just got rid of an Ubaric, and we had just gotten a new Furbanite. And they're down there in the farmer jobs. Let's see if we can't get them up. There we go. Now they're an Enforcer. Now, Enforcers don't really have an upkeep. I would much rather have the Enforcer working to boost overall stability, to boost my overall resources from jobs, than have them down here working that and this job available. So yeah, we have 1 Enforcer and 2 clerks. That's what I had listed. We had just gotten rid of a species, the Ubaric, that was a chattel slave. 40% on the Latrepian. That appears to be the lowest. How many Latrepians? We just have the 1. Let's make sure that was the right Latrepian and there's not multiples. But I'll go ahead and select it. Yeah, I only have 1 Latrepian listed. And it is a battle thrall. So that Latrepian is an Enforcer, which means we are going to lose... we have a huge surplus anyway of slots, but that's going to clear out one of these, which the next Furbanite will fill up. And then we have an Enforcer of multiple races here. We have an Oxenlitter, Kithen, Gleer, and Latrepian battle thralls, all working Enforcer jobs here. Quite the diverse employment. Delphi. This next building is supposed to be a precinct, so we will go ahead and queue that up. We had just gotten a Simoleon. They should be working the chemist job, because I closed out the other 2 so that it would go to being a chemist, because chemists were what I needed. Other than that, Delphi is fine. Era Obis just grew a population, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, we can clear out new Simoleon there. Yeah, we just got a Simoleon here as well, which would have gone straight to artisan jobs because I had available artisan jobs. Yerg Quirlid, nothing going on here. Faunus, nothing going on here. Rattenberry is about to get a young Furbanite. Now we're going to go ahead and switch off of Furbanite and get started on our Canadolans, or finish off our Canadolans, because the Canadolans working here will free up the humans to work the medical workers, which will make others grow faster. So that's going to be an enforcer that is going to get used up, or enforcer slot that will be filled. It may throw them down to be a farmer. I will push them up to be an enforcer. Now, Rattenberry's buildings it's waiting on are hydroponics bays. I'm going to wait until I get closer in farmers. So after I get these medical worker slots filled out by filling out my culture workers, yeah, well, 2 of them more filled out, then I will go to focus on the Ornithorhynchoans to fill out the farmers and start building more hydroponics bays. Jotunheim just declined a species. We just declined a post-Jaz Gavaz. We have an 85, 65s. 65 appears to be the lowest. The Rixie Illustratum. So that will be the next one we decline. Acropolis just grew a Furbanite. We're switching to Simolan. So we can fill up these metallurgist jobs we're not working, so I'm not paying maintenance for nothing. Nectar of Hope is fine. New Roots, nothing happening here either. Jurg Woodall is about to get a Simolan and just declined a Habenti. This Simolan is immediately going to become a metallurgist, so I will have one less metal working job. And we just declined the Habenti. 85%, 45. So we had a 45% in the Ubarik, I believe it was. Savelli and Rixie, we only have the one Ubarik. And it's a chattel slave, so that's going to free up a clerk job. New Light. Did we just grow something? Yeah, we grew a Canadolan, which needs to be relocated to Hyperion Station. So let's center on this. Hyperion Station is actually fairly far down the list. There it is. We just got a new Canadolan. We'll move him from Researcher over. Now let's go to Hyperion Station. Up, not down. Yeah. 2 tech jobs available now. Now we were at... Where were we? New Light. Five researcher jobs available. And New Light had just declined a Praku. And apparently I did not move anybody over here to decline. I thought I had. Yeah, we don't have anybody over here to decline. That's unfortunate. Now I can take people to fill in researcher slots, so I could take non-domestic servants. But I think I do want to clear out a domestic servant as well. The pure worker class I can't take over here. But I could take a Farine from St. Natchbel. Now, St. Natchbel's pretty high on the list. So yes, for some reason I thought I had another cycle before I had to move somebody over to New Light and forgot to do it. Which means that's a 3-month delay on an extra species getting declined. That's fine. We'll just clear that out and have to remember to do it next cycle. Triumph, nothing going on here. Acrisia just declined a species. Crisia also just got a human and a Samolan. I have one refiner job, one entertainer, and one clerk. That's more than one clerk. That's 5 clerk jobs available. I bet you they just rebuilt a holding or 2. And that's the reason the clerk jobs jumped so much. And we just declined an Ultra Alvathari, 65%. So the post-Jaws Gavaz, we only have one of. And that will be another domestic servant to get rid of. Now I could fill up these artisan jobs to kind of help with my deficit, but that would pull them from being refiners. One thing I could do, I don't really need the translucer job. Let's open up 2 of these. Close out the gas refiner jobs. Alright, we have a human working as a chemist. That should work. Now we'll be getting less. These humans provide 4.6, so we'll be ending up with like 5 less volatile motes. That still puts us over 20. But that gives us 3 artisan jobs being worked at least. Although it does make refiner jobs available here. So we should have 4 refiner jobs and 5 artisan jobs available. And I can keep opening these artisan jobs up as I grow more Samolans to kind of help even more with my consumer good deficit. Soil of Hope is about to switch the alloy foundries over to civilian industries because I had this designated as a factory, not a forge, but for some reason I had alloy foundries and not civilian industries on it. Now we're about to decline a Sildor, which is going to free up a clerk job. Spring Rain is about to decline a Belmacosa. We have a Tharbarite here to decline afterwards, and Latrepians we could decline. And the Belmacosa and the Tharbarite are domestic servants, so I don't need to adjust any count. Next few worlds are my Thrall worlds. See, we're about to decline a Kreshk here, but I don't need to adjust counts on my Thrall worlds. Surplus workers become toilers. Girdwood is about to decline a Miravandia. Karela is about to get a Samolan, and we just gotten a human. Now that Samolan at this point will go to a... Let's make sure our chemist jobs are filled up. Let's close out that translucer job and 1 gas refiner. Yep, that made a chemist. Now we can open those jobs back up. Yeah, because we did lose a chemist on another world. So here on Karela, we will be getting a refinery job filled in when our Samolan is grown. And where did our human go? Because I had anticipated them to be a metal worker. I mean a medical worker. Oh, they're in one of the refiner jobs, aren't they? Yeah, there's only going to be 1 available refiner job. No, they're they're a culture worker. Let's close out these culture worker jobs. Oh, that was the wrong way to do it. Open those back up. Close out that translucer. That should push him to culture worker, yes. Reopen these jobs. Drop medical worker down to 2. Favorite it. There we go. That pulled out the... Oh, damn it. That pulled out the human from there. Close 1 of these jobs. Favored it, that mean the Canidolans don't move. So there, that's the way it was supposed to be. 2 refiners, 2 medical jobs. I want to fill up the medical jobs so that the other populations come in faster. Deliverance. I go ahead and upgrade the alloy nano plants. Is about to get a Simolan and just declined a Praku. Praku Superior. So we're about to get a Simolan. They will become a metal worker, metallurgist. It already says it's down to 3. So that will actually be down to 2. Now this is a Gaia world, so everything will have 100%. This Kiram is the first on the list. And this is an example where I have multiple Kiram. One of them has power intense, the other has high band. This should be the one with power intensive. And further down the list will be the one with the high band. High bandwidth, yeah. And that's the reason I knew the power intense would be the first one on the list, because I had gone through here and checked. On Vagalod, we got a new Philodolan. I don't need to worry about moving them around. As I kill or decline some of my domestic servants, they'll eventually make their way up there. Other than that, not much happening on Vagalod. Colbath. We're about to get a Canadolan. Now, we currently have all of the culture worker slots being worked, mainly with things like Latrepians and Praku. So when this is grown, they will most likely be a clerk, and I will have to close out a job and reopen it to pull one up here, to pull the other Canadolan up. Kel Nudar has a new human and new Volpolan. We have 4 Volpolans. They're all working technician jobs, and I had already cleared a spot for that human. Other than that, nothing happening here. Ubaria. Nothing going on here. Polina just declined a species and is about to get a human. So we need to move this culture worker off-world to make room for the... Or actually, we could let the human just grow here. He may be a technician, or he may displace a Belmacosa down there. That's fine. And worry about relocating them then, rather than preemptively relocating them. They may even fill up the entertainer slot. But we will be getting a new human on Polina. And we just declined a Praku. 85% looks like the lowest here. The Latrepian. We have 4 of them. Well, we're just about to get a new human who will probably end up being a culture worker, and I don't mind yanking the culture workers. Let's get started on the Latrepians here in Polina. And again, double asterisks to let me know this isn't going to be a one and done. Let's go ahead. For some reason, I had 1 culture worker job available here. Oh, it pulled up somebody who was a tech, I bet. Yeah, because there are now 8 tech slots available. So I did have like a Latrepian or something down there in the tech slots. And I'm going to say that human's going to be an entertainer. Or actually they may become a tech. Yeah, because it wouldn't prioritize an entertainer when we're at max citizen pop happiness. Lockney, nothing going on here. Nova Constantinople is about to switch the medical worker jobs over to entertainer because we need the amenities. The 2 entertainer slots will fill up. The human will probably take 1 of them, and then they will probably pull a technician up. But these 2 will be demoted down to being techs, so we'll end up with 21 techs, and both of these entertainer jobs should be filled. Uthabul just declined a Miravandia. This is a tundra world, so the percentages are a bit different, but they're going to change in about 2 months. But I'm still going to go off of what they are now. Farine. I only have the one farine here. So if I... Oh, the Felnol also has 40%. Let's get the farine so that I have another place that doesn't have farine if I have to offload one. Other than that, this world is fine. St. Hosic. The next few should go fairly quickly as well. St. Hosic, unless they have declined something. I just need to check Citizen Pop Happiness to see if I need to upgrade the Hollow Theaters. Smithius is about to get a Furbinite. I don't need to adjust jobs because what it's going to end up doing is going down here and displacing a domestic servant who's going to become a servant, and I will end up shuffling the enforcers around to push the Kithen or the Gleer down there and the Furbinite up here. I do need to check to see if Smithius has surplus pops. It does. One Super Bruggen. I could offload it to another world. Let's go ahead and say we have 6 servants. Just so I know that's one that needs to get rid of its one domestic servant and be off this list entirely. Noricum probably just grew something. We just got a Furbinite. We need to switch to Philodolan. Now let's see if we can get the Furbinite up here. Why isn't the young Furbinite going up here? There we go. Finally got him up here. And it looks like we got an entertainer up here we don't need. Yeah, we're at 20% with just 3 entertainers. Anything to cut down on our consumer good expenditure. Tethys is about to get a Furbinite, after which we will switch to Philodolans and get our 3 extra Philodolans before we start filling this up with Sweetolans. So here on Tethys, that will be one more mining job being worked. Mulino. Nothing really going on here unless we had something to pay attention to. We don't. Solaria is about to get a Simolan, and they will immediately go into a metalworking job. Bid Taraka got a Canadolan that needs to go to Hyperion Station. Yep, 4th culture worker there now. So Hyperion Station now only has 1 available tech slot and only needs 2 more Canadolan. Other than that, Bid Taraka is... It's going to be a couple years before we have to worry about the population here. Palace is about to downgrade a Habenti, has other populations to get rid of, but that is going to reduce entertainer, though we are going to need to move an entertainer up because I think we are barely providing the 20%. So I'm just going to go ahead and say we're going to be down a miner. Utopia just got a new Volpolan and declined a Farine. Oxen Litter is 85. That's probably my lowest. Ubarik as well, and Latrepian. We only have the one Latrepian. But we are going to prioritize this Oxen Litter, I think. Because the Oxen Litter is a technician. And that means that there is the possibility of them getting ousted to being unemployed if there were too many domestic servants. Or I generated too many Volpolans. So let's get the Oxen Litter out of the way. Fitzroy's world is about to get a human, or parahuman specifically, which is going to fill up this last researcher slot. Now we are declining Latrepians, which here are filling up these medical worker and researcher slots, so that will end up as we declined them, making way for the humans to grow here. Tronchet just got rid of a Sildor. 45% for Latrepians. That's the only yellow I see. How many Latrepians are here? 7. They're all going to be indentured servants, so that would really disrupt the economy here. Most of them are going to be up here, working jobs like my chemist jobs. So we're going to have to bypass them right now. Next lowest I'm seeing is a 75. The Savelli. It's only the one of them. Now Tronchet did just get a new human. Looks like he's a culture worker. Ambria. Nothing going on here just yet. I can wait another cycle for it. Ladanu is good for another cycle. Unless it just grew a Furbanite. Let's check that. Yes, we need to switch to Sweet Olin. Tricked is good. Nothing grown here recently. Well, not this cycle. Last cycle, I think we grew 2 things. Tarot can go another cycle. Nexon is good for another cycle. Apollonia is good. Ithaca is good. Hesperides is about to get a Simoleon. And we are going to keep churning out the Simoleons till we fill up the refiner slots and have all of our Simoleons here before we move on to something else. Now, they should move into a refiner job. Cranadeth is about to upgrade that to a mineral purification hub, which should free up or add another mining job. Next on the list is a crystal, rare crystal or synthetic crystal plant. Other than that, this world is good for now. Athora is good for now. After it finishes upgrading the habitat, I need to switch this over. Let's go ahead and downgrade this. There's no point in paying the increased cost since we don't have a person working that. And I'm going to switch it over to being a holo theater anyway. So I do need to update that Athura only has 1 available med job right now. Corrigan just got a new human. We're about to get a Cana Dolan. And I'm actually going to prioritize the medical worker jobs right now. So that Cana Dolan will move over there. So we will actually have 6 culture worker and no med jobs available. Tindus will need to upgrade its holo theaters. Actually, it may not need to. Let me close out to push somebody up to being an entertainer. Yeah, that got us to the 20%. So we're down 2 miners on Tindus. Yeah, I had that all set up already. But we're about to get a human, which is going to fill out that merchant slot. And we just declined a Gudge. 85%. We'll get the Ichner Vol. Actually, I think we'll get the Avalonian. We'll just start at the list and get rid of some of these others. The Ichner Vol actually will provide more minerals than most of these, I think. Yeah, a lot of these are under 15. Although Minerals aren't that big of a priority. Durkheim is good. Neritum is about to get a clone vat. Oh yes, I do need to set this one up. I just colonized it, that's correct. I've got Neritum planned out now, all the way to being a factory ecumenopolis. So I went ahead and reactivated the civilian repli complexes. I would be able to pull some specialists over here if I had surplus, or ones I wanted to offload off other worlds. Now, I had to go ahead and transfer a few to see exactly how much crime reduction I have. I have 6 from the governor's skill. Now, each one of these is going to be about 2 points, so I can get one more slave over here right now until I get the precinct house going and get a Furbanite and get more crime reduction. I did move off that unemployed specialist over to Port Snetting, which could use one. But right now I just pulled an Oxenlitter, a Mirvandian, and a Ichner Vol over here from worlds that had surplus. It was Fincastle and St. Natchbull I yanked them from. Now I can get some domestic servants. Yeah, let's go ahead and get a Farine, or better yet, a Habenti from Melpomene. And that's pretty much the extent. Well, I could go a little bit above. It's not going to, until I get to like 10%, it's not going to be a huge deal. This does automatically move it out of colony. It's currently designated as an urban world. Eventually I will be designating it as a factory world. So yeah, I guess I could go ahead and pull a Farine from Melpomene as well. Yeah, it's still 0 even though it's over, because it's half a point or so. 0.6 is what it ends up being. But that's not enough crime to create any issues. But I pretty much have to wait till the precinct houses are built to really chunk people over here and get the population up to start upgrading this colony. And I will have the clone vats up online in April, and I'll be able to start working on a Furbanite for when the precinct houses come online. And I do need to update my species list for it, because I did just add a Furbanite and an Habenti, or Farine and Habenti. So it has 5, and it has 1 colonist. How did this get... Oh, it's because I don't have a ruler position. That's the reason I'm not able to see these numbers. So I have 4 entertainer, 6 culture, and 2 artisan, 10 clerk, and 1 farmer. And I can't decline anything here because I didn't move anything over ahead of time. I should have done that when I colonized this world, just so I could have something to begin declining. Port Snetting is about to get a crystal plant, which will up the number of simoleons I need now. And we can go ahead and start shifting over a housing to industry. It's going to give us a refiner job. And we're still working on robots here. We're down to 13. We get rid of about 3 a pop. But if you have an exact multiple of 3, you won't be able to change the declining, because it takes 1 extra month after the last one is gone before it clears out your declining thing. So that's the reason I try to keep it 1 under a multiple of 3, because it'll decline 1 a month. So in 1 more year, this thing will be done with all of its robots and ready to start declining some of the species it has. Other than that, it appears this world is good. Vagaposh, nothing going on here. It could use an upgrade, but I'll wait till I need more jobs. Makongi is about to switch the medical worker over to, let's go ahead and downgrade that. The gene clinics over to Hollow Theater. Let's actually just disable it. No point in paying maintenance on it whatsoever, since it's about to go away. Because we have low amenities and we need actual entertainers working to get our amenities back up. Other than that, nothing going on here, but we are going to get 2 entertainer jobs. Now I should have domestic servants down here I can shift up to get my amenities up when that is built. Pendalore is about to build a generator district. Now I'd already counted that, I believe. No, I had not. And we can get started on an energy grid. I don't need to upgrade the Hollow Theater just yet. I've got sufficient amenities. And I don't have people in the medical worker slots yet, so I don't need to upgrade that. Now that generator will probably end up pulling the 2 clerks over. So let's just go ahead and say we have 6 available clerks. Actually, that is a city district being shifted over, so we will only have 5 available clerks, because we will lose a clerk job as that shifts over. We're also going to lose a building slot, but that's fine. Other than that, Pendalore is fine. Basteron is fine. Tartessos is about to get a mining district. And actually, we're going to go ahead and queue up the last mining district, I think. Which will actually be done in this cycle. So we'll have our 15 Sweetland available. And that would mean here on Tartessos we will have 6 miner jobs available. Other than that, this world is fine. I could shift more population over here if I needed to, but it's got plenty to decline. I will just worry about when people grow and I need to shift people at this point. Anowend, still in the process of building its ancient refinery. And other than that, nothing is happening here yet. Talanok is fine. Ginneth is fine. Dragina is fine. Ivana is about to get an agricultural district. We are shifting all the mining over to agriculture. And that is the final one. I just left this entry on here. That plus means I was working on it, just to know I've already adjusted the count. And we will shift the mineral facility over to a food facility. Next. Other than that, this world appears to be fine. The jobs from the miners will immediately shift over to be farmers. So my counts shouldn't change. Schlargos is fine. Arcadia is about to get its ancient refinery. We just got a new human. The next thing in the queue is a chemical refinery. Chemical plant. We'll go ahead and queue that up. We are about to get our first Similan, or first Canadolan. And then we are going to switch to Similans. Well, no, actually, we'll go ahead and generate our Canadolans to have them fill up the medical worker slot. So we'll get 2 more Canadolans, or 1 more Canadolan, and then start working on our Similans, because by then we will have the ancient refinery and a chemical plant to start sticking them in. So here on Arcadia, that is going to fill up a medical slot because I have it prioritized. But I'm also going to get 3 available refiner jobs. Sahat Kasim is about to get, well, I needed to adjust it anyway, is about to get an ancient refinery. And then it is going to be shifting mining to industry. Now those miners will become servants most likely, or shift over to clerk and shift the others over. And it's about to get a Furbinite. It's going to be a surplus Furbinite for now, but I will leave it here. I do eventually plan... Actually, we may relocate that one. Let's have a look at... I won't get the precinct... I will get the precinct before I worry about switching over to an Ecumenopolis or anything like that. So yeah, we will go ahead and... Yeah, we're getting the chemical, the gas, the crystal, and then swapping the hydroponics over to a precinct. So we will go ahead and keep the Furbinite. Now, if I look at surplus for Sahat Kasim, it's not on the list, which means it should only have 1 of every species. So I don't need to keep track of how many servants it has. Even to Fail Center is fine. Treadway is fine. It could use an upgrade, but I could actually... it's not that close in its miners yet. Although this upgrade does take 2 years. It takes about 2 years to generate a pop, so I can wait till later. Port Bixby needs to shift 2 more cities over to agriculture. 74 would make that just under 90, so I can go ahead and queue up both of them. 2 of those will be done, which means I should be getting... Oh, I've got enough servants to shift over. Let's see. Each of these cities is going to drop my clerk slots by 1. So that's 2 down, which would be 2 more servants, giving me 13 servants. But I'm about to open up 4 jobs, so I will be down to 9 servants at Port Bixby. And we're still working on robots here. We're down to 29. Which means it's still going to be about 2.5 years before Port Bixby is actually finished with its robots. Broadleaf should be at the same level. I'll go ahead and adjust it while I'm here. Broadleaf got a new Canadolan. It's also got a agriculture district coming online. So we will be down to 4 Canadolans needed and be working on our Simolans. And that Canadolan did do the medical worker slot because I had it prioritized. I can go ahead and use Simolans in the medical worker as well, but I need to go ahead and get started on them here. And a food processing plant facility is our next priority. Other than that, I've already adjusted that count. This world is good. Just make sure... Okay, Broadleaf, we have 2 med and 6 culture available. But Genesis is about to get the alloy foundries online, so that's going to add 2 more metal workers. Next thing is to get a ministry up and running. And we should have a new Furbinite. He's not currently working as an enforcer. Let's see if we can get him up there. Yep, he just jumped up. Other than that, this world appears to be fine. Just leaves 2 more colonies. Subaraman. And I did forget to adjust one thing. I think it was Port Snetting. I moved a human over. I'm pretty sure I've passed it. Snedden. Yeah, so it should only have required 2 politicians now. I can double check that real quick. Yes. Alright, so now we are down to 2 robots here in Subaraman, which means next cycle I will be able to begin a declining a species. Geonosis should be down to 14. I'll go ahead and adjust that. We are building a precinct house, which means there will be 2 enforcer jobs available. Next, we are turning the first crystal here into an ancient refinery. Assuming I have the minor artifacts for it, I do not. So we will hold off on a production here. Actually, what we can do is go ahead and start upgrading the mineral purification hubs, and then possibly the food processing, so that we have the bonus to our workers that are working those jobs. Geonosis, our final colony, is about to get a Furbanite. Our next construction would be an ancient refinery. We do not have the minor artifacts for it right now, so we will hold off on that. And we were down to 11 robots. Other than that, this world appears to be fine, though we are going to get 1 enforcer job filled up, even if I have to do it manually. So there's all my colonies are now adjusted. Now I need to go through my shipyards and star bases. Do a quick look through these to see if there's any I overlooked of the orbital rings that were about to complete something. And then we're down to the stations. And Tazi, it is the first one. It's working on being a shipyard. It still needs a missile platform. I've already downgraded Reag. I must have forgotten to delete that. Next one was Ula Station, which needs 3 missile platforms. We get 1 queued up. Sasta. Actually, where is Ula Station? We need to reconnect Ulis to our network. We'll have it go to Motfolino, since Motfolino has a gateway. Alright, Sasta was our next one. It is working on upgrading to a citadel, but it still has a few other things that need to be swapped out. The hydroponics bay and the Fleet Academy. Each of these would take about a year. Let's go ahead and swap this over to a garrison. We'll let the upgrade complete. Actually, we'll hold off on that until the upgrade is closer to being completed. So yeah, we'll just hold off on Sasta while it's upgrading. Antak Ram needs a longbow, which it needs an upgrade for. So otherwise we will be doing the conversion of it for a shipyard. So let's start on the next shipyard. Now that is going to pull it out of this list and put it in this second list, which is my shipyards, when this first one is completed. As far as shipyards, first one is I need to deal with is Vilth. It needs 1 distinction. Other than that, now it just needs the longbow. Now altogether that's going to take 3 months. That torpedo battery is the final one there, so I can go ahead and queue up shifting this over to a black site. now the only thing I need to do at Vilth is queue up the longbow when I can. Ramstan needs a longbow, but it has to upgrade first, and that's what it's in process of doing. A Gyroscant is working on its longbow. Let's go ahead and shift this over to a mercenary garrison first. And then we will shift the colossal assembly yard over to a black site, and this could be removed from the list of things I have to deal with. Next is Chadib. It's still in the process of shifting over. That needs to be a torpedo battery, and then I can start working on the buildings down here. Rakaron needs the Academy and the Titan Assembly Yard. So this will be the Fleet Academy. Vuzabaru still has one more torpedo battery that is needed. Zipper just needs a longbow. Other than that, it's still working on shipyards. It's still got 6 months. I don't need to worry about it just now. Arbitraeus is just working on its building slots. No, it actually does need its torpedo batteries. Bertios needs an integrity. Algarab needs the longbow. I can go ahead and queue it up so I can remove that from the list. And it's still working on its shipyards. And now we are down to fleets to reinforce, but I'm going to hold off on reinforcing fleets right now to let my minor artifacts and dark matter build up, because I am about to start a war here. I do have some reinforcements inbound. Now I do need to go to species, see if there are any young Furbanites that need to be shifted over. Yes, 6 of them. So we'll get that shifted over as our species modification for now. And that is the extent for the most part. I do have 25 influence I could spend to stay above 250, but actually I think I'm going to do away with my little let's keep 250 banked, because I'm not that worried about diplomacy at this point, and there is so much I want to do, and Ecumenopolis projects and the like take a long time. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and start another Ecumenopolis project. There was one of these worlds I was shifting things over on, or had everything shifted over, that was ready for an this one's doing the archaeology project. This one, it's about to finish the Ministry of Production here. So it needs another project. And I think I want to go ahead and start it on an archaeology project. It has a Mastery of Nature done. I have the minerals to spare. So we are going to go ahead and start up on that. That leaves me 75 influence. I could get started on another orbital ring. Orbital rings take 50. So we'll get started on the orbital ring here on Finn Castle. After that, we've already moved to Melpomene. Let's check. Leffingwell has one. Proclos has one. So our next location should be Bastion. Bastion has one. So we'll head to Truett and Asher. Truett has one, Asher does not. So we will head to Asher afterwards. And the other one will go this way to Thebes, I believe. No, Thebes has one. Beauclair's Legacy has one. Nagrama has one. Pildara is a station. Does Ferdera have one? Yes. Okay, so I was pretty much done with all of my colonies this direction. I am moving this way now. And I still have about 30 influence, so I can spend... I'm only spending half a point in commercial packs and envoys. So I could go ahead and upgrade a station that only costs 25. This one would cost 50, I think, yes. So one of my smaller stations, let's just start toward the back. Treadway. We can go ahead and begin the upgrade of Treadway, just to get it out of there. Takes 2 years. And we'll be ready to declare war, but first I need a smoke break. Now I just saved and reloaded the game, so that all of the work I just did during my maintenance and the orders I've given to any vessels, if I'd given any, aren't undone if I have a crash or the power goes out or something happens. So it has a new save file that is up to date with all of my little notepad files. So we are going to declare war on the Queptilian Archivist. And this will be a total war. I don't care if the Latrepians capture some of the territory. That's fine by me. Because I'm going to get it back from them. But if we declare a total war, I will be able to eliminate them and claim all of their territory.
Standing by to commence offensive operations. Weapons free. Repeat, weapons free.
Now it booted them out of that system. I'm not sure where they're going to end up. But we are going to go ahead and push in with Hydra to there. And push in with these forces to there. And we can't give the order to bathe yet because the war hasn't actually kicked in. So we'll let it advance a day or two.
New species variant available.
And now I should be able to give more precise orders because we are now at war. I'm attacking that station. These forces are all attacking this station. The Palpatine is going to devolve Waltham 3. And my transport fleets are going to enter orbit of Waltham 3. You are nothing but interstellar weed. It is time for us to tend the garden. Or I'm surprised they didn't say you're going to get smoked, but oh well. United Latrepians actually have claims? Nathupta, Breslin, and Rigor. Well, that's fine by me. I'll get them back. And we just converted all those young Furbanites over. We decloaked a bunch of vessels that keep trying. Now our cloaking detection is going all the way out to there. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be 4 from Hrazdan. And it would be 5 from Ditram if Ditram is the one doing the detection. Sensor range is 8. So the question is it actually going through gateways? I don't know. Now their fleets will probably be back in about a month at Breslin or
Battle debris secured.
Nephupta or something. We got our first debris in Oreb for 350 alloys. There's 2 more there. 1 more there.
Engaging enemy station.
Oh yes. Did our transport fleet... Our transport fleet was the first one in? Oh my god. Well, all my other forces are here now. They've got more important targets. But yeah, our transport fleets led the way. You know, honestly, I don't care if the transport fleets take the brunt of the assault. I'm just about done with transports.
Fleet action underway. Engaging enemy station.
That would be the Hydra making it in, yes. They're already sending some shots out toward us. Energy weapons. And fighter craft. And we are shooting at missiles or fighter craft, it appears. Yeah, those are missiles that we are shooting down. And our first big gun has struck. Great Heron Hierarchy was given association status by the Allied Independent Systems. Ordedius, we got 1,600 alloys in. I think there's 2 left there. Yes. And Reshethian State is in a commercial pact with the Rakudum Imperium. Hydra took no damage, had one of their strike craft shot down though, but they took no damage flipping Rhaegor Station, which they claimed for the Latrepians. So we are going to move to Nephupta. No, we're not. We're a 136, that's a 159. What about Breslin? 104. We'll go for Breslin. We'll probably still suffer some casualties here. But basically we're trying to push back where their fleet can appear. Now I want to take Waltham before I go to Keb Duran, because I want it to be my claim. This one is going to fall fairly quickly with the sheer amount of forces I'm bringing this way.
Battle debris secured.
I just heard a ship jump out. We got 1,600 in the Lithoris system. I believe there's only 1 left there. Nope, 2. Citadel has flipped. And we chased out, or actually he fled. Yeah, he was able to jump in time, the constructor. Now our fleets did take some damage. Looks like they actually suffered some losses. Gorgon suffered some frigate and corvette losses. Scylla lost some destroyers. Lost some frigates with Dragon. Destroyers and frigates. Nothing critical. But all these fleets are damaged now, right? Are any of you at full health? Griffin is at full health. It lost the one damage ship it had. So Griffin is 137. That's a 159. That's a 159. All right, all of them will hold here until we can get repaired and push onward to another system. We're still 18 days away from getting in position. Where are you headed? I don't know. Oh, I had more forces sitting right here I'd forgotten about. My mercenaries are going to Breslin, along with them. The mercenaries, we're actually going to hold here until the mercenaries engage. We want the mercenaries to suffer the brunt. So we will just head there and wait for the mercenaries to engage Breslin. Actually, we'll just hold in Rigor. Let the mercenaries push through Breslin and then come up to Keb Duran or Nathupta and follow them. Strategic Coordination Center comms. Powerful communication arrays have been added to the Strategic Coordination Center, enabling our strategists to issue orders to our ships throughout the galaxy. These state-of-the-art arrays are powerful enough to burn through any possible jamming, and the quantum entangled signal is utterly unhackable. Still looks kind of tiny. With the final edition of Detached Hostile Force Simulation Bastions, the Strategic Coordination Center is the definitive megalith of national security and military planning. And it takes, let's see, 1800, it takes a little under 7 years. Because 1800 would be 5 years, that would leave 600, and 2 years would be another 720. So that is actually 4 months shy of 7 years. Now, has it been long enough for me to get my science ship here? Yes. The Arbiter. Let's go ahead and recruit a scientist. We'll get the statecraft scientist. What the heck? Tatiana Zvinkova. And send her to research the project in Afris. It will take her 45 days to get there. Archives was given association status with the Pan-Galactic Pact. Interstellar Prokarian Coalition completed a sentry array in the Bronomoth system. We should assume they have virtually perfect intel pertaining to the location and makeup of our fleets. Oh, wait. Bronomoth? That's one of the systems I'm planning on taking when I sweep through there. So you're going to lose your sentry array, fool. We're still 11 days out. Our transports are just now entering orbit. Great Heron Hierarchy has been given association status with the Allied Independent Systems.
Battle debris secured.
We have gotten 85 alloys in Dacha from our first debris there. There's 2 debris left. And I'm about to be working on one of them. Yeah, we've just about gotten everything under control. We have, apart from the ones we're working on, we only have about 8 left to do. And we should get all of those done before they expire. Although we are about to be picking up more. Yeah, there's debris here in Waltham. But there's no rush on this. This will last 5 years. So I can wait until I'm finished with some of the ones I'm working on and this project over here and send this ship over here to start getting the debris there. Which was the reason I wanted to build another science ship, is so I wasn't pulling my research assistants to scavenge debris and do projects. Now, in the current iteration of the game, I wouldn't have spammed as many ships as I did because they're no longer necessary for assisting research. Now, if you want research assisted on a world, all you really need to do is assign the planetary governor as a scientist. You don't need the vessel.
Construction complete.
Larkin's Singularity has finally finished its final shift. I believe it was the Naval Logistics Office. Yeah, we're now positive again in naval capacity. Oh, look at they came in through here to go to Cap Duran. Our long project on Smithius has frustratingly ended in partial success. As the final valleys were undergoing terramorphing, yeah, we ended up with some residue. And I don't know how many times I got to say don't let this happen again. Uthabul is now continental. And Smithius was now continental. Well, Smithius isn't doing anything else. We can start removing this terraforming residue.
Engaging enemy station.
That would be my mercenaries. It has no defense platforms. United Latrepians have declared Gloswerhenians their rival. A few more reinforcements in transit. They'll be here in about 3 months. Breslin Station has flipped. They lost some corvettes. That's fine. There's where their fleet is. We will send our mercenaries to engage. How long will it take them to get there? 3 months. I went a bit heavier on the micromanagement this time. I actually closed out entertainer jobs that were unnecessary. For example, here in Unity, we have 182 amenities. We are generating plenty of happiness. So I ended up closing out 8 of the entertainer slots. So I'm not paying consumer goods for something that isn't really providing a whole lot. It's providing a little bit of Unity, so I will take a small Unity hit. We'll see. And so right now I'm going to save and reload the game to see how it's modified. In some instances I was able to disable the hyper entertainment forms entirely, so that'll also cut down on how many exotic gases I am using. So right now we're at 78 exotic gases, 3273 Unity, and negative 417 consumer goods. Now, reloading the game doesn't always update the UI. It doesn't bother to recalculate a lot of times, so this may not change, but we will see. Sometimes you have to close the game out entirely to get it, but if this doesn't update it, we'll just advance and next month it'll flip over. So it looks like it did work. We only dropped like 1 exotic gas. Why did we go down? We should have gone up. Unity took a bit of a hit, but consumer goods have dropped tremendously. So let's proceed onward and see if it alters again next month.
Battle debris secured. Battle debris secured.
We got 24 alloys in the Dacia system. We're working on the final debris there. Now, it still will take a while. Actually, by the time they finish their debris, their jump drive should be active. Medusa is fully repaired. Medusa and Griffin together are close to 300. They could easily flip one of these systems. So while the others are repairing, we will take Medusa and Griffin and get Zoblar. Pegasus has been fully upgraded finally. They are at full strength now, so they can proceed to this front as well. And we got 120 alloys in Oreb. I believe there are 2 left there. No, that was the last one. So the Trailblazer can now return to Vagapash here in the Zipper system. We decloaked... Oh, we're not kicking them out because they are... We have a peace treaty with them, so we are forced to have open borders. Dragon has been fully repaired. Soon as another large fleet is repaired along with it, we can send it with a pair to the Weir system.
Our pioneers have made planetfall.
So our colony ship was churned out. Let's get in orbit of the station here so that we can churn out the first ship for Strike Force Minotaur. Scylla is fully repaired. So we will take Scylla and Dragon and send them to Weir.
Battle debris secured.
Got 1,600 alloys, almost 1,700 out of Ordedius. One final debris left there. The month has clicked over, and it doesn't look like there was a huge change in our output.
Battle debris secured.
Got 150 in the Lethoris system. One debris left there. Basilisk has been repaired.
Engaging enemy station.
And Gorgon. So we will send Basilisk and Gorgon, along with Charybdis, to bombard the Font of Knowledge. Hippogriff and Pegasus are also kind of late to the party.
Engaging enemy station.
We'll send Hippogriff and Pegasus, split them up. We'll send Pegasus... Well, there's a large amount of fleets there. So yeah, we will send Hippogriff and Pegasus to assist in Zoblar.
Battle debris secured.
Got 30 alloys out of the other one in Dacha. The Asperity can now jump back out. We have flipped Weir Station. We suffered some minor losses here, and it did flip for us. Since they have fleets here, we will pull back to Waltham for repairs. I'll check that in a second. As the energies of the mind-wiping beam from the CNS Palpatine dissipate, Waltham 3's population has almost entirely regressed to the pre-sapient stage. Those who were spared can now only watch in horror as those they once knew return to animalistic behaviors. Looks like there's one regular left, and 7 of them were reverted to pre-sapience. Now, one thing about this is there was an exploit on this, because uplifting used to give 500 influence. So what people would do is devolve a planet, invade it, and then really skyrocket their influence by re-uplifting every species they devolved on that planet. Well, they addressed this by reducing the bonus you get from uplifting from 500 to 50. So you can't get quite as much. And considering the time investment, it's not really worth it to try and spam like that just to get a little bit of influence. But that does hurt regular uplifting, in my opinion, because a lot of times it can be fairly rare to find pre-sapients, and being able to get 500 influence for uplifting them was a nice boost and made it worthwhile to uplift them. Just getting 50 for what all it takes to uplift them all the time and using up your research, a lot of times it's not really worth it to uplift pre-sapients anymore, in my opinion. They're better off staying as pre-sapients for other purposes, since they added in like the zoo effects where you can send pre-sapients to them. But one drawback to this is if this wasn't a total war, if I had to wait until they were ready to surrender to get control of this world, now that I have to invade it. But if I had to wait to get control of the world till the war was over, by that time, this empire would have uplifted the species again on their damn own. So we are going to invade this world, because now that they only have one person, they have no armies. All we really got to do is land. And we will get this world with only one species to bother with. Now, one thing I can check is how that's going to affect other people's opinion of me. Yeah, it does have the same effect on egalitarians and xenophiles, I believe, that sweeping a world does. Let's see if it's even worth it over here. They have 16 pops here. We'll go ahead and hit Zoblar. And let's check Weir. $16 pops here as well. And actually, let's move the smaller fleet over to Zoblar. Rakuten Imperium is in a commercial pact with the Praku Holy State. So Medusa and Griffin flipping Zoblar did suffer a little bit more losses. We actually ended up losing a cruiser. We're going to send all of these fleets back to Waltham.
New species variant available.
Converted over some more young Furbanites to be Furbanites. The main
All
reason
sword ground elements are dropping on target.
I do that is for worlds that I want multiple Furbanites on. It is a lot easier to produce more with the traits that the Furbanites have over the young Furbanites. So we took Waltham 3. Now for the $1 million question. We cannot move pops belonging to a pre-sapient species. Pops of this category cannot be resettled. Even to a zoo. Let's see, I believe our zoo is on Hinckley's Hope. Let's see. Yes. No, you cannot relocate pre-sapients, which kind of defeats the purpose of me doing this. So instead of going to Zoblar to bathe that system, let's go to Ship Designer, go to the Palpatine, Chancellor class, and let's go back to the Neutron Sweep. Now, does Waltham have a shipyard? It does. So we can refit right here. And there's no real point to me moving troops around. They're going to be kind of pointless at this point. Let's just bring them back to Waltham Station. If the Latrepians want to invade, that's their issue, but I'm pretty much done with troops because I'm going to be absolutely sweeping colonies. My next test is to see if I sweep a... I know if I sweep a planet, it obliterates the orbital ring to the point where it takes influence to replace it. What happens if I sweep a habitat? We'll find that out when we go up against the Latrepians. Let's go ahead and begin the terraforming of Waltham 3. Now this will obliterate the pre-sapients anyway. Terraforming tends to kill off pre-sapients. We have one unemployed worker. Why are you unemployed when there are clerk jobs right there? Moron. But we're going to need to move over a human and an enforcer. You really got to be at least 6 months with low stability for it to be an issue, so I can wait until my next maintenance cycle to shift a human over here. And I already have a species I can begin declining, the Queptilium. And I could begin declining right now. So yeah, we'll go ahead and start declining this Queptilium. We'll have more species over here eventually. And I could go ahead and start on... We'll actually go ahead and replace the Sky Dome with a clone vat. And get the construction of that started. There is nobody opposing this whatsoever. That's interesting.
Battle debris secured.
We have gotten the last debris in Dacha. 32 alloys from it. Almost wasn't worth the trip, was it? And that one should return to assisting research on Nagrama when I finish the jump. Suffered some heavy losses with our battleships taking Nephthupta. I don't know what happened to their fleet. It's like it fled a second time. But we will send all of these forces home so that they can repair and get their reinforcements. All of their home stations should be near their... except for the Stormlords. They go to Vuzabaru instead of Jaltham, just because I haven't built a base in Jaltham yet. I don't know that I need to, honestly. Vuzabaru is close enough. And I did realize I had completely missed. I have another mercenary company I have access to over near here in Aphelion. We have the Delta Corsairs. And I also had to change what I was planning for Arbitraeus. I had planned it out to have a fleet of my own. This is originally where Minotaur was going to be, and I had forgotten this was the home base of the Griffin Services, which is a fleet I plan on picking up. So I'm just going to switch that to a anchorage for them.
Ships refitted.
The Palpatine has been fully upgraded. That was fast. So we are going to bathe Zoblar 3, and then bathe Weir. And no. Okay. And then bathe the Font of Knowledge. And Nephupta. And Breslin. It's about 3 months per, plus some travel time. So that's probably going to take about a year and a half to 2 years. Yeah, because that would be half a year, a full year, and then going back over here for another, about a year and a half.
Battle debris secured.
We got another 1,800 alloys in Lithorius. I believe there was one left there. No, that was the final one. The Zephyr is on his way back. Almost 4,400 alloys in Ordedius, and that was the final one there. So now we just have the 3 in Warhini Sui. And then, of course, our new ones. Walton, Weir, Nephupta, Zoblar, and Nephupta again. And actually, we'll let the Latrepians handle the rest of this. We will have all of our other fleets return home, so that they can be at their stations for reinforcements and repairs. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these fleets. I can go ahead and merge them. But yes, for the most part, I'm not going to be doing much in the way of invasion. Let's just call this the First Army and land it on Nagrama. So I believe that's where we launched it from in the first place. We've already got them up to 75% exhaustion. Scylla and Dragon have been repaired. Why aren't you all returning home? I must have clicked the wrong button and started to jump them instead. Verzak is in a commercial pact with the Kravadox League.
Construction complete.
Ramston Starbase has finished its construction queue. It was upgrading. So we can go ahead and get started on another shipyard. What is Griffin doing? Go home.
Special project complete.
Operatives from the CNS Arbiter managed to evacuate several survivors from the crashed shuttle on Afris 4. The remaining debris was destroyed in a controlled explosion, leaving nothing but a small crater for the pre-FTLs to find. The nation-state where the incident occurred will no doubt blame its neighbors for this border violation, but hopefully the disruption to their natural development will prove minimal. Huge chunk of society research. Knocked 13 months off of the Mega Art installation. We'll have it in 2 years. Actually, not quite. We'll run out of that in about 13 months. Strike Force Griffin has been fully repaired. Why are you people not returning home?
Construction complete.
Bokair's Legacy has finished its upgrade, the orbital ring around it, so we can begin on another habitation module. Oh, Bokair's Legacy was building its habitation modules, so I can now queue up another one. That's what it was. I had a slight change of plans. I am redirecting Hippogriff back over to Keb Duran to bombard Font of Knowledge, and redirecting my armies there because I realize I still have a human cyborg to offload. So I'm not going to bathe Kebduran. I'm going to invade it, expecting the Latrepians to actually get control of it, so that I can offload that human cyborg, because hopefully by the time that planet falls, I will have gotten rid of the criminal modifier on St. Hossick.
Ships refitted. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Really? Where? Strike Force Centaur has been fully upgraded. I changed the name of the design from Centaur Colt to Centaur Full. I think that's basically the extent I did. Yeah, Centaur is a fleet that doesn't currently have a home base, but Centaur is basically a design very similar to Pegasus. Pegasus is autocannons and torpedoes for its torpedo craft. Well, I went with missiles and torpedoes because the torpedo computer boosts explosive weapon damage. And basically I'm going to get rid of the old Colt design. The Foal is the exact same thing with a different name. The Centaur itself is basically identical to Pegasus. It's just in place of autocannons, it uses missiles. That's basically the entire design, is Pegasus replacing the autocannons with missiles. So our charging Centaur is also a torpedo boat with loads of missiles. And the Flying Stampede was changed, I think, the most significantly. I also changed it to be actual strike craft, and of course it has whirlwind missiles, and it is all flak artillery in place of Guardian Point Defense. There is the enemy contact, this transport ship. And I should be just about ready to jump out of here with this science vessel that is coming over to research debris. There we go. It made it to Montfelino. It should make it over here fairly quickly. We'll start in Walton and then hit Weir. And then come back to Zoblor, where it looks like we ousted that transport.
Blocker cleared.
Their fleet has popped back up here. And it looks like they chased out the Latrepian fleets apart from their Juggernaut. Now that is a 2K fleet. They have sufficient forces there. Let me make sure Hippogriff doesn't run afoul of them. We're going to have Hippogriff they're on their way in, so they should actually begin the battle before I get there. Yes. Broadleaf is a continental world now. Broadleaf still hasn't repaired all the devastation from the bombardment. Port Bixby is also now a continental. Those two worlds were acquired about the same time, which is why they had about the same amount of robots. Star Realm of Shar was given association status by the Allied Independent Systems. With a significant reduction of crime on Stonehead, the planet's once pervasive criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. The population has been imbued with a renewed sense of safety and harmony. We got rid of the modifier on Stonehead. I can now switch this precinct house back to something else, the mineral mining facility. Now, I only have the one Furbanite, which is fine. So that Gleer would be demoted down to a minor. I can actually take that favoriting off. And the human would I'll probably shift him over to a culture worker. I'm not really doing anything else right now, so let's go ahead and replace this. Nah, I'll hold off. Now, it was actually St. Hossack I want that modifier to go away on, because that is the location where I have the criminal human cyborg I need to offload. But if Stonehead has just flipped, this one shouldn't be too much further behind. Looks like the Latrepian fleets chased them out again. Strike Force Medusa is fully repaired.
Construction complete.
Hillow's Starbase has finished its construction queue. It is now fully set up, being the anchorage to support the mega shipyard I will build there. Star Realm of Shard decided to end their association status with the Allied Independent Systems.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
More transport fleets have launched here in Zoblar.
Battle debris secured.
We have gotten the 56 alloys in Warhini Sui. Is that our first? Yes, 2 left. Fortress Legionnaires are fully repaired. We have passed minor research sanctions. We gained a favor with the Soran. Officials from the galactic community have received word of our interference in the natural development of the Norelgan Society. They have informed us that the clear violation of the Non-Interference Act, regardless of intentions. The Commonwealth of Man will be considered in breach of galactic law for the next 10 years. In addition, we have been issued a hefty fine. 5,000 energy credits. That's not a hefty fine. Manticore Armada paid dividends, just energy credits. That's half of our fine back right there. Now, was that Afris? Yes. So it was because of the accidental event that happened that we were considered in breach. So now we are in breach. We will be suffering all the penalties that we have applied here. I'll probably have to save and reload or let it advance to see the update. And this is probably going to hurt my economy a little bit, as well as my naval capacity. Because if I recall, we have quite a few sanctions. We just passed one, as a matter of fact, but quite a few sanctions in place. There's none on commerce and industry, so it should not affect our economy. We have moderate administrative sanctions. Now, administrative sanctions, I believe there's a way to find out what all of our modifiers are going to be. We can look for somebody else who is already in breach. Nobody else is in breach? I am shocked! Usually there's a whole bunch of people in breach. But yeah, we do have the administrative sanctions, which probably affect influence gain and political weight. We have research sanctions, so that's going to slow our research speed for 10 years. We have military sanctions, which is going to affect our naval capacity. But it has been another 5 years. So thank you all for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next time.